Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The explosion erupted with thunderous force, blooming into a massive mushroom cloud that consumed everything around it. Xia Fan and Mutuo were instantly engulfed by the blast. Did it hit them? Jengar muttered, stunned by the sheer scale of the explosion. Are those two seriously injured? Mutuo's speed had been nearly imperceptible, so fast that Jengar still couldn't figure out what exactly had caused the explosion. All it saw was the cloud swallowing Xia Fan and a blur left behind. Meow Mew, floating beside Jengar, pointed a tiny paw toward the right. Over there. Jengar turned to look. Just 20 meters away from the blast radius, Mutuo stood completely unharmed, not even a scratch on its body. The explosion had only struck an afterimage. But Xia Fan? Don't tell me that guy blew himself up again, Jengar mumbled. The mushroom cloud hung in the air for 5 long seconds before a bitter wind swept across the battlefield, dispersing the smoke. The space where the explosion had struck was empty. Xia Fan had escaped again, vanished into another dimension. Mutuo's expression darkened. It had used confusion to trap Xia Fan the moment he crushed its aura sphere, hoping to prevent him from phasing out again, but had failed once more. Moments later, Xia Fan reappeared, calm, and scathed and still smiling. Had enough. Mutuo snapped, his patience worn thin. Tired of playing hide-and-seek yet? Xia Fan didn't respond. Instead, he began moving his arms in fluid motions, silver crescents flashing from his hands like blades of moonlight. None of them were aimed at Mutuo. Instead, each crescent tore through space itself, ripping open glowing cracks across the battlefield. Space was unraveling. What are you doing? Mutuo narrowed his eyes. From now on, I won't hide, Xia Fan said, grinning as he spread his arms wide. Let's fight fair. While hidden in the other dimension, Xia Fan had observed the entire scene with lock-on. Even though Mutuo escaped the explosion, Xia Fan knew this game of evasion couldn't continue. He couldn't touch Mutuo, and Mutuo couldn't land a finishing blow either. So he devised a new strategy. By using Nasty Plot to sharpen his thinking and copying spatial rend, a move belonging to Palkia, he had flooded the battlefield with unstable dimensional rifts. Even with Mutuo's speed, darting between these spatial tiers would be dangerous. A single mistake could cost it. Mutuo seemed to understand his plan as he looked over the twisted battlefield. Still, it welcomed the challenge. As long as Xia Fan stayed visible, it was confident in its victory. With a burst of psychic force, Mutuo shot forward once again, though his movements slowed slightly as he weaved through the cracks. His acceleration remained devastating. In seconds, he was before Xia Fan, aura sphere pulsing in his palm. Confusion rippled outward, collapsing into piercing beams that fell like judgment from the heavens. Mutuo's devastating psyshock, warping his psychic power into physical devastation. Xia Fan locked eyes with Mutuo and activated lock-on again. He sensed the danger, but didn't flinch. Safeguard? Protect? The options flashed through his mind, but his enhanced thinking, boosted by Nasty Plot, dismissed them instantly. They wouldn't hold. He needed something more durable, something primal. That's when he summoned it. Precipice Blades. Jagged, blood-red blades erupted from the snow below, surrounding Xia Fan in a defensive ring. Just as the last blade formed a protective arc, Mutuo's psyshock slammed into them. The impact cracked the blades, thundered across the field, but they held. For 2 seconds. In a battle like this, 2 seconds was an eternity. Mutuo's aura sphere followed immediately, slipping through the opening and striking Xia Fan square in the abdomen. Bang! Xia Fan was hurled backward, blood spraying from his lips. In the distance, Jengar gawked. That's it. Xia's done for, he shouted, torn between concern and a strange desire to laugh. But Mutwo wasn't celebrating. Hovering midair, he frowned. Something was off. That aura sphere should never have hit. If Xia Fan could block Psyshock, why wouldn't he dodge or defend against a follow-up? Instead, Xia Fan had let it strike. What is that human scheming? Mutwo growled. Then he saw it. A glowing X had appeared across his chest. Imprisoned. Mutwo's eyes widened in fury. Xia Fan had baited him into landing a blow, just to seal away one of his own abilities. He'd taken the hit on purpose. And now, the battlefield had changed again. How about it, Mutwo? Isn't this thrilling? On the snow-covered battlefield, Xia Fan stood bloodied but grinning. Despite the pain that racked his body and the blood dripping from his lips, he looked skyward at the stunned Mutwo with a glint of triumph in his eyes. As the recover skill rapidly mended his wounds, his plan quietly unfolded. While Mutwo's aura sphere had struck him squarely, it had served as the perfect distraction, allowing him to cast Imprison without notice. Now Mutwo was sealed. Any shared skills between them were now locked out for Mutwo. It couldn't even use the most basic psychic move, Confusion. All those techniques it relied on, Xia Fan could still wield freely under Mew contest condition. Damn human, you tricked me. Mutwo growled, its voice laced with rage. It extended a hand instinctively, trying to crush Xia Fan with psychic, only to realize nothing happened. The power had been sealed. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Xia Fan mocked, blood still on his lips. Not used to feeling powerless. Mutwo's fury exploded. With a blur of speed, it vanished from the sky and charged towards Xia Fan like a thunderbolt. Its Y-form speed remained intact. Surely, it could still finish off a wounded human without psychic abilities. Swish! But as it reached Xia Fan's location, he vanished. Didn't you say you wouldn't hide again? Mutwo roared, halting midair. I did, Xia Fan's voice floated from above. I said I wouldn't hide in another dimension. I never said I wouldn't teleport to dodge your punches. Mutwo glanced upward, and there was Xia Fan floating gently in the air with Confusion, now nearly fully healed. He extended his hand, and Mutwo suddenly felt a familiar pressure clamp down on its body. Psychic, its own power, now used against it. The sensation sent chills through Mutwo's form. In response, it kicked off the ground and launched skyward, aiming to land a decisive blow. But again, Xia Fan vanished, only to reappear behind Mutwo, one hand resting lightly on its shoulder. Mutwo froze. In that instant, blue energy radiated from its body and flowed into Xia Fan's frame like mist in reverse. Mutwo's face contorted in shock. It's your move, Xia Fan whispered. Speed swap. From now on, your Y-form speed belongs to me. With blue energy crackling around him and a smirk like a cunning fox, Xia Fan darted away at blinding speed. Mutwo's fist swung wildly, but struck nothing but air. Xia Fan was now too fast, comparable to teleport, and Mutwo, crippled under Imprison, was too slow to land even a single blow. Reag! Mutwo roared toward the sky, its fury reaching critical mass. A human had humiliated it, mocked its strength, stolen its speed, and used its own powers against it. It would end now. It would unleash its true form. A tremor ran through the battlefield as Mutwo's body erupted with purple-red energy, pulsing violently. Xia Fan's smile faltered. He instinctively teleported 100 meters back. In the reflection of his widening pupils, a massive sphere of seething power began expanding within Mutwo's chest. No, is that Psystrike? Mutwo's signature move, its most devastating attack. And in Y form, Psystrike's power wasn't just overwhelming, it was cataclysmic. When the battle had just begun, Mutwo had used a simple confusion to paralyze Xia Fan. That was nothing compared to this. All units, fall back. Xia Fan barked, his voice sharp. The divine Pokémon surrounding the perimeter didn't need to be told twice. They vanished from sight in every direction. Xia Fan prepared to retreat again, but it was too late. The pressure hit him like a tidal wave. Mutuo was using Psystrike's latent confusion to anchor him in place, suppressing even his movement. Damn! Boom! 2 seconds later, the purple-red sphere detonated. It was like watching a sun being born. Fire swallowed the sky. The frozen tundra turned into a sea of molten death. The snowfield became an inferno. Everything within range vaporized. A colossal mushroom cloud, stretching 10,000 meters in diameter, rose high into the atmosphere. Far away, in Iciris City, residents screamed as their windows rattled and their lights flickered. Tens of thousands poured into the streets, staring at the unnatural cloud on the horizon, some crying out in terror, believing the world was ending. Even the legendary Pokémon, watching from afar, were stunned. No one had expected this. Mutuo's power had raised the entire landscape in seconds. Holy crap, Jengar muttered, swallowing hard. What happened to Xia Fan? Is he going to die? Latios said nervously, there shouldn't be any defensive skills that can resist this kind of explosion. If we die, then we will be without a master. Latios said softly. As soon as the words fell, the brother and sister received 2 looks. One was Mew's dissatisfaction, and the other was Jengar's admiration. Even the ancestor didn't dare to say openly that there would be no master in the future, but this pair of brother and sister dared to say it out loud. Awesome, really brave. Thank me. You, the guardians of each region, I have given you freedom. At this moment, the voice of Mutuo sounded in the minds of all legendary Pokémon. Everyone looked intently, and in the sea of fire, Mutuo walked out and said to everyone. It looked very confident, obviously thinking that Xia Fan was dead, and Mutuo won the battle. Meow, my clone, it's too early for you to be happy. Mew, who has always been at odds with Mutuo, immediately retorted. What did you say? The word clone is Mutuo's lifelong pain, and he immediately looked at Mew viciously. Since you don't want to believe it, then you can die with your human master. Mutuo sprinted towards Mew, ready to use his terrifying signature move, Psystrike, in Y form again. He didn't care at all about the side effects that would occur if he used it twice in a row. However, just as it was about to use it, a gasp and a familiar voice were heard behind it. Your power is truly terrifying. If I hadn't used Lucky Chan at the last moment, I might have really died. Mutuo turned his head in horror and saw Xia Fan appear behind it at some point. His body was covered with burns, and his left hand was broken. He looked extremely miserable, but his only intact right hand was resting on his shoulder. It's not enough to take away your speed. I have to take away your Y-form power as well. Before Mutuo could come to its senses and resist, it felt its power being lost drastically in an instant. The blue energy on Xia Fan's body is even more vigorous. This is your psychic-type power swap. From now on, your special skill Psystrike should never be able to reach the level it just did. After Xia Fan finished speaking, he disappeared from Mutuo's sight and appeared in midair. The burns on his body healed quickly under recover, and his severed left hand also regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just now, Mutuo's Y-form Psystrike couldn't hide in the other dimension, and Teleport didn't have time to get away from the skill range, so he could only take it. He basically used both Safeguard and Protect, but the effect was not good at all. Mutuo's Y-form Psystrike far exceeded the defensive power of these 2 defensive skills. In the end, Xia Fan still used Groudon's Precipice Blades to surround himself, and then used Lucky Chant to prevent himself from being killed instantly by Mutuo's terrifying Psystrike. 1 minute later, Xia Fan's injuries were healed under recover. During this period, Mutuo tried to attack Xia Fan, but without the original speed and attack bonus of the Y form, its Psystrike could no longer hurt Xia Fan at all. In addition, it could not use its other skills, so it could only watch Xia Fan's injuries heal and her broken hand regenerate. After recovering, Xia Fan tilted his neck and looked at Mutuo with a playful expression. Mutuo, you are now far inferior to me in strength, speed, and skills. You probably don't have the capital to fight against a lowly creature like me. Just admit defeat. I don't want to beat you. According to our previous agreement, you must become my partner and submit to me. Get lost. I haven't lost yet. Mutuo used Psy Strike, and a powerful confusion materialized and pressed toward Xia Fan. But the next second, Xia Fan disappeared from midair. With the speed of Mutuo's Y form, he appeared behind Mutuo in the blink of an eye. With a simple punch, he knocked Mutuo 100 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. No, you lose. You no longer have the capital to fight me. Mutuo was severely injured by the punch and vomited blood. Xia Fan stood in front of it, with his arms folded across his chest and a smile on his face. I didn't lose. Mutuo pushed himself up from the ground with all his strength. Unfortunately, the moment it stood up, it was enveloped by Xia Fan's confusion and fell into powerful oppression, without even the ability to resist. You lose. As a Pokémon, you should keep your word and not be stubborn. Xia Fan frowned and said, You can't even get rid of the most basic confusion now. How can you fight me? This is not your confusion. This is mine. All your power now comes from me. Mutuo said angrily. Who told you not to take good care of your own power? I plundered it, and that's also my ability. Xia Fan touched his ears. Mutuo, don't give me a bunch of nonsense. If you lose, you lose. If you can't afford to lose, it's a bit embarrassing. Having said that, Xia Fan asked the surrounding divine beasts to come closer. Everyone, it has been defeated now. Xia Fan said loudly to everyone. Everyone looked at each other. How could they dare to say no when their master spoke? Naturally, they nodded yes one after another. Xia Fan nodded in satisfaction, changed back into human form, and took out the Pokeball. As a human being, you should keep your word. As a Pokemon, you should keep your word even more. If you cheat and refuse to admit your mistake or commit suicide, you are AB**************** D who talks nonsense. Xia Fan said viciously before throwing the ball. After that, a red light flashed and Mutuo was taken in. In the middle, Mutuo made a move of resistance. After a while, a system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind, and the system panel appeared. Psychic-type legendary Pokémon. Mutuo, base form. Gender, none. Ability, pressure, puts rival into a tense contest condition, with a 10% chance of skill activation failure. Hidden ability, tension. Pokémon with this ability can prevent rival from eating its own fruit and carrying items. Carried item, Mutuonite Y. After Mutuo carries it, it can instantly Mega Evolve during battle. Psychic-type legendary Pokémon. Mutuo, Y form. In this form, Mutuo's psychic skills will be multiplied. Ability, Sleepless. Pokémon with this ability will not enter the sleep contest condition, and will be ineffective if attacked by sleep-type skills such as rest. Carried item, Mutuonite Y. After Mutuo carries it, it can instantly Mega Evolve during battle. Psychic-type and Fighting-type legendary Pokémon. Mutuo, X form. Due to the lack of Mega Evolution Stone X, this form is temporarily unavailable. Ability, Unyielding Heart. Every time you flinch, your unyielding heart will ignite. Your strength and speed will increase significantly, and you have unlimited possibilities. Psychic sends a powerful confusion attack to rival. Sometimes it will reduce rival's special defense. Psycho Shift. Use Psychic to give hints, thereby transferring the status condition you are suffering to rival. Aura Sphere generates wave power from the body and attacks the opponent. Power Swap. Use Psychic to swap your own and rivals' attacks and special attack abilities. Guard Swap. Use Psychic to swap your own and rivals' defense and special defense abilities. Cosmic Power. Absorb the mysterious power from the universe to improve your defense and special defense. Disable. Rival hit by Disable will be stationary and unable to move for a period of time in the future. Recover. Allow cells to regenerate, thereby restoring half of your maximum health. Psyshock materializes the magical confusion wave and attacks rival, dealing physical damage. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Psystrike materialize the magical confusion wave to attack rival, dealing several times the physical damage. In Y form, This skill will be upgraded to a confusion critical hit, instantly raising the area within a radius of dozens of miles to the ground. Hyperspace acceleration. In an instant, the user's speed will be increased to a level that is invisible to the naked eye. Hyperspace acceleration. After reading Mutwo's message from top to bottom, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. What caught his attention most was Mutwo's X-form, as well as its exclusive skills, Psystrike, and hyperspace acceleration. If he remembered correctly, the X-form seemed to be a very powerful form of Mutwo. If the Y-form of Mutwo had extremely strong special attacks, then the X-form had terrifying physical attacks. It was completely a copy of the Mega Scion. It would fight you to death with its physical body, becoming stronger and stronger as you fight. It would be either you or it that would die. Fortunately, Mutwo could not enter this form yet, otherwise there might be changes in today's battle. As for Psystrike and hyperspace acceleration, this is proof of how powerful Mutwo's Y form is. One strength, one speed. Speed is hyperspace acceleration. The reason why Mutwo can have a speed comparable to teleportation in Y form is because of this. Just choose speed. Xia Fan squinted his eyes and thought for more than 10 seconds, and finally chose the skill of hyperspace acceleration. The skill of Psystrike is strong, but this exclusive skill is a bit similar to Psyshock, and the advanced version of Confusion Critical Hit can only be used by Mutwo in Y form, so it would be a waste if he chose it. System. I choose Mutwo's hyperspace acceleration. After a while, a mysterious force flowed into Xia Fan's body, and the skill of hyperspace acceleration appeared in his mind. Xia Fan looked up at the sea of fire in the distance. A light blue light flashed in his eyes. The next second, the world in front of his eyes changed drastically, and everything seemed to have entered a state of stagnation. No, it was not stagnant. It should be moving forward in frames, slowing down to the extreme. At this time, Xia Fan noticed a ball of orange-red ember 100 meters away. In this slowly moving world, Ember was extremely gorgeous. He took a step forward. The next moment, he came to Ember, and the light blue light in his eyes disappeared. The world in front of him returned to its original state. The originally gorgeous Ember became ordinary again at this moment. Not bad. This hyperspace acceleration. Xia Fan felt very good about the experience just now. Didn't they say that if you tame Mutwo, you will be rewarded with the original law? Why hasn't the system responded yet? After experimenting with the skills, Xia Fan muttered and released Mutwo from the Pokeball. After being released, Mutwo did not choose to commit suicide, but looked at Xia Fan coldly without saying a word, obviously admitting his failure. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Mutwo, completing the challenge mission, and obtaining the reward of extracting the origin law. After a while, the system prompt sound rang again in Xia Fan's mind. Extraction of the power of the origin law. Host, would you like to extract it now? Xia Fan was stunned for a moment when he heard the system prompt sound. He didn't expect that what he just said would happen. He smacked his lips and nodded. Then let's draw it now. As soon as he finished speaking, a disc appeared in front of Xia Fan that only he could see. The disc was divided into 18 zones, namely normal, fire, water, grass, electricity, ice, bug, flying, ground, rock, fighting, psychic, ghost, poison, evil, steel, dragon, and fairy. The 18 attributes of Pokémon. There was a pointer spinning on it and finally stopped at ghost type. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of the ghost type origin law. From now on, the host will be able to use most of the ghost type skills except for some Pokemon-specific ghost type skills. Earl Dervish can be used 5 times. The power of the skill is synchronized with the strongest ghost type Pokemon owned by the host. The number of subsequent uses will increase with the number of ghost type legendary Pokemon captured by the host, and each Pokemon will increase the skill points by 5 times. The strongest ghost Pokemon currently owned by the host is Giratina, and the ghost legendary Pokemon owned by the host is Giratina, the god-level Gengar. Therefore, the host can use the power of the ghost origin law 15 times. As the words fell, a dark energy ball that only Xia Fan could see fell from the sky and irrigated into his body. After a while, the word Ghost System appeared at the front of the skill bar in Xia Fan's mind, and below this Ghost System were all Ghost System skills. Faced with these skills, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and was very happy. Yes, it is good to be able to draw the Ghost Origin Law. At this moment, the legendary Pokémon that were watching all around stood up and flew over here. Do you want to know why a human like me can possess the power of your Pokémon? Xia Fan took a look at them, then turned to look at Mutwo, who was still sulking and looking at him coldly. Mutwo was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. What? It really wanted to know why a human could fight against such a powerful being like it, and even transform into the appearance of Mew and use some skills it had never seen before. It can tell you the reason. Xia Fan smiled and waved to Gengar, who was standing behind Mew. What? Gengar flew over. Tell Mutwo why I am so powerful, as well as the spirit-shared world and space teleportation. Xia Fan smiled and patted Gengar's cold back. At the same time, he said to Comrade Lao Zu alone in the spiritual shared world, "You should know what to say and what not to say." Hearing this, Comrade Lao Zu immediately knew what Xia Fan was up to, which was undoubtedly to ask him to flatter him. But is the ancestor a flatterer? When the ancestor was about to refuse with righteous words, Xia Fan's voice appeared in his mind again. Meloetta should be meeting us soon. As the voice fell, Gengar flashed past Xia Fan and came to Mutwo. Come, I will tell you the secret of how the master, as a human, can possess such great power. Gengar pulled Mutwo away with a familiar look on his face. Mutwo did not resist and walked aside with it. Owner and Giratina and the others also slowly flew to Xia Fan. Xia Fan nodded to them and then said to the three cloud gods, Tornadus, Landorus, Thundurus, please restore the ecology here. The three of them control nature power, and as long as they work together, it will not be difficult to restore the area destroyed by Mutwo to its former environment. Yes, as the lowest-ranking legendary Pokémon here, the three cloud gods did not hesitate at all and decisively began to summon the wind and rain, bringing life back to this land that was already a sea of fire. Thank you for coming here. Now you can return to your territory. Xia Fan waved his hand again, and several dimensional holes appeared in the air, allowing Giratina, Rayquaza, and other guardian gods and subordinates to return to their homes. The guardians nodded and walked into their own dimensional holes. A few minutes later, only Mew, Deoxys, and Cresselia were left around Xia Fan. As for Suicune, Zapdos, and Garo Sect, they were taken away by Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Dialga respectively. As for Mutwo and Gengar, they were still talking nonsense. They had just finished speaking when the three cloud gods used their divine power to restore the area to its former state of ice and snow. I want to survive outside on my own like Rayquaza and the others. As soon as he returned to Xia Fan, Mutwo stated his request. Judging from his expression, he must have learned everything he wanted to know from Gengar. So although the hatred towards Xia Fan still exists, it is much smaller than at the beginning. No problem. Faced with Mutwo's request, Xia Fan agreed without any hesitation. Anyway, what he coveted from the beginning was only Mutwo's skills, not the control over it. If Mutwo followed him every day, he would feel uneasy. Everyone knows that it and Mew are naturally incompatible. One is the original body, and the other is a clone. This hatred is not so easy to resolve. Comrade Mutwo, if you need help, please contact me through the spirit-sharing world in time. Since you have become my partner, I will do my best to help you. Xia Fan stood in midair, waving goodbye to Mutwo with a smile on his face. But Mutwo ignored him and gave him a cold look, then changed into a Y form and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The time for speed swap, power swap, and the skill imprison has expired, so Mutwo has regained its original power and speed. Xia Fan smacked his lips and didn't care too much about Mutwo's dislike for him. If a Pokémon like Mutwo, with a proud personality, becomes obedient after being captured, it would be a betrayal of its previous unyielding character. Master, where are we going now? After Mutwo left, Mew floated onto Xia Fan's shoulder and asked, "Of course, go back to find Ash and the others." Xia Fan said with a smile, took out the Pokeball, and put Jengar, Cresselia, and Deoxys in it, then waved his hand to send the 3 cloud gods away, and took Mew back to Newt City. It was already late at night when they returned to Newt City. Ash and his friends were already resting in the Pokémon Center outside the Pokémon Villa. They had recovered from today's encounter, and the injured Pikachu had recovered and was resting in bed with Ash. None of them noticed the arrival of Xia Fan's real body, so Xia Fan took Mew to easily replace the substitute, and then lay on the bed to rest. I slept like this until the next morning. After packing up, they prepared to go to the station and take the train back to Navima Town. Although they were puzzled by the Garo sect they encountered at the Pokémon Villa yesterday, Eric was unable to answer their question, so they just let it go. 5 hours later, the 4 got off the train and walked back to Navima Town and returned to Professor Aurea Juniper's laboratory. Inside the laboratory, after reporting to Professor Redbean Shank about his journey in the Unova region, Ash slumped in his seat, looking confused, and asked, "I have completed the Unova Alliance Challenge. What should I do next?" Sylvan heard Ash's sigh and smiled. "I haven't reached the top of Pokemon Wine Steward yet. I want to continue training for a while." Iris agreed. "Me too. I need to keep training if I want to become a Dragon-type Pokemon." Ash was stunned when Sylvan and Iris said this, then stood up. "That's right. The purpose of our trip has not been achieved yet. How about we continue traveling together in the future?" Having said that, Ash looked at Xia Fan, wanting to see what Xia Fan would say. "I'll follow you." Xia Fan smiled and flattered. "I'm very happy to travel with you all because we are a very good team." "That's right." Iris nodded in agreement. Professor Aurea Juniper on the opposite side smiled and congratulated the 4 people who were about to continue their journey. "Professor Aurea Juniper, your father called." Just then, a young man ran up to them in a panic. "Dad!" Professor Aurea Juniper, who was congratulating Ash and the others, turned back in surprise. Then followed the young man to the video phone. Ash and the other 3 looked at each other and followed curiously. Professor Aurea Juniper's father, whom they had met during their travels before, was a very powerful ancient relics researcher. When the 4 followed Professor Aurea Juniper to the phone, they saw Red's father with a serious expression on his face. You should know that there's a building called Dragon Spiral Tower at the end of Iciris City." "I know, Dad." You nodded. "What happened there?" "I'm telling you. Just yesterday, an unknown Pokemon battle took place in the snowfield 100 miles away from Iciris City. The noise was so loud that nearly 100 miles of the snowfield was reduced to a sea of fire. But I don't know what happened afterwards. The sea of fire disappeared, and the snowfield recovered. However, this still revealed the appearance of many ancient ruins that were originally buried under the snow, and not far from the Dragon Spiral Tower. There's an ancient ruin that has been revealed. I rushed there this morning, and preliminary tests found that it is the legendary White Ruins, a place that is likely to hide the traces of the legendary Pokemon Reshiram." "What, Reshiram?" Professor Aurea Juniper covered her mouth in surprise. Ash and the other 2 behind him also looked at each other in surprise and excitedly expressed their longing for the legendary Pokemon Reshiram. As for Xia Fan, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he looked at Mew on his shoulder. The Battle of Iciris City was where he fought Mutwo yesterday. Now it sounded like he had chosen a random battle location and inadvertently revealed the ruins where Reshiram was hiding. "You guys are so excited. How about you all go to Daddy's place together?" At this time, Professor Aurea Juniper looked at Ash and the others' eager expressions and suggested with a smile, "Is it really possible?" Ash and the other 2 said excitedly. 2 hours later, Harbor is dozens of miles away from Navima Town. A huge ship was anchored there. Hundreds of pedestrians were walking in an orderly manner. "Well, keep up the good work then." Professor Aurea Juniper stood on the shore and said goodbye to Xia Fan and his 4 companions with a smile. Professor, is it really okay for you not to go?" Ash asked. "I still have a lot of research to do, so I can't go. Everyone, please be careful on the road." Professor Aurea Juniper said with a smile. "Oh, by the way, the ship will go to Aspertia City." There is a kid from this town named Cholyin who has opened a new gym. You can go and take a look. New gym. Ash's eyes lit up, and he waved his arm. Okay, this trip, in addition to meeting Reshiram, we also need to go check out this newly opened gym. 20 minutes later, the ship set sail, and the four people said goodbye to Professor Aurea Juniper. Time passes by little. We're almost to the island. We can finally walk to the shore. A day later, Ash looked at harbor in the distance and said in surprise, "Yeah, we've been drifting at sea for too long." Iris agreed, but then Iris's attention was attracted by a small island that the ship passed by. "Everyone look over there." Xia Fan and Ash turned their heads to look where Iris was pointing. "I found a dilapidated building on the small island on the right. It looks like a ruin," Ash said in surprise. "Let me check it out." Sillin then took out his portable universal scanner and scanned the ruins opposite. Soon there was information from the ruins. "There seems to be a building called P2 Laboratory on this island," Sillin said, looking at the machine. "P2 Laboratory. It looks like some kind of research facility, but for some reason, this laboratory has been abandoned." "Abandoned?" Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. For some reason, this P2 laboratory sounded a little familiar to him, but he just couldn't remember it. "Yes, it has been abandoned. There's only this little introduction on the machine and no other details," Sillin said helplessly. Xia Fan shrugged and didn't think any more about it. 20 minutes later, the ship docked. The group of four took advantage of the time when the ship docked to unload cargo to wander around the harbor to see if there was anything delicious to eat. However, while strolling, Xia Fan noticed that Ash suddenly stopped walking. "What's wrong, Ash?" He followed Ash's gaze and saw a handsome young man wearing a hat not far away. The young man looked at them with a smile on his face. "Ash, is he someone you know?" Sillin also noticed that Ash stopped where he was and asked in confusion after following his gaze. "No, I'm meeting him for the first time." Ash shook his head. "Then why does he keep looking at us?" Iris also asked. "I don't know." Ash shook his head again. When he came to his senses, the boy who was watching them was gone. "Huh, where's he?" "Never mind. Let's go find something to eat first. I'm a little hungry," Xia Fan said at this time. Upon hearing this, Ash and the other two did not think any more and followed Xia Fan away. When they walked away, Xia Fan looked back at the ship and saw that the handsome young man had appeared on the ship. He raised his eyebrows and shook his head. An hour later, after eating and drinking their fill, the four returned to the ship, which was about to set sail again. "So boring. How about we have a Pokémon battle as a warm-up for when we arrive at Aspertia City and challenge the gym?" Ash suggested after getting on the ship. "There's a Pokémon battle area at the stern. I saw it when I was wandering around this morning. Who do you want to challenge? Me, Xia Fan, or Iris?" Sillin touched his stomach. He had eaten too much at the food restaurant in Harbor. "Fight with Iris. Doesn't it want to accumulate more fighting skills?" Ash said decisively. Fighting with Xia Fan was asking for trouble. Fighting with Sillin was a bit boring. Only Iris's Dragonite interested him very much. Just then, the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder jumped off his shoulder. "What's wrong, Pikachu?" Ash turned around in confusion and immediately saw the handsome young man who had been watching them from afar at the harbor standing about 10 meters behind him. The boy was walking towards them, and when he got close to Pikachu, he squatted down and touched its cheek using the gesture that Pikachu liked. "This Pikachu is so cute." The boy smiled. "Thanks for the compliment." Ash thanked. Why were you looking at us before?" "Because I heard my friend's voice," said the boy. "Friend?" Xia Fan and the other three looked at each other. "I call Pokémon that because I can hear the inner voices of Pokémon, and the inner voices of both of your Pikachu seem to me to be very fond of their masters." The boy looked at Ash and Xia Fan. Xia Fan frowned slightly and said nothing. "Inner voice? You can hear the inner voice of Pokémon?" Sillin was surprised. "Well, maybe I just think so." The boy smiled and stretched out his hand. "My name is N. Nice to meet you. My name is Ash, and this is my partner Pikachu. My name is Iris, and this child is my partner, Axu. I'm the Pokémon wine stewer, Sillin. My name is Xia Fan, and my partner is also Pikachu." Xia Fan and the other three also introduced themselves one by one. So, where are you four going? And extended his hand to the four people. We are targeting the legendary place associated with Res Hiram. Ash stepped forward to shake hands and said with a smile, not showing any wariness towards En. But as soon as he finished speaking, the handsome young man named En opposite him was stunned and muttered the word Res Hiram. What's wrong? Ash asked puzzledly when he saw En was stunned. No, it's amazing Res Hiram. En's tone was a little flustered. Well, have you seen it? Sillin asked doubtfully. Well, unfortunately, I haven't seen it yet. En scratched his head. But didn't you just say that Res Hiram was very powerful? Iris also asked in confusion. Because it's a legendary Pokémon, En said with a smile, his expression no longer panicked. If you can encounter it, you'll be very lucky. That's true. Iris nodded. Sillin looked at Ash. Come to think of it, Ash, you said you had met Zekrom before, right? Yeah. Ash nodded. At this moment, En on the opposite side narrowed his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed across his originally calm expression. Ash, can you tell me what happened in detail? Sure. Ash readily agreed to En's request without any suspicion. Xia Fan, who had been quiet on the side, was also speechless when he saw this. But he didn't say anything to interrupt, because he remembered some information about this person named En. If I remember correctly, this handsome guy named En seems to be the child born from the union of a human and a Pokémon in the Pokémon world, although this information has never been confirmed. But now that he saw the handsome guy's flowing green hair with his own eyes, he couldn't help but fantasize about it. Either his father is Galade or his mother is Gardevoir. In addition, he remembered that this person named En seemed to be adopted and raised by Getsis, the leader of Team Plasma, a vicious organization in the Unova region. I met Zekrom on the day when Pikachu and I first came to the Unova region. I had just gotten off the plane when a black vortex suddenly appeared in the airport sky. There were thunders inside. Pikachu and I were caught in it because we couldn't escape in time. After we got in, we saw a huge figure in the center of the thundercloud. It was covered with amazing lightning. My Pikachu was hit by one of the lightning bolts, but fortunately, we survived. In the cruise ship's cafe, Ash explained to En what happened on the day he met Zekrom. En was surprised after hearing this. Then he asked, in that case, Ash, you should know the heroic legend of Zekrom. Legend of heroes? Ash frowned, lost in thought. Seeing this, Xia Fan patted his shoulder speechlessly. Didn't we travel with Professor Aurea, Juniper's father, for a while? Didn't he tell us at that time? Ash raised his brows, as if remembering something. Sillin then said, it is the Unova myth, the Black Chapter, Section 18. When the hero who illuminates the darkness and the Pokemon's mind become one, Zekrom will descend and lend his power to that hero. Ah, I remember now. Ash clapped his hands. At this time, En said calmly, in fact, there is a myth that corresponds to this. The Unova mythology, the White Chapter, Section 18, is that when the hero who illuminates the darkness and the Pokemon's heart become one, Res Hiram will descend and lend power to that hero. Ash, Iris, and Sillin were fascinated when they heard this. Only Xia Fan was drinking coffee and asked with a smile, then why are you so interested in Zekrom and Res Hiram, Mr. En? I've been looking for answers. En stood up from his seat and looked out the window at soaring in the sky. Why are there Pokemon in this world? Why were they born in this world? Why is the world like this? Are Pokemon really happy? With the intersection of human values, will the world become gray? Also, what should be done so that Pokemon can become independent individuals? If we can see the legendary Pokemon, Zekrom and Res Hiram, wouldn't we know the origin of this world? And then we can change the world, so this is what I want. En became more and more excited as he spoke, and when he noticed that Ash Iris Sillin had a confused look on his face, and Xia Fan had a meaningful expression, he froze. Sorry, I'm a little too excited. En scratched his head awkwardly. I'm going to go outside to get some fresh air. After saying this, he left the cafe without waiting for anyone to respond. Looking at En's leaving back, the four of them looked at each other. Mr. En is such an interesting and strange person. Iris exclaimed. Yeah. Ash scratched his head. I want to continue chatting with him. Forget it. Iris, let's finish this cup of coffee and then continue the fight. Good. Just like that, the four of them drank their coffee in the cafe and then returned to the Pokémon battlefield on the deck of the ship where they started to battle. During this time, In came over to meet them and said that he would get off at the next stop of the ship, Castelia City, and hoped that they would meet again by chance. Time passed little by little, and by noon of the next day, In had already separated from them. Xia Fan and his friends have arrived in Aspertia City and met the new gym trainer named Chilian. However, the gym here was built on the territory of the Pokémon School, and it was not yet completed, so Ash could only play a one-on-one public demonstration match with Charon, who was both the gym trainer and teacher, in front of dozens of students. The result was that Ash lost, unfortunately. Because his Oshawott was itching for trouble recently, he forcibly replaced Pikachu to participate in this battle. He met Herdier, who was experienced and good at electric skills, and was finally bitten by a Thunder Fong and fell to the ground. After finishing this public demonstration match, Xia Fan and his friends said goodbye to Chilian and began to leave Aspertia City and walk towards the White Ruins, a legendary place related to Reshiram. But when the four of them passed through Swamu Town, they were suddenly attacked by 3 wild Amoonguss. Then the attacking Amoonguss was knocked to the ground by Pikachu's random Thunder Shock and lay motionless. Helplessly, the four could only send them to the Pokémon Center in Swamu Town. When they arrived at the Pokémon Center, the scene before them stunned the four again. The place was already crowded at this time. There are countless Pokémon waiting to be treated, and Nurse Joy is simply overwhelmed. Officer Jenny, what's going on here? They found Officer Jenny maintaining order at the scene, so the four of them went over to inquire. Are the Amoonguss you hold in your hands all wild in the mountains? Officer Jenny asked back when she saw Amoonguss being held by 4 people. Yes. Xia Fan frowned slightly. Are all the Pokémon here wild? Yes. I don't know what happened recently. They suddenly ran out from the mountains and attacked the residents of the town. Officer Jenny nodded. Attack residents? Ash asked in confusion. Why would this happen? Teacher said, I'm also confused now. Officer Jenny said helplessly. The number of Pokémon participating in the attack is increasing every day. Today, it was the power of everyone in Assist Town that suppressed them, but the reason why they suddenly became violent is still unknown. At this time, a passerby heard Officer Jenny's conversation and said to everyone, Speaking of this, I recently saw a group of very strange people wandering around in the mountains. A very strange person? Everyone looked at the passerby. Yes, it's near the observatory. It was closed a long time ago, so there shouldn't be anyone there. The passerby continued. It seems necessary to investigate. Officer Jenny bit her lip and decided where to go next. But at this moment, a staff member from a ranch outside the Pokémon Center ran in. Oh no, this time it's Buffalin's turn to go crazy. Officer Jenny, please come and help us. Hearing others' cries for help, Officer Jenny had no choice but to temporarily abandon the direction of investigation she had just decided on and left with the staff, leaving Xia Fan, Ash, and the others looking at each other in bewilderment. The Pokémon on the mountain suddenly became violent and attacked the residents of the town. According to the information provided by the brother just now, there's something wrong with the observatory. Sillin crossed his arms and stroked his chin with his right hand as he analyzed. I think so too. Let's all go to the observatory together. Ash decided, looking at everyone. Xia Fan shrugged and said, as always, that Solation should follow everyone, while Sillin and Iris both agreed. In this way, the four of them headed towards the town observatory. The observatory was located on a hill northwest of the town. On the way there, the four were stopped by a bearded climber. Where are you guys going? The climber asked after stopping them. We're going to the observatory. Ash, who always liked to tell the truth to everyone, answered quickly. It's too dangerous to go there. It's better not to go. The climber said again. At this time, Xia Fan on the side looked at the climber who suddenly appeared, raised his eyebrows, and after looking at him for a moment, the corners of his mouth rose. Just as he was wondering whether to say anything, he heard a buzzing sound in his ear. Everyone looked around. Mew's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. Master, there is something wrong with this sound. Is there something wrong with the sound? Xia Fan was puzzled and was about to ask when he heard a thunder shock sound from behind him. He turned his head and found that Ash's Pikachu and Iris Axu's eyes suddenly turned red and looked at them with hatred. Pikachu's body was flashing with electricity, as if it was ready to attack at any time. Behind them were several Maractus, Lilligant, and Pidove. Their eyes also turned bloodshot, and they looked at everyone with hatred. What the hell is going on? Why are they the same as the Amoongus we encountered before? Ash said in horror, and was about to rush over to resist the attacks of Pikachu's Thunderbolt, Pidove's Razor Wind, and Lilligant's hidden power with his physical body, and then wake them up. But he was immediately stopped by Xia Fan. "Don't worry, he has a way," Xia Fan shouted, glancing at the hiker who wanted to stop them from moving forward. At this time, the hiker had already taken out a mysterious cube from his bag, and facing the impending Pokémon attack, he threw it out decisively. The cube shot a yellow beam in the air, enveloping everyone and the Pokémon that had lost their minds. In less than 2 seconds, the eyes of Pikachu Axu and those wild Pokémon that suddenly appeared returned to normal. Ash and Iris immediately rushed over to check on them. "Did you recognize me?" the climber asked Xia Fan doubtfully. Xia Fan smiled and said, "Long time no see, handsome man." Mr. Handsome." Ash, who was checking on Pikachu, turned around and screamed when he heard Xia Fan's words. The scream made Iris and Sillin look at each other. Who is Mr. Handsome? Iris wondered. The climber tore off his disguise, revealing the appearance of a funny and capable middle-aged man, and took out a photo for his ID. "I'm an Interpol investigator. Codename, Handsome. Please give me your guidance." "Xia Fan, how did you recognize me?" The handsome guy looked at Xia Fan. "No, my intuition told me that you looked familiar. After thinking about it, I suddenly thought of you because you like to walk around and disguise yourself." Xia Fan shrugged, not wanting to tell him about using his skills. "Your intuition is really accurate. You deserve to have captured so many powerful Pokémon." The handsome guy took back his ID photo. Ash confirmed that Pikachu was fine and carried it to Mr. Handsome. "Mr. Handsome, why are you here?" "Because of the plasma group. They are most likely the culprit for the crisis in this town," said the handsome guy. "Plasma mass," Ash Iris Sillin said in surprise at the same time. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. "Yes, Plasma Group is a mysterious organization that attempts to suppress Unova. We have been investigating them for a long time, but we are still unable to determine their size or members. We only know that they seem to be conducting some kind of experiment on this mountain." "Experiment?" Ash and the others interrupted with surprise. The handsome guy nodded. "Yes, it's the radio wave experiment that makes Pokémon become violent." "An experiment to make Pokémon violent?" Ash wondered. "I understand. The Pokémon turned into that because it received the radio waves, right?" Iris said, "Yes." The handsome guy nodded and picked up the cube he had just thrown from the ground. "Now, the radio wave seems to have stopped transmitting. We have to set off now." After saying that, he packed up and prepared to go up the mountain. "Mr. Handsome, please take us with you. There is strength in numbers," Ash said hurriedly. The handsome guy turned his head, looked at Ash and the others, then looked at Xia Fan. "That's fine, but you must follow my instructions," said the handsome guy. "No problem," Ash quickly responded, picking up his backpack and following the handsome boy. Just like that, with the handsome guy leading the way, the four of them arrived at the observatory on the top of the mountain half an hour later. The place was overgrown with weeds, and it seemed like no one had lived there for a long time. But when they were about to go in, an electromagnetic monster and Golbat flew out and blocked their way. Following behind him were 3 guys in uniforms and masks, who looked like bad guys at first glance. "Are you guys from Plasma Group?" Ash stepped forward and shouted. The person in the middle of the 3 stepped forward and spoke in a woman's voice. "Yes, we are the ones who follow Lord Getsis and act for him like our siblings normal." Puff! Xia Fan, who was walking at the back, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He thought of what Normal said about being like a brother to the boss, and the most likely result was that he would be abandoned by the boss. "What are you laughing at?" Xia Fan's laughter caught the woman's attention, and she immediately ordered Golbat and the electromagnetic monster to attack in a cold voice. "Golbat, Shadow Ball." Magnemite sonic boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow ball and a thunderwave wind blade flew towards Xia Fan and his companions. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Axa Dragon Rage. Ash and Iris quickly ordered Pikachu and Axu to fight back. Two loud noises sounded in quick succession. The skills of both sides collided and canceled each other out in midair, followed by a large group of fog. When the fog cleared, the three members of the plasma group who claimed to be Ghetsis' men had already run into the observatory entrance. "We can't let them get away," Ash shouted. The group hurriedly followed. Following the footsteps of the three people, I finally entered the core area of the observatory and saw a man wearing glasses and a white windbreaker. "You are from Interpol, right?" The man stood in front of the three plasma team members and said slowly, "I am sorry to have waited for you. Are you the man called Ghetsis?" Mr. Handsome shouted. "I'm not." The man in the windbreaker shook his head. "My name is Akram, and I'm a scientist." "What the hell are you doing here, driving the Pokémon on the mountain crazy?" Ash shouted. "Pokémon on the mountain? Oh, you mean those unfit ones? I think they were affected by the spreading radio waves." The man in the windbreaker Achroma said, "I don't think this should be a big problem." Bang! A snap of fingers sounded from Achroma's fingers, and then the entire observatory lit up, and a huge machine appeared in front of Xia Fan and his group. At the same time, 4 Pokémon came up from the control panel. They are Scolipede, Galvantula, Beartic, and Meansheo. Their eyes were blood red. "Let us show you our research." The powerful strength that Pokémon can display when they follow their instinctive desires. Achroma waved at the 4 Pokémon, and they immediately rushed towards Xia Fan Ash and his group with ferocious expressions. Ash and Iris quickly commanded their Pokémon to resist, but this time their battle encountered difficulties. Although they could still fight them on equal terms, Achroma threw out 3 diamond signs while Pikachu, Axu, and Panzage were fighting the enemy. The diamond-shaped mark stuck to the back of Pikachu's forehead. Pikachu's eyes instantly turned bloodshot and turned to hate Ash, Iris, and Sillin. "Pikachu!" Ash screamed. The handsome guy next to him saw this and quickly took out the cube that could restore the Pokémon to normal. But this time, after throwing it, the cube object directly failed. No matter how Ash and the others shouted, Pikachu and Axu ignored them and still hated them. "Give up! Your Pokémon are ours now," Akram said with a smile, and then ordered Pikachu and the others to attack their respective masters. But for some reason, Achroma was shocked again the next second. Under Ash's verbal attack, Pikachu actually hesitated. "Okay, the protagonist halo is finally showing up." Xia Fan, who had not been doing much, complained. "Xia Fan, why don't you take action?" At this time, the handsome guy pushed Xia Fan. He knew that Xia Fan had legendary Pokémon. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, thinking that under the protagonist's halo, these plasma group members would fail sooner or later, so why not let this ending happen a few minutes in advance? 2 seconds later, a Deoxys appeared above everyone's heads. A single psychic caused all the Pokémon present to fall to the ground. "How is this possible? What kind of Pokémon is that? It's so powerful!" Achroma exclaimed. It was unbelievable that the guy standing in the corner opposite him could just casually throw out a Pokémon that he didn't even recognize, and its strength was extremely terrifying. As soon as he appears, all the Pokémon present fall to the ground, and these are the Pokémon whose potential he has inspired. After being amazed, Achroma gradually showed a greedy expression. "Such a powerful Pokémon. I must collect his data and become one of the powerful forces of our plasma team to rule the world." Scolipede, Galvantula, Beartic, Meansheo, Pikachu, Axu, Panzage, stand up and attack them. As he spoke, Achroma stood in front of a machine and began typing frantically on the keyboard. 2 seconds later, an electromagnetic device burst out a powerful thunder wave. Under the influence of thunder wave, the eyes of these controlled Pokémon became increasingly bloodshot, and their expressions became increasingly ferocious. Facing Deoxys' psychic suppression, they actually stood up from their prostrate contest condition, roaring as they burst forth strength from their bodies, preparing to unleash their skills. "Pikachu, stop it! Axis, stop! Panzage, calm down!" Ash, Iris, Sylvan saw this, and were about to rush over to hug them out of worry. They felt the pain of their respective Pokémon, but he was grabbed by Deoxys' tentacles. Don't worry, they will be fine. Xia Fan stepped forward to comfort them, then waved his hand. Deoxys instantly switched from normal form to defensive form. After blocking the attacks of 7 Pokémon on the opposite side with a safeguard, he immediately switched back to attack form. A teleport appeared above Pikachu's heads and released Psychic again. A more powerful confusion than before instantly swept across the entire place. Scolipede, Galvantula, Beartic, Minsheo, Pikachu, Axew, and Panzage all prostrated themselves on the ground once again, causing Acroma and his 3 men to do the same. Deoxys and their sensory organs. Use amnesia. Xia Fan immediately ordered. Deoxys froze in place upon hearing that, the crystal on his chest slowly starting to emit azure blue ripples. After the ripples spread to Pikachu, Galvantula, and Beartic, these Pokémon controlled by special devices, their blood-red eyes gradually cleared and the diamond-shaped marks on their foreheads began to click. After their eyes were completely clear, the diamond symbol shattered, and Pikachu, Axew, and Panzage, who had restored smelling salts, ran towards Ash and the others excitedly. Mr. Xia Fan, we can't let them go. After confirming that Pikachu was fine, Ash called out to Xia Fan. Xia Fan nodded, but just as he was about to order Deoxys to use confusion to hypnotize the plasma group members, a diamond-shaped symbol suddenly shot out from somewhere and hit Deoxys right between the eyebrows. Then Deoxys groaned in pain, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his body began to twist irregularly. Ha ha ha, we succeeded. It's too early for you to be happy. Our plasma team has received this powerful Pokémon. The scientist Acroma, who was lying on the ground, cried out excitedly and stood up frantically. He didn't dare to think about it. He just lay on the ground with the tech gun and tried to shoot at the Pokémon called Deoxys, and it actually succeeded. Deoxys, use amnesia on yourself. At this time, Xia Fan on the opposite side shouted loudly. When Acroma heard this, he hurriedly said, Deoxys is not allowed to use amnesia. Attack them now. As he spoke, he began to frantically tap the keyboard again, wanting the computer to collect data on Deoxys and stimulate its potential so that he could better control it. But as he was typing, Acroma felt something was wrong. He was shocked to find that the computer showed not connected, that Deoxys was not controlled by its research inventions. But he couldn't control it. So why did the Deoxys have bloodshot eyes, as if he had successfully controlled it? Damn it. This broken computer must have had a problem at a critical moment. It should have been connected to contest condition, but it shows not connected. Acroma was annoyed, but then a loud explosion interrupted his anger. He looked up and found that the Deoxys was beginning to lose control. Constantly condense rays to attack all around. The power is so great that wherever the rays pass, they penetrate instantly. Mr. Acroma, go. That Pokémon is crazy. A member of the plasma group panicked and tried to run away, pulling Acroma. Upon hearing this, Acroma tried to order Deoxys to stop, but it was no use, so he had no choice but to flee with his men. Ash and the others tried to stop them, but were blocked by a beam fired by the out-of-control Deoxys. Mr. Xia Fan, quickly wake up Deoxys. If this continues, something terrible will happen. Ash said to Xia Fan in panic. Understood. I will definitely wake him up. Xia Fan nodded repeatedly, but his eyes were fixed on the direction where the plasma group members had just escaped. It should have run far away. Xia Fan muttered to himself. That's right. He was acting again. He wanted the plasma team members who were still useful to him to escape, so he let Deoxys pretend to be controlled. But anyone who knows anything about Deoxys can tell that something is wrong, because Deoxys' brain is in the crystal in his chest. If you fire the control device at the center of your eyebrows, the big question is whether it works. After a while, Xia Fan heard the sound of a helicopter, and he threw out Cressilia's Pokeball decisively. Have it use a skill to awaken Deoxys. After the skill was awakened, Deoxys returned to normal in less than 2 seconds and no longer attacked randomly. Xia Fan saw the opportunity and stepped forward and asked with concern, "Are you okay, Deoxys?" Deoxys shook his head cooperatively, indicating that he was fine and that everyone should not worry. Ash and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Deoxys's abnormality just now scared them. "Oh no, there's a time bomb." At this time, Mr. Handsome suddenly pointed to a place and exclaimed. When they heard the sound, everyone turned their heads and found that the plasma group had actually placed a time bomb on their research machine. At this time, the countdown of the bomb has reached the last 2 minutes. "There's no time left. Let's take Beartick and the others and run away together," said Mr. Handsome. "Good." Ash and the other two quickly agreed and asked Scolipede, Galvantula, Beartick, and Minsheo, who were just controlled by the plasma group of the machine, to follow them. However, time was running out, and on the crowded road, everyone's speed of escaping was still insufficient. Seeing this, Xia Fan decisively ordered Deoxys to use teleport, and at the last minute, teleported everyone to an open area 100 meters away to witness how the observatory was blown to pieces. It was a close call. Fortunately, Deoxys was here, otherwise we would have been buried there. Ash said after escaping. They actually blew up the observatory and destroyed the evidence of the experiment. What a difficult group. Mr. Handsome said angrily while looking at the mushroom cloud in the distance, and then looked at Xia Fan and exclaimed, "But Xia Fan, your Deoxys is really amazing. It is worthy of being a Pokémon from outer space. With so many of us and Pokémon, it can still be brought out together using teleport." Xia Fan smiled and said, "With great power comes great responsibility. When there is danger, of course I have to do my best to protect everyone. I hope everyone is okay." Everyone shook their heads, and the 4 wild Scolipede, Galvantula, Beartick, and Minsheo also made a gesture of gratitude to Xia Fan. "I'm really sorry to bother you today." A few hours later, outside the Pokémon Center, as the sun was setting, Mr. Handsome said goodbye to Xia Fan and his group. "No trouble, this is what we should do," Ash said with a smile. "If we find any plasma clusters again in the future, we will inform you in time." "Thank you very much," Mr. Handsome said gratefully, then looked up at soaring in the sky. "It's getting late, I should leave too. I look forward to seeing you next time." After saying that, Mr. Handsome waved goodbye to the 4 people. Xia Fan and the other 3 watched the handsome man's back as he left, and soon they also took their things and left in the opposite direction, continuing to move towards the white ruins related to Reshiram. 15 days later, Xia Fan and his group arrived in Verbank City. "Wow, Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. In a busy square," Ash said excitedly. Following behind him were Xia Fan, Sillin, Iris, and In. Just a week ago, the 4 of them met In again in a forest, when In was protecting a warrior eagle that was being hunted by Plasma Group. With everyone's help, the Plasma Group was driven away. The warrior eagle regained its freedom, and Ash suggested to In whether he wanted to travel with them. In agreed, and now he heads towards the white ruins with Xia Fan and the others. Looking at the scene in the square, Sillin exclaimed, "This seems to be an exhibition introducing Kanto's local cultural products. No wonder I saw so many people walking this way just now." Ash smiled and said, "The Pokémon displayed here are all Pokémon that can be captured in the Kanto region. Now that I see them, I really miss my hometown." "Hometown? So Ash, you are from Kanto?" And who was following behind asked in surprise. "Yeah, the taste of my hometown is so nostalgic. I wonder if there are any delicious hometown food here. Let's go and take a look," Ash said, and began to wander around the expo. Half an hour later, a group of 5 people came to a big screen, each holding a cup of Kanto's unique beverage specialty. There, everyone saw Professor Oak's video introduction to the Big 3 of Kanto, and saw a Charmander demonstrate her skills. When Ash saw the Charmander, he gradually remembered his own Charizard who was training in the Charizard Valley. Tell everyone the story of his Charizard. As they were talking, Ash began to miss his Charizard more and more. At Xia Fan's suggestion, he finally decided to let Charizard return to the team and travel with them for a while. Just like that, in the Pokémon Center, with the help of Professor Oak, Ash called Charizard, who was far away in Charizard Valley, back to the team and released his new Pokémon to get to know it. Iris and Sylin also released their Pokémon. However, the process of getting to know each other was not simple. As soon as Iris's Dragonite came out, it collided with Ash's Charizard. Although the battle was finally stopped by N's intervention, during the battle, it could be seen that Ash's Charizard was one step ahead of Iris's Dragonite, and his strength was extraordinary, and he had already firmly stood on the position of demigod. This Charizard is pretty good. Even though it's difficult, it already has the potential to break through racial boundaries. Mew's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. It gives high praise to Ash's old spray. I think so too. Xia Fan nodded in agreement. After all, he is the eldest brother among the first generation of the 3 starter Charizards. In Xia Fan's opinion, this Charizard has extraordinary luck. With Charizard joining in, the atmosphere among the group became joyful again. The next morning, the journey continued. The group took a tailwind car to the next city, Driftvale City, which was a city near Sanyan Island where Xia Fan subdued the Sanyan god. When they came to the city again, their group of 5 were about to cross the city bridge to enter the city when an officer, Jenny, blocked their way on a police motorcycle. The area ahead is now off limits. There is a Haxorus going berserk ahead, so we have to block the street now. What Haxorus? Iris immediately became nervous when she heard that the city was temporarily blocked because of the Dragon-type Pokémon. Seeing that the people on the other side did not retreat, Officer Jenny continued to explain, this Haxorus is in a very excited contest condition. It uses special moves indiscriminately and is attacking the street recklessly. How could it be? Ash's face was full of disbelief. That's impossible. Iris also looked unacceptable. Although Haxorus looks a bit fierce, it is actually very gentle. If it fell into the violent contest condition, there must be a reason. There are no bad kids among dragon Pokémon. That's right. Pokémon won't attack randomly without reason. Ash agreed. Seeing Iris and Ash's excited faces, Officer Jenny felt a headache. That's what I said, but we still have no idea about the cause. Everyone should wait patiently for our police to investigate the matter thoroughly. Could it be because of the plasma group? Xia Fan couldn't help but remind him. Don't you think what Officer Jenny said is very similar to the situation in Swanmu Town? As soon as these words came out, Iris and Ash Sylin immediately thought of the Pokemon riot they encountered in Swanmu Town. Then Ash and Iris tried to force their way in, but were stopped. Finally, Sylin suggested breaking in from another place, and Ash and Iris followed everyone out. Mr. Xia Fan, is Deoxys with you? Sylin asked. Let it use teleport, and we can enter the city unnoticed, which is much better than letting Dragonite and Charizard lead us in. No. I released it into outer space early this morning to eat meteorite to replenish its energy. Facing everyone's enthusiastic eyes, Xia Fan lied without blushing or panting. Now is the time to advance the plot, and he doesn't want the old comrades to disrupt the plot. Moreover, there are a large number of police in the city now. If he takes action, it may lead to the arrest of all the people in the plasma group. If they are arrested, who will awaken his Reshiram? Is that so? When they heard Xia Fan say that Deoxys was not around, they were filled with regret, but they did not doubt whether Xia Fan's words were true or not. There seems to be a small boat over there. At this time, N, who had been silent, suddenly pointed to the bottom of the bridge. When everyone heard this, they looked and found a small boat parked there. They jumped down excitedly and rowed quietly to the other side of the bridge. As soon as everyone got ashore, they met an old acquaintance at a corner, Mr. Handsome. Why are you here? The handsome guy was very surprised at the appearance of Xia Fan. Ash. We heard that there was a Haxorus making a scene for no reason, so we came here, Iris answered quickly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Handsome did not say anything, but instead turned his gaze to N, who was walking behind Xia Fan. This is N, our recent travel companion. Sylin saw the look in the handsome guy's eyes and quickly introduced him. N, this is Interpol, codenamed Handsome, Mr. Handsome. When the handsome guy heard Sylin's introduction, he was stunned for a moment, as if he was a little touched by the name N. Then he smiled and nodded. Please give me more advice. and just nodded and told everyone to go find Haxorus. On the way to look for her, the handsome guy walked with Xia Fan. He asked softly, "Xia Fan, how did you two know this N?" Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, realizing that the handsome guy probably knew some information about N. Then she quietly told him how they met. The handsome guy nodded and said, "This N is being frantically searched for by the plasma group now, so you should pay attention next time." Understood. Xia Fan waved his hand, looking very relaxed. A few minutes later, a distant explosion caught everyone's attention. They ran in the direction and finally saw the Haxorus that was attacking indiscriminately in the city. He casually spat out a beam of destructive death light, extremely brutal. Seeing this, Iris immediately wanted to rush over and use Ash's favorite way of talking to wake the other person up, but was quickly stopped by Xia Fan. "Calm down. Look at its eyes. This is very similar to the situation in Swanmu Town. If it weren't for the deep bond between it and this Haxorus, the normal people would not be able to wake it up at all." Xia Fan looked around while speaking. "The only way is to find the plasma group hiding in the dark and destroy the machine." The handsome man at the side took out a special mobile phone that could be used to detect radio waves, looked at the abnormal radio waves on it, and then agreed with Xia Fan. "Yes, there seems to be some special radio waves. Everyone, get out of the way. I'll use the isolator to get Haxorus back to normal." Mr. Handsome took out the cube that he had used in Swanmu Town from his pocket. After throwing it at Haxorus' feet, a yellow beam of light shot out from it, instantly forming a saffron-colored film that wrapped Haxorus. If what happened in Swanmu Town were the same, Haxorus should be able to regain his consciousness in no time. However, this time was not the case. The saffron-colored film shattered in less than 2 seconds after it was formed. There's actually no way. The electric bobby developed by this plasma group is even stronger than before. There's no way to isolate it at all. Mr. Handsome was shocked. The handsome guy turned his head and looked at Xia Fan. "Xia Fan, where is your Deoxys? Now that we can't find the plasma ball hiding in the dark, we can only let Deoxys come out and try to use amnesia on Haxorus. It's not here. Early this morning, I released it into outer space to eat meteorites to replenish its energy. It hasn't come back yet." Xia Fan repeated his previous excuse. "There is no other way, so we can only suppress it with violence. Pikachu, Thunderbolt." Ash ordered, and the Pikachu on his shoulder flew towards the randomly attacking Haxorus. A powerful spark explodes in midair. However, these sparks did not cause any damage to Haxorus at all, and he continued to attack indiscriminately in all directions. "In that case, leave it to me. Come out, Dragonite." Iris saw this, and threw the Pokeball. A red light flashed, and its unruly Dragonite appeared. "Dragonite, freeze ray." Dragonite howled, and a beam of icy light shot out from its mouth, instantly freezing Haxorus, who was about to use Dragon Pulse. Unfortunately, before everyone could rejoice, Haxorus broke free from the freezing contest condition again. At the same time, an inexplicable blue beam suddenly shot out from a tall building in the distance and shot directly into Dragonite's brow. Soon, everyone saw Dragonite's eyes were bloodshot, and he no longer followed Iris's orders and attacked randomly with Haxorus. "What's going on? Dragonite, what's wrong with you?" Iris said in horror. "It was that beam of light just now. It was a plasma ball. It must be them," Scyllin said in horror. Everyone began to look around, looking for the plasma cluster. "Master, that's where the beam of light just came from." And Mew's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan followed the direction it pointed and immediately saw a tall building in the northwest. A helicopter had just taken off and was heading towards them. "Everyone look at that." Ash noticed it soon, too. 10 seconds later, the scientist who claimed to be a Chroma, who was met in Swanmu Town, jumped off the helicopter with his subordinates. Lord Getsis is looking for you." As soon as she came down, a masked woman wearing a hat in the plasma group shouted to In behind Xia Fan. Ash, Iris. Scyllin turned around and looked at In after hearing this. "Do they know Mr. In?" Ash asked in surprise. "What is going on?" Scyllin was also surprised. At this time, the masked woman said, "What are you doing here? You should have been ordered to appear before Lord Getsis." I will no longer obey your requests. In said coldly, I ask you, what have you done to these Pokémon? Set them free as soon as possible. Huh. Professor Acroma sneered. We didn't do anything. We were just helping them and channeling 120% of their abilities. What did you say? Said Enrage. That is to say, they cannot display their true strength under normal circumstances, but with our help, they can fully display their original strength and even become even stronger. Well, Haxorus and Dragonite look very powerful now, don't they? Acroma said leisurely. You're talking nonsense. This kind of power is fake after all. En scolded. No, how can this be called false? This is the real power that has been put into practice from theory. It just makes them lose a little bit of their rationality. Acroma said this and turned to look at Xia Fan. Where is your Pokémon called Deoxys? Let out quickly. I have further strengthened my research equipment. This time it will not be able to cause an out-of-control contest condition again. Xia Fan raised his brows and was about to lie again when Ash rushed in front of him. He threw a new Poke Ball resolutely. Don't dream, Charizard Flamethrower. Destroy that helicopter. A red light flashed, and Charizard appeared, condensing a ball of flaming plasma and spitting it out directly from the helicopter behind him. Dragonite, Haxorus, stop it. Acroma waved his hand and shouted. Then Dragonite and Haxorus rushed towards Charizard. Flamethrower was easily blocked by the combined efforts of the two of them. Where's Deoxys? Let out. Acroma looked at Xia Fan with burning eyes. Deoxys isn't here. I put him in outer space to recharge his energy. Xia Fan shrugged and took out a new Poke Ball from his waist. But if you really want me to help, I can let my other Pokemon play with you and test the improved machine. As he said that, he threw the Poke Ball into the air. A red light flashed, and a shrill laugh echoed in everyone's ears. Accompanied by the shrill laughter, everyone felt a black wave rushing towards them. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes and put their hands up to cover their eyes, but the waves never came. When they opened their eyes, they saw a Jengar of a different color blending into the black waves. It was hovering in midair, exuding a powerful pressure, and beneath their feet, the black waves had already submerged them up to their calves. Is this wave real or fake? Acroma looked down at the black waves below him with a shocked expression. Because he couldn't feel the touch of the black waves, he couldn't tell whether the waves were real or an illusion. Double axe. At this moment, a roar came from overhead. Haxorus and Dragonite immediately shifted their attack targets to Jengar because of Jengar's appearance. Both Pokemon attack at the same time. Haxorus used the Destruction Death Ray. Dragonite used Fire Punch. The two skills hit Jengar one after another, but could only pass through his body. Just when everyone thought that the Jengar was an image, the Jengar was able to grab the Dragonite that was firing a Fire Punch at it, grab Dragonite by the throat, and slam into ground's black waves. The waves instantly submerged Dragonite. Dragonite. Iris was startled and rushed to rescue him, but was stopped by Xia Fan. Don't worry, Dragonite is fine. He just temporarily lost his ability to fight. Xia Fan comforted. Then he frowned slightly as he looked at Jengar, who was leisurely and contented in the air. He didn't expect that Jengar, who hadn't appeared for a long time, had become much stronger. He was certain that Jengar's use of Dark Pulse was breaking new ground. Ability to switch between virtual and real solation. That's why the attacks from Haxorus and Dragonite just now passed through its body, but the next second, it was able to materialize and grab the opponent. Although they could not feel the waves under their feet, as long as Jengar wanted, the waves could drown them in an instant just like the real ones. Otherwise, Dragonite would not have fallen down under the waves without resistance. On the other side, Acroma and the plasma groups were startled and looked nervously at the black waves under their feet, fearing that in the next second, the waves would drown them like they had just swept Dragonite. No, such a powerful Jengar should stay under the command of our plasma group. Acroma pulled out a tech gun and shot at Jengar without saying a word. Bang! A gunshot was heard and a triangular thunder wave shot towards Jengar. This time, the improved version will definitely succeed. Looking at the thunder wave rushing towards Jengar, Achroma said confidently that the failure of Deoxys last time made him realize the shortcomings of his own equipment. So he has been concentrating on research during this period. He is confident that unless it is a legendary Pokémon, it will obey him obediently. However, after a few seconds, Achroma's expression froze. Because when the triangular thunder wave shot into Jengar simply opened its big mouth and swallowed it, and nothing happened. How is this possible? Achroma screamed, unable to accept that all the research he had been doing day and night was actually swallowed by the Jengar. Charizard Flamethrower. At this moment, Ash caught the Plasma Team members and Haxorus, all of whom were distracted by Jengar, and once again issued an attack order to Charizard. Boom! The Flamethrower hit the helicopter, which exploded shortly afterwards, producing flames that shot up into the sky. Countless fragments came towards everyone. Jengar! Xia Fan hurriedly shouted to Jengar. After hearing this, Jengar controlled the waves to materialize and blocked everyone. After a dozen seconds, the noise faded and the waves receded. Where's Plasma Group? Where's Mr. Handsome? Ash looked around and found that the Plasma Groups and Mr. Handsome from Power Trip were nowhere to be seen. Only Haxorus, who had recovered smelling salts, was left standing there in a daze. Mr. N, what's wrong with you? At this time, Iris noticed that N had fallen to the ground and was motionless for some reason, and she shouted in panic. Everyone gathered around. Jengar, do you know what happened? Xia Fan looked up and asked the ancestor. Upon hearing this, the ancestor controlled the black waves to form words, informing everyone of what had just happened in the explosion. It turned out that during the explosion, Mr. Handsome discovered that the members of the Plasma Group wanted to escape and wanted to stop them. And saw this and wanted to help, but was hit by a block of iron halfway and fell to the ground. Is that so? I was wondering why Plasma Group and Mr. Handsome disappeared. Ash scratched his head. Now is not the time to worry about the plasma ball. Instead, we should send Mr. N to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. Sillin said hurriedly and was about to carry Mr. N on his back. However, just as he squatted down, he saw a ball of mist suddenly sweeping in front of him. Mist enveloped everyone. Suddenly, it was pitch dark. Everyone's expressions began to panic. I only heard footsteps not far away. Do you want me to stop them? Jengar's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. To him and Jengar, the mist in front of them was of no use at all. They could clearly see two girls moving through the fog with a Miss Gerda and a Gardevoir. Their purpose seemed to be to catch the unconscious in and use confusion to float in midair and take him away. No need to stop me, just follow me, Xia Fan said calmly, and then followed the two girls, shuttling through the fog. Ash and the others followed in the fog, hearing the footsteps. Half an hour later, the fog gradually dissipated. Xia Fan and Ash followed the two girls and somehow ended up in a dense forest. After the fog dissipated, and was placed by two girls in a clean lake in the forest for soaking. Hello, who are you two? Sillin couldn't help but ask the two pretty girls who suddenly appeared in front of him. Ash at the side couldn't help but wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Gardevoir, who was behind the two girls. Look! At this time, the sharp-eyed Iris discovered that something was wrong in the lake and said hurriedly. Mr. N's injuries seemed to be healing. As she spoke, light gradually began to bloom in the lake. What an incredible flavor! This spring water actually has healing properties, Sillin exclaimed. The light bloomed for several minutes, and after several minutes, N slowly opened his eyes from the lake. Helena, Barbina, and looked surprised when he saw the two girls. Mr. N, are they your friends? Ash on the shore said at this time. Without waiting for N to reply, the two girls standing next to him turned around and looked at Xia Fan and the others coldly. You guys are uninvited guests. Please leave this place immediately. As they were talking, Miss Gerda and Gardevoir behind them prepared to use confusion on Xia Fan and the other three. But N stopped him. It's okay to let them stay here. They're different from others. They have strong bonds with their Pokémon. Just ask them and you will know. N smiled and motioned the two girls to look at the Pikachu and Axu on Xia Fan, Ash Iris's shoulders. Pika, Axu. Ash's Pikachu and Iris Axu heard the words and lovingly pressed their faces against their masters. Mew on Xia Fan's shoulder danced directly on Xia Fan's head to show that he and his master were very close. It seems so. The two girls hesitated and said, I can't believe they're so trusted by Pokémon. It seems that you two, like Mr. N, can understand the language of Pokémon. Sillin said at this time, Yes, you are right. They can hear the thoughts of Pokémon just like me. They are one of my few companions. N nodded with a smile, then stood up from the shallow lake, opened his hands, and loudly and solemnly introduced the place where he was at to the four people. Welcome to our hidden abode. As he spoke, all kinds of Pokémon suddenly appeared in the dense jungle around him. There are Patrat, Pidove, Audino, Sawaddle, Cottonee, Petalil, and so on. Although these are all Pokémon in Earl Dervish form, they all show great happiness at N's arrival, and Growl keeps on coming. N waved to them happily, and then took Xia Fan and the others to visit an old villa covered with trees not far behind them. Inside, Xia Fan and his friends saw many injured Pokémon. They are all Pokémon that have been hurt by humans or treated terribly, so I rescued them and placed them here to recuperate. Inside as he looked at the injured Pokémon. Physical injuries can be healed, but emotional injuries are not easy to heal. Until these injured Pokémon are healed, the two of them will always stay by their side and protect them. How great! Iris exclaimed after hearing this. After hearing this, Ash was unusually smart and asked in confusion, Mr. N, why did you take this trip for Pokémon? Do you have any relationship with Plasma? N fell into a brief silence after hearing Ash's question. Then he smiled bitterly and asked a few people to follow him to the living room of the villa and sit down. He said slowly, the three of us were actually raised by Getsis, the founder of the Plasma Group. We were locked up in a closed room since we were young and were not allowed to contact the outside world. What? He was raised by Getsis, the founder of Plasma Group? Ash and the other two were shocked when they heard this. Seeing their big reaction, Xia Fan, who was standing by, also pretended to be shocked. Seeing the four people's reactions, N smiled bitterly again and continued. He told us since childhood that Pokémon were abused because of humans and thus suffered great harm. So it is the mission of Plasma Corps to save the situation, and we have to become the great coaches of Plasma Corps because we have the ability to talk to Pokémon. At this point, the two girls took over the topic. But those are all lies. In fact, Getsis has a real purpose. That's why he wants to use us and N, who has the most powerful power, to achieve his goal. We didn't detect his lies at that time until one night 2 years ago when N was called out of the house for the first time. He asked me to complete some unknown ritual there. N took over the topic again. However, when the ritual was halfway through, a huge fireball suddenly fell from the sky, interrupting the ritual. Then a huge Pokémon appeared in front of me. The Getsis called it Res Hiram. Res Hiram. Ash was surprised. Xia Fan's pupils shrank when he heard this. Then what? N continued. After Res Hiram showed up, he turned the place into a sea of fire and anger. I don't remember how I was saved at the time. I only remember that when I woke up, there was no one else in the burned ruins until Helena and the others showed up and rescued me. They told me that the three of us were deceived by the Getsis. The ritual was a ritual that the Getsis wanted to use me to summon Res Hiram and control it to rule the world. However, they never expected that they would anger the other party, so this place became a ruin. After learning the result, I started a wandering journey with the two of them and finally came here. I see. Ash sighed after hearing this. Iris also sighed. Thank you for your hard work. Only Sillin was still a little confused and asked, but why did you, Mr. N, run outside now? Wouldn't it be dangerous to come into contact with the Plasma Group? We had hoped to live peacefully in this place. But N said he wanted to see the outside world. The two girls took over the topic and answered. Sillin looked at N when he heard that and said, because I really want to know, did the Getsis really use Res Hiram to rule the world after they summoned it? Later, when I traveled around the world, I learned more about how many cruel things the Plasma Group had done, and I couldn't ignore them. Sillin listened and said, so, you're helping Pokémon for Plasma all over the world, right? Yes, and nodded, because I want to help my friends, and Pokemon are my friends. It's not just the plasma group. Helena, one of the two girls, said, there are many Pokemon in this world who have been abused by humans. We do this not only to break the hypocritical ideals of the Getsis, but more importantly, for the happiness of the Pokemon. We believe that if humans really want to live in peace with Pokemon, they should live in separate places and not interfere with each other. Barbina, one of the two girls, said, only in this way can we prevent tragedies from happening and keep Pokemon from being abused. Please wait a moment. Sillin suddenly stood up from his seat and refuted the other party in a decisive tone. Not all humans will abuse Pokemon. Yes, there are still many kind people in this world. Ash also stood up. That's right. Iris also stood up. All of a sudden, Xia Fan was the only one left sitting on the crowded sofa. He looked at the three righteous guys next to him, then glanced at the two sharp-eyed girls opposite him, and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Because the opinions of both sides originally didn't matter to him at all. The only difference was that he was now in a dilemma, not knowing whether to sit or stand. Fortunately, before Ash and the others could ask Xia Fan to stand up and refute them, the two girls on the opposite side shouted angrily, "This is the utopia of Pokemon, so please, all of you who disagree, get out of here now." Upon hearing the eviction order from the other side, Ash and the other two were stunned for a moment, then looked at In, who was indifferent on the opposite side, then looked at each other, sighed, and took the initiative to pick up their backpacks and walked outside. Xia Fan watched Ash and the others leave, shrugged, and naturally followed them. When he passed by In, he whispered, Pokemon and humans can live in peace. Ash and I share the same view on this point. Everything has its pros and cons. Your method may not be right. I hope you can think about it carefully. In was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and fell into deep thought as he looked at the backs of Xia Fan and Ash as they left. After Xia Fan and his friends left In's villa castle, a thick white fog suddenly covered the area. The mist enveloped everyone, and before the four could think much, they only felt dizzy for a while, and then the mist dissipated. When they looked around, they saw a large plane. What is this? Ash looked around in surprise. It's teleport. I think Miss Gerda and Gardevoir teamed up to use it against us. Xia Fan answered that when the mist was covering them just now, he saw Miss Gerda and Gardevoir suddenly appear around the four of them. Although they were hiding in the mist, he still saw them with his skills, and the short-term dizziness was caused by the activation of teleport. They probably don't want us to know the location of the castle, Sillin said angrily. And then he looked around, and then he saw a huge tower standing in the distance, so high that it pierced the sky. Look, that seems to be the Dragon Spiral Tower, the oldest tower in our Unova region. Since they sent us here, Sillin said in surprise, not caring about being angry. As long as we pass through there, we can reach the White Ruins. White Ruins? Ash and Iris looked delighted, instantly forgetting the unpleasantness just now. They picked up their respective Pikachu and Axu and ran off into the distance. 3 hours later, the four passed through the Dragon Spiral Tower and came to a pit that was being excavated. That is the White Ruins. There the four saw many Timburr, Girder, Conkeldurr, and several Golurks. These Pokemon are digging up everything under the dirt pit here. It was also here that the four met a staff member who had been waiting here for a long time and was arranged by Professor Aurea Juniper. When a staff member heard that Xia Fan and his group were introduced by Professor Aurea Juniper, he enthusiastically led the four of them into an excavated cave and told Xia Fan and the others that not long ago they made a great discovery of the century in the ruins. The discovery of the century? What is that? Ash and Iris were surprised by the guide's words. You will meet the professor later, and he will tell you in person. The staff smiled and kept the secret. Then he continued to lead the way, chatting and laughing with Ash Iris Sillin along the way. The only person he didn't say a word to was Xia Fan. But it's not that he doesn't want to, but Xia Fan's playful eyes always make him very uncomfortable. Finally, when Ash and his friends were attracted by a mural in the basement and stopped briefly, he came to Xia Fan and asked tentatively, Sir, why do you always look at me like that? Is there something I did wrong? "There's nothing wrong. You did a good job. It's just that looking at you reminded me of someone." Xia Fan hugged Mew, who had turned into Pikachu, smiled, and said softly, "A codenamed handsome guy, an Interpol who always likes to use a fake identity to communicate with people." As soon as these words were spoken, the staff member's pupils shrank immediately. Looking at Xia Fan, he swallowed and said helplessly, "How did you recognize me?" "Guess." Xia Fan joked. The staff member felt as if something was stuck in his throat and could only sigh after a while and said, "I'm too lazy to guess. I can only say that you are really good at judging people." Xia Fan chuckled. "But to be honest, you, the Interpol, are really efficient. We separated in Verbank City, and right after that, you arrived at the White Ruins earlier than us, and even became an insider. Wow, you're incredible. You're worthy of being the Interpol." "I can't help it. After I separated from you guys in Verbank City, I followed the plasma group and came here." Mr. Handsome shrugged helplessly. "But after we came here, the traces of the plasma group disappeared, so I could only look for them nearby. As a result, I found myself following the plasma group to the White Ruins. According to our Interpol information, the plasma group and Res Hiram have had intersections before, so I made a fake identity, sneaked in here, and pretended to be an assistant of the professor, waiting for the plasma group in the dark to show up." "Oh." Xia Fan nodded to show that he understood. At this time, Ash and his friends had finished looking at the murals and signaled Mr. Handsome to continue leading the way. The handsome guy responded first and whispered as he passed Xia Fan, "Don't tell Ash and them who I am yet." Xia Fan nodded and continued to follow the crowd. About 10 minutes later, the group followed the cave and came to a larger secret room. Professor Aurea Juniper's father, old Professor Aurea Juniper, had been waiting inside for a long time. As soon as I came in, I greeted Xia Fan, Ash, and the others. They had met each other once before in Iris's hometown, Dragon Country, during their travels, so they were not strangers. "Professor Aurea Juniper, what exactly is the discovery of the century?" As soon as he said hello, Ash couldn't wait to ask the question he wanted to be answered the most. "Look at this door." Old Professor Aurea Juniper turned and pointed to a square door behind him that was engraved with various patterns. The patterns carved on it are all murals. After I interpreted these murals in conjunction with ancient texts, we have determined that there should be important items related to Res Hiram, which is the legendary Pokémon that controls fire among the Dragon-type Pokémon. We know about it. I heard that the flames from its tail can burn everything to ashes. Ash answered quickly, "Professor, is there really something related to Res Hiram in there? If so, it really is the discovery of the century." "Yes, in order to confirm this, we must first open the door, because this door is currently blocked by an imprison." Old Professor Aurea Juniper nodded and walked towards the ruins mural. "But you are lucky. Just now, based on my investigation so far, I found a way to remove the imprison." As he spoke, old Professor Juniper came to the mural and began to push the mural mechanism step by step according to the notebook in his hand. "Do this first, then do this, go left, then up." More than 10 minutes later, as the last piece of the mural was pushed to the correct position, the entire mural mechanism burst into a bright white light the next second, and then the huge mural mechanism in front of them disappeared, and an open entrance came into everyone's sight. Old Professor Aurea Juniper walked in first, followed by the others. After walking forward for a few more minutes along the entrance, everyone finally came to a secret room that was even larger than the previous one. No, rather than a secret room, it was more like a huge inverted triangle palace. Everyone was amazed. "Everyone, look at that." Ash, who is regarded as the protagonist in the group, is often the one who is most likely to find treasures. As soon as he came in, he found an oval object placed in the center of the palace. Old Professor Aurea Juniper followed his gaze and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "That's the Radiant Stone." After saying that, he rushed towards the center of the palace. "Glowstone, what is that?" Ash stayed where he was, puzzled. Iris took a deep breath and explained, "The Radiant Stone is said to be what Res Hiram looks like after changing the contest condition." The appearance after changing the contest condition. Ash's pupils shrank. "Doesn't that mean Res Hiram is right in front of us?" Ash ran after the old red-shirt professor. The others followed closely. However, just as everyone approached, and old Professor Rhea Juniper was about to pick up the stone, a ball of hot flame suddenly burst out from the stone. The flame rose into the sky like a real dragon, broke through the top of the ruins, and came to the outside world, causing the gust cloud to change color. That's it, on a dense forest trail, and sat on the back of a sawsbuck, staring in shock at the flames soaring in the sky in the distance. "Is that you, Res Hiram?" Looking at the flame, En clenched his fists, then loosened them, jumped off Sawsbuck's back, and gently touched Sawsbuck's back. "Thank you for bringing me here. It will be dangerous to go further. You should go back to the forest first." Sawsbuck licked En's cheek and turned away. "Everyone look!" On the other side, the fire attracted the attention of the plasma group members who were hiding not far from the White Ruins. They were equally shocked as they looked at the flames rising into the sky. Someone quickly analyzed this light and confirmed whether it is emitted by Res Hiram. Yes. Under the command of an executive, the other members immediately controlled a machine to point it at the flames coming from the White Ruins. In just a moment, the machine projected an image of a gigantic, all-white Pokémon. It is none other than Res Hiram, the three dragons of the Way and legend. All the plasma team members cheered immediately, and the leading executive hurriedly contacted the boss Getsis. And inside the ruins, everyone was shocked as they watched this miracle up close. Xia Fan's pupils shrank, and his eyes were fixed on the stone placed on the ancient platform. The divine beast perception has responded. At the moment the flame burst out, the perception of the divine beast in his mind began to fluctuate. The stone that is firmly locked on is a legendary Pokémon. But a minute later, the miraculous flames that shot up into the sky dissipated. The stones on the platform returned to calm. The wind and clouds outside also calmed down, and the perception of the divine beast in his mind immediately disappeared. "It seems that I need to let Res Hiram return from this stone before I can capture him," Xia Fan guessed in his heart. "In that case, we need the plasma group and their people to come out and do the work." Xia Fan looked up at soaring in the sky. He couldn't believe that now that such a key treasure appeared, the boss group in the Unova region didn't lie in ambush. Moreover, seeing the flames rising into the sky just now, anyone should know that something extraordinary has been found in the ruins. Therefore, he had to play the pig and eat the tiger again, letting the professionals like Plasma Group snatch the Radiant Stone and then awaken Res Hiram. "Professor, are you hurt?" While Xia Fan was thinking, Ash and the others ran up to the professor and said nervously, "It's okay. This is a great discovery today. Let's take it outside to study it." Professor Aurea Juniper shook her head in delight, then took an empty box from the handsome man pretending to be a staff member, took the Radiant Stone off the stone platform, and put it in it. 20 minutes later, the group passed through the cave and returned to the outside of the ruins. Mr. Handsome, disguised as a staff member, went to get the testing tools according to the professor's instructions, while Xia Fan, Ash, and the others followed the professor and waited there. "Professor, if this Radiant Stone is really Res Hiram, how can we wake him up?" While waiting, Ash asked the professor a question of his own. The others looked over when they heard this. "I don't know that yet." Professor Aurea Juniper knelt on one knee, placed the box on the ground, opened it, and gently stroked it as if it were a treasure, saying, "However, the white chapter of Pokémon mythology records some words. In human history, if someone has the courage to pursue the real world, Res Hiram will appear. First, Res Hiram will fight this person to test his heart and strength. Then, if Res Hiram determines that this person is a hero, it will stand on the same side as the hero and fight against the hero's enemies. After that, Res Hiram will treat the hero with the tenderness of a mother, normal. However, the man who became a hero eventually lost his kindness because of the great wealth and power he gained." At this point, a magnetic voice took over the topic from Professor Hongdaoshan. "So, Res Hiram burned the country created by the hero and left without a trace." Everyone looked over when they heard the sound, and immediately saw In standing on a huge rock not far away with his back to the sun, looking down at them with an indifferent look on his face. "Mr. N, why are you here?" Ash was surprised. Of course, I noticed the stealthy actions of the plasma group, and I also felt the presence of Res Hiram. N said calmly, "You're not referring to the Radiant Stone, are you?" Iris said, "Yes, just now in the distance, I felt a sense of sadness." N nodded. "Ash, who is he?" Professor Aurea Juniper looked at N, who suddenly appeared warily, while closing the iron box in his hand. "He's our friend," Ash said without even thinking. Xia Fan, who was standing by, twitched his mouth when he heard this and wanted to say something, but held back. N came here now with such a cold expression. He felt that he could guess roughly what he wanted to do without anyone saying it. "Oh, my friend." But Professor Aurea Juniper chose to believe Ash. "Professor, I know about your situation. What are you going to do with the Lightstone now?" N said, "I plan to study it carefully in a safe place." Professor Redbean Sand smiled. "After all, the Radiant Stone and Res Hiram are the subject of my life's research." "Is that so? Then I won't say anything more." After hearing that, N's eyes flickered for a while, and he suddenly jumped off the boulder. Then he quickly snatched the iron box containing the light stone from the professor in front of everyone with his agility. N, who snatched the iron box, quickly moved away from the crowd and looked at everyone apologetically. "Mr. N, what are you doing?" Ash scolded. "I'm sorry, I can't give the Radiant Stone to Professor." N shook his head. "I've seen Res Hiram destroy the plasma mass and walk away. Actually, I've always wanted to ask Res Hiram why he wanted to burn everything. What caused him to be so raging? And how does he view humans? To me, Res Hiram is equivalent to a god. If it feels rage towards humans, I hope it can relieve that rage." At this point, N looked at the box in his hand and lowered his head and said, "Then in order to free all Pokémon, I hope it can guide me and the Pokémon as to what is real and what is wrong." Ash heard this and said quickly, "In that case, you can be with Professor Aurea Juniper. Isn't it the same?" But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the excited N. "No, from your answer just now, I already know that to the Professor, this Radiant Stone is just a research subject. No, there is absolutely no such thing." Professor Hongdaoshan quickly denied it, but N didn't believe it at all. He said, "I'm sorry, I will be in charge of the Radiant Stone," and turned and ran away. Ash followed closely behind and asked N to return the Lightstone. But N naturally refused, so the two of them ran outside the ruins, one in front and one behind. Xia Fan and Iris followed behind. Seeing Ash talking big but refusing to order Pikachu to attack, Xia Fan couldn't help but complain. "You are too soft-hearted. Just give Pikachu a thunderbolt." Oh no! Just as he finished complaining, the ground beneath the feet of the two people running in front suddenly sank, and they fell into a dark cave at the same time. Then, an explosion was heard not far away, and dozens of starlies flew out from the woods. "What's going on?" Scyllin and Iris looked around in shock, and saw countless plasma team members wearing masks coming out from all directions and quickly surrounding everyone. "It's finally here." Xia Fan was immediately delighted when he saw these people. He had waited for so long and finally saw these guys. He knew that these people must be waiting outside. "Don't move." A young man with orange hair stepped out from the crowd of the plasma group, looked at Xia Fan and the others and said, "Solation, the White Ruins are completely surrounded by us. You'd better not put up any unnecessary resistance. We will take over the Radiant Stone." Professor Hongdaoshan said, "But the Light Stone is not in our hands now." "Of course we know this," the orange-yellow young man said with a smile. "We know that N took the Light Stone and fell into the ruins, so you guys retreat." As he spoke, a helicopter flew in from soaring in the sky. The orange-yellow youth immediately sent someone to pick it up and at the same time sent another group of people down the pit to take back the Light Stone. After a while, an acquaintance who had met Xia Fan and Iris several times came down from the plane with a machine. As soon as he came down, his eyes instantly locked on Xia Fan. "My friend, long time no see," Professor Akram of the Plasma Group said with a smile. "Because of you, I upgraded my machine again. This time there will definitely not be any defects. So, release your powerful Jengar, and that Pokémon called Deoxys. Otherwise, you will just have to watch us turn the powerful Res Hiram into a fighting machine for our plasma group. Seeing that the other party had said such things, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Throw out 2 Pokeballs decisively. A red light flashed, and Deoxys and Gengar appeared at the same time. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted all the Pokémon of the Plasma Team. And Deoxys used just one confusion to send the Plasma Team members and their Pokémon flying more than 10 meters, including the Plasma Team executive who had just yelled at Xia Fan and the others. Iris and Sillin were so excited that they told the Plasma Group to get out of here immediately, otherwise Deoxys and Gengar would beat them all down. But the 2 of them didn't stay happy for long. Deoxys and Gengar, who used to kill gods and Buddhas, were actually controlled by Akroma's new machine. The next second after Akroma pressed his machine, an invisible sound wave began to spread, not only controlling Deoxys and Gengar instantly, but also the Pokémon of some ruins staff not far away. Impossible! How is this possible? Iris and Sillin exclaimed. Xia Fan, who was standing by, collapsed to the ground in shock. Akroma laughed out loud, thinking that his invention was finally invincible. Okay, just sit here and watch me command your 2 powerful Pokémon to help us summon Res Hiram. Akroma said with a smile, and then ordered Xia Fan's Deoxys to rush into the pit and grab the Radiant Stone back. Deoxys immediately took action upon hearing this, rushing into the cave entrance to snatch the Radiant Stone. What Akroma didn't know was that Xia Fan was slumped outside the cave with his head down. At this moment, he acted out his shock at his Pokémon being controlled, with the corners of his mouth raised. 10 seconds later, Deoxys flew out of the pit. He threw in an ash solation to the ground, and at the same time sent a glowing stone to Akroma. It's over, it's all over now. Seeing the most important light stone fall into the hands of the Plasma Group, Professor Aurea Juniper said in panic. What should we do? Is there any other way to stop them? Iris and Sillin looked at Xia Fan in shock, hoping that he could turn the situation around. Xia Fan, who still had a smile on his face, saw the 2 men looking at him and immediately turned into a desperate expression, holding his head in his hands, muttering, I don't know either. It might really be over. We can only hope that something unexpected happens to their Plasma Group, allowing Gengar and Deoxys to regain their sanity. At this point, Xia Fan became excited again and yelled, If Gengar and Deoxys can regain their sanity, I will definitely blow up Akram's head and destroy the machine he is researching. This roar naturally attracted Akroma's attention. He laughed triumphantly, shook his hands, and said that it was impossible to continue, and told Xia Fan to just wait and see. It was also at this time that a new helicopter descended from soaring in the sky and landed in the open space in the center of the ruins. Then a middle-aged man with a very dignified appearance and holding a special scepter walked down. All the Plasma Group executives present stepped forward immediately when they saw the man. Lord Getsis, we have the Radiant Stone, and N is also in our hands. Everything is ready. The leading female executive explained to the man. Thank you for your hard work. Getsis nodded, then looked around and saw that his men had taken control of everything here. Then he smiled faintly. A few minutes later, Getsis was led by one of his men to the abandoned altar above the ruins. The subordinate placed a glowing stone that was emitting red light and looked like a ball of magma in the center of the altar. At the same time, N was tied up by 2 men and placed at Getsis' feet. Getsis, are you going to make the same mistake again? N scolded Getsis. You should still remember how terrible it was when you summoned Res Hiram. But Getsis smiled contemptuously. I will not repeat the same mistake. We now have the Pokémon control machine. You're no longer of any use. Now I let you lie here safely just to let you witness the great deeds of my Plasma Group with your own eyes. After saying that, Getsis kicked N away from his feet, walked to the altar, picked up the special scepter he brought, and held it high. The next second, the scepter burst into a dazzling blue light, and the ancient braziers with a long history around the altar suddenly reignited. Under the illumination of the blue light, the flames from those braziers shot up into the sky condensed in midair, and finally formed a pillar of fire that fell under the altar. After a loud explosion, the point where the pillar of fire fell formed a strange blood-red circular pattern. The pattern was originally only 1 meter wide, but in the third second after it was formed, it began to spread continuously and finally spread to the entire altar, as if a demon from hell would rush out of the pattern in the next second. Faced with this scene, Getsis raised the scepter in his hand, pointed it at the light stone, and began to shout spells loudly. Reshiram is a legendary Pokémon. Rekindle your flame. Come to our world. At this point, the scarlet light stone reacted instantly. It was as if it had come to life. The flames inside began to grow and shrink, and at the same time, a burning sensation began to envelop everyone in the ruins. No, Reshiram, you must not wake up here, and started screaming and yelling. But the next second he was kicked to the ground by an executive of the plasma group. On the other side, Iris, Ash, and the others, who were tied up with ropes, looked at the red altar not far away in horror. Is Reshiram about to be resurrected? Professor Hongdaoshan said in horror. Only Xia Fan buried his head with his mouth almost split from laughing. Damn it, I've been acting like an idiot for so long and was tied up like a prisoner, but now I'm finally going to be freed. But he still had to endure it at this moment. After all, Reshiram hadn't really shown up yet, and he couldn't be so stupid as to interrupt the ceremony. Thinking of this, Getsis' voice came from the altar again. The Radiant Stone. It's called the legendary Pokémon Reshiram. Now is the time for you to show up again. Take care of the world with the light of truth. At this point, the red light stone began to float towards soaring in the sky. Getsis shouted excitedly. Respond to me, Reshiram. We are all waiting for you to come into this world again. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound, and the light stone in the air burst into flames. Flames filled half the sky, and everyone was stunned by this miracle. After they were stunned, the flames dissipated, and a huge white Pokémon that looked like both a bird and a dragon appeared in the air, looking down at everyone. O Reshiram, I am Getsis, and it is I who summoned you to come. Below the altar, Getsis shouted excitedly. But what greeted him was Reshiram's roar. You look full of anger, but you are about to become a weapon of my plasma group. Getsis pointed the scepter at Reshiram. Go ahead, Achroma. As he roared, he saw Achroma frantically tapping the keyboard of his machine on the hillside, not far away. A beam of light began to condense in front of the machine, heading towards Reshiram. Just as Achroma was about to press the launch button, an accident happened. Deoxys, who was standing behind him and whose job was to protect him, suddenly slapped him and sent him flying several meters away. Achroma was stunned by this scene and shouted in shock. What are you doing, Deoxys? Want to rebel? But Deoxys ignored him. He used one tentacle to bring Xia Fan to his side, and used another tentacle to untie the rope on Xia Fan. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Xia Fan stepped on the machine of Achroma, spread his hands, and looked helpless. It seems that your machine is still not working after research. My Deoxys finally recognized me as his master. This is impossible. How is this possible? How can my research fail again? Looking at Xia Fan's smug look, Achroma roared in disbelief. He went through a lot of hardships for this research and risked his life every day. But the result is failure again and again. But I just failed. Xia Fan continued with his hands spread out, looking like he deserved a beating. Poof! Achroma suddenly became furious, vomited blood, and fainted. Xia Fan's annoying expression froze instantly. He looked back at Deoxys and Jengar, and wiped the blood that splashed on his face with his hand. Suddenly, he wanted to tell the truth and tell Achroma that his research was actually very successful. The repeated failures were not his problem at all, but the Pokémon's problem. Deoxys and Jengar are legendary Pokémon that have already surpassed normal. How can they be controlled so easily? If he had just tamed them both before, he might have succeeded. Don't let him die. I plan to bring such talents to the Pantheon. With a sigh, Xia Fan spoke to Deoxys through the spiritual shared world. Deoxys heard this and fired a healing ray from his chest towards Acroma. Careful! But the next second after the ray shot out from Deoxys' chest, Ash and Iris screamed toward Xia Fan at the same time. Xia Fan turned his head and saw that Rez Hiram from the altar sky in the distance was attacking them. But to be more precise, the target of its attack was more likely Deoxys. Apparently, what Deoxys did just now caught its attention. Rez Hiram leaned back, and a bright flame shone like the tail of an engine. He ignored Getsis' nonsense about obeying his orders and condensed a huge fireball with flames crisscrossing like a cross in his mouth. At the moment when the cross fireball condensed, everyone above the entire white ruins felt an extremely intense heat. Fusion Flare. Xia Fan frowned slightly. He recognized this skill as Rish Hiram's exclusive skill, which could only be used by Rez Hiram and Kuram in flame white form. This fusion flare has been spit out by Rez Hiram, and the scorching fireball shot directly at Deoxys, forcing the opponent to terminate the healing ray and quickly switch to defensive form to use Safeguard. Bang! A huge wave of sound arose. The fusion flare hit Deoxys' Safeguard. Although it did not hurt Deoxys at all, the scorching air wave generated by the impact caused misfortune for other people in the ruins. The members of the Plasma Group, Ash, Iris, Cylin, and others, as well as the archaeologists who were originally here, were blown away by the hot air wave, and everyone suffered minor burns. Only Xia Fan, hiding behind Deoxys, was still intact. Faced with this situation, Xia Fan decisively issued orders. Deoxys, get Rez Hiram out of here. Then he looked at Jengar again. Jengar, after we leave, you must protect this machine and Acroma for me. Don't let him die. Such an innovative inventor must be admitted to the Pantheon. Deoxys and Jengar nodded upon hearing this. After Deoxys blocked the fusion flare, it switched to speed mode. One of its tentacle grabbed Xia Fan's waist and made him stand on its back, then flew away from the ruins at high speed. Rez Hiram saw this and followed decisively, gathering fire in his mouth and preparing to attack. Getsis was furious at the result and quickly ordered his subordinates to release their Pokémon to stop Rez Hiram from flying away. But as soon as the order was given, the ancestors' laughter was heard in the distance. Then a sticky haze attacked the ruins, enveloping the entire ruins in less than 2 seconds. The plasma Pokémon inside were growing miserably. The other side, Deoxys in speed mode slowed down at Xia Fan's instruction, and within a few minutes, he led the opponent to a standoff in the wasteland hundreds of miles away. Just follow me. Looking at Rez Hiram, who regarded Deoxys as a strong rival from a distance, Xia Fan smiled. After stretching his neck, Xia Fan jumped off Deoxys' back and floated in the air. This scene shocked Rez Hiram. The flames gathered in his mouth dissipated directly, and only a small fireball came out. Xia Fan slapped the fireball away. After flying, Xia Fan spread his hands and said, Rez Hiram, I am the hero you want who has the courage to pursue the real world. Follow me. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with Rish Hiram's cold eyes. Restraining his surprise, Rez Hiram spit out a mouthful of fusion flare towards Xia Fan. Xia Fan smiled contemptuously and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When it appears, it is Rish Hiram's head holding a pokeball in his right hand. What I said just now was just a polite notice to you. I don't care whether you really agree or not. As he said that, Xia Fan was about to throw the pokeball. Just as he was about to do so, a rumble of thunder was heard from soaring in the sky. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck him. Xia Fan had no choice but to quickly teleport away. While I looked again, I realized that soaring in the sky had turned completely dark. A giant Pokémon appeared from the dark clouds. Zekrom, looking at the huge, dark, dragon-shaped Pokémon emerging from the dark clouds, Xia Fan opened his mouth in shock. He never expected that the last legendary dragon among the 3 dragons of Tao would appear before him like this. Oh my god, what kind of luck is this? It just came to me. Xia Fan couldn't help laughing. Encountering 2 Guardian-level legendary Pokémon in one day. Isn't this a blessing from God? Just as Xia Fan was about to jump for joy, Hiram below him roared. Then a huge fire blast came out of its mouth and was spit towards Zekrom, who was soaring in the sky. As for Xia Fan, he had become nothing at the moment Zekrom appeared. Even Deoxys was no longer in his eyes, and only Zekrom was left in his eyes. Zekrom, who was also in the dark clouds, only had Hiram in his eyes at this moment. At the moment when the opponent released Fire Blast, it also released the skill Thunder. The normal skills released by the two Guardian-level Pokémon are completely different from the normal skills of ordinary Pokémon. When the skills intersect in mid-air, a huge explosion occurs like a small nuclear bomb normal. The power is extremely terrifying. The air wave directly blew away Xia Fan, who was close to it. Fortunately, he reacted in time, used Giratina's Shadow Force, and hid in the other dimension. Deoxys, on the other hand, instantly went into defense mode and used Safeguard to block the damage outside the shield. Only the weak ground-type Pokémon in the Wasteland were in great trouble at this moment and could only flee for their lives. 10 seconds later, the residual power of Fire Blast and Thunder dissipated. Xia Fan walked out of the other dimension and saw two Pokémon facing each other in mid-air, hating each other, as if they couldn't wait to beat each other to death in the next second. It's the same thing again. Xia Fan wiped his face speechlessly. The image reminded him of Kyogre and Groudon, Palkia and Dialga. They are also arch-enemies that will fight as soon as they meet. The only difference is that the hatred between Kyogre and Groudon is caused by attributes, while the hatred between Palkia and Dialga is caused by territories. The hatred between Hiram and Zekrom is based on ideas. Hiram supports people who have the ambition to create the real world. Zekrom supports people who can stick to their ideal world. Although the two philosophies are somewhat similar, they are completely different, which is why they have been fighting each other since they split. At this moment, Hiram and Zekrom, who were in confrontation, took action again. First, Hiram directly entered the overclocking drive mode, as if the tail root of the engine suddenly emitted a high-brightness flame light, and flames burst out from time to time, and on the top of the head, a beautiful and intense blue, dazzling flame was born. After this blue flare was born, it quickly enveloped the whole body. Hiram roared and rushed to the other side. It is one of its exclusive skills, Blue Flare. Zekrom on the opposite side also entered the overclocking drive mode. Its engine-like tail was running and emitting a blue-green light, and powerful lightning flashed from time to time. A strong electric current was generated above its head, and the current also quickly enveloped its entire body. Zekrom Dragon roared and rushed to the opposite side. It is also one of its exclusive skills, Bolt Strike. However, just as the two Guardians collided in mid-air, causing greater turmoil, a teleport of Xia Fan appeared in the middle of them and stretched out his hands. I saw two huge dimensional holes emerging from between his fingers. Then two deafening dragon roars emerged from different dimensional holes. The next second, Rayquaza, which had completed Mega Evolution and flashed with golden light, suddenly rushed out from the dimensional hole on the left and shot Hiram, who was caught off guard, from soaring in the sky to ground with a destructive death beam. On the other side, Dark Hiram, who had entered the dark form and was bursting with electricity all over his body, rushed out from the dimensional hole on the right. With a free shock, Zekrom, who was also caught off guard, was knocked from soaring in the sky to the ground. The enormous power of the attack caused noticeable vibrations within a radius of dozens of miles. Xia Fan teleport appeared in the wasteland in the west. Hiram was bitten by the throat by Mega Evolution's Rayquaza and was pressed to the ground. "Are you still ignoring me?" Xia Fan said with a bright smile. Hiram did not respond, but looked horrified and shocked. It simply couldn't understand how the human in front of it could summon Rayquaza, the patron saint of the Hoenn region, to its presence in the blink of an eye. "Want to know?" Xia Fan understood Hiram's idea, so he took out a Pokeball and threw it out directly. "Become my Pokemon and you'll know everything." There was a flash of red light, and Hiram was sucked into the ball. A few seconds later, after Mutwo, the system prompt sound rang in Xia Fan's mind again, and the system panel appeared. Dragon-type and Fire-type legendary Pokémon, Reshiram. Dragon-type and Fire-type legendary Pokémon, Reshiram. Gender, none. Ability, Turbo Flame, can ignore rival's ability and use moves against rival. Overclocking Drive Mode. When Reshiram uses Fusion Flare or Blue Flare, he will enter this contest condition. The flame power generated by Reshiram under this contest condition is very powerful. When he concentrates his power, he can change the weather and climate and enter sunny day. Skills are as follows. Flamethrower fires flames at rival to attack, sometimes causing rival to fall into a burning contest condition. 10% chance. Fire Blast incinerate rival with large character-shaped flames, sometimes causing the opponent to fall into a burning contest condition. 10% chance. Fire Fong bite rival with teeth covered in flames, sometimes causing rival to flinch or fall into a burning contest condition. 10% chance. Dragon Breath blows a strong breath towards rival to attack. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into a paralyzed contest condition. 30% chance. Imprison. If rival has the same moves as you, then only rival cannot use the same moves. Fusion Flare releases a huge flame to attack rival. When affected by a huge lightning, the power will be doubled. That is, this move will be doubled when affected by Fusion Bolt. Pokémon in the Frozen Contest condition can use this move to break the Frozen Contest condition. This move can only be used by Reshiram and Kyurem in the Flame White form. Outrage attacks randomly for a period of time. Thrashing will cause the player to fall into chaos. Pokémon with the Outrage ability will not enter the Chaos Contest condition. If a Pokémon in the Chaos Contest condition gains the Outrage ability, the Chaos Contest condition will be removed. Blue Flare wraps rival in a beautiful and strong blue flame and attacks. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into a burning contest condition. 20% chance. Reshiram has two exclusive skills. One is Fusion Flare, which is shared with Kyurem in Flame White form, and the other is Blue Flare. Among these two exclusive skills, Blue Flare is very cool and powerful. But in Xia Fan's eyes, Blue Flare is less important than Fusion Flare. After all, when he subdued Kyurem, he had already planned to pair Fusion Flare with Kyurem's Glaciate and then teach himself to control the powerful Ice Burn. Therefore, after looking at the skill bar, Xia Fan decisively murmured, "System, I choose Reshiram's Fusion Flare." 2 seconds after the words fell, Xia Fan's body was transformed, and the skill bar in his mind had the option of Fusion Flare as he wished. After obtaining it, Xia Fan first stood in place and began to open and close his hands, and an extremely powerful and crisscrossing fireball emerged. When the crisscrossing fireball condensed to a width of 10 feet, Xia Fan lifted it up. He threw it upward, and the Fusion Flare instantly rose into the air. The thunderstorm caused by Zekrum's arrival merged together in an instant. After a while, the dark clouds dissipated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. A sunny day with scorching sun appeared. The wasteland once again becomes ground Pokémon's favorite weather. Good. Now we can start trying to fuse Fusion Flare and Glaciate to create Ice Burn. Seeing that the Fusion Flare test was successful, Xia Fan began to try Ice Burn. But just before trying, Xia Fan remembered that Reshiram was still in the Pokeball, so he released it decisively. It is better to pretend to be cool in front of others, in case Reshiram will be dissatisfied in the future and think he's a piece of trash. Taking a deep breath, Xia Fan began to try with bated breath. He recalled how Kyurem had performed Ice Burn and the method he had been told. He began to open and close his hands, using Fusion Flare again. But this time was different from the last time. The fireball in the middle of Fusion Flare grew to a width of half a meter. He began to weaken the origin of fire mobilized when casting Fusion Flare, allowing the flame to grow slowly. At the same time, he began to mobilize all the ice essence in his body to release Glaciate. Therefore, Xia Fan's hands suddenly felt extremely cold. The cold air spread toward the fireball and quickly condensed and froze. 2 seconds later, Only 4 small holes were left, with staggered flames released from inside them. It's like 4 interlaced flaming wings are inserted into the ice ball. Let glaciate and fusion flare blend perfectly and make it beautiful to the extreme. Phew, it worked. Xia Fan was overjoyed at the result. He had originally prepared himself mentally for failure, but unexpectedly, it was a success. However, it would be best to find someone to test the power of the skill. Thinking of this, Xia Fan turned his attention to Hiram. At this moment, the opponent was shocked that Xia Fan could use its skills as well as Kyurem's skills. With a chuckle, Xia Fan threw Iceburn in his hand over without caring whether he agreed or not. Therefore, the next second, Hiram, who was still in shock, was frozen by Xia Fan's Iceburn. At the moment when Hiram was frozen by Xia Fan, a new skill bar appeared in Xia Fan's mind. Iceburn. The system determined that his skill fusion was a success. It's next. After the skill was successful, Xia Fan turned his head excitedly and looked at Zekrom. The success of Iceburn means that he can also obtain Kyurem's other powerful skill-free shock. Crack! The frozen Hiram broke free from the ice, and the ice fell off his body. He looked at Xia Fan in horror and shock. Are you really human? Hiram used telepathy on Xia Fan. Guess. Xia Fan turned around jokingly, then raised an eyebrow at Rayquaza. Rayquaza, you come and explain this to this new little brother who has just joined us. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot with a teleport and appeared in front of Zekrom on the other side in the blink of an eye. He is definitely not human. After Xia Fan left, Hiram looked at Rayquaza in panic, praying for affirmation in the other's eyes. But contrary to expectations, Rayquaza shook his head and indicated that Xia Fan was a human being. Unlike the boastful old man, Rayquaza, seeing that the opponent had been put into the Pokeball by Xia Fan and was no longer an enemy, directly canceled Mega Evolution and began to patiently explain to the opponent the power and uniqueness of Xia Fan. On the other side, Zekrom, who was pinned down by Dark Kyurem, also witnessed Xia Fan throwing the ball Hiram from a distance. Are you a human or a Pokémon? When Xia Fan suddenly had a teleport in front of it, his first reaction was to ask via telepathy. Faced with this question that she has to hear every time she catches a legendary Pokémon, Xia Fan shrugged and took out a new Pokeball from her waist. You'll know once you become my Pokémon. How presumptuous. You don't deserve it. You're not the one who can create an ideal country. I will not be your Pokémon. Seeing the Pokeball, Zekrom immediately became excited and decisively condensed the fusion bolt in his mouth. Even Hiram was scored by the opponent, and it was afraid that it would follow in their footsteps. Just a second later, Dark Kyurem threw a punch, breaking the unformed fusion bolt in Zekrom's mouth. Pokémon who doesn't want to be the master, then truly become one with me and let me possess all your power. Dark Kyurem's eyes flashed with ferocity, a spark rose from his tail, and a ball of purple light condensed from his mouth. The appearance of this ball of light made Zekrom tremble instantly. That is the oppression from the genetic covenant. Once it is attacked, it will merge with Kyurem without any resistance. After losing his ideals and himself and becoming a part of Kyurem, Zekrom decisively chose to abandon his ideals and bowed his head to Xia Fan. Owner, Xia Fan grinned. He liked people who knew the times the most. The Pokeball was thrown, a red light flashed, and Zekrom was also caught in the ball. The next second, the system's voice rang in my mind. Dragon-type and Electric-type legendary Pokémon. Zekrom. Gender, none. Ability, Mega Voltage, can ignore rival's ability and use moves against rival. Overclocking Drive Mode. When Zekrom uses Fusion Bolt or Bolt Strike, it will enter this contest condition. The lightning power generated by Zekrom under this contest condition is very huge. When the power is concentrated, it can change the weather and climate and enter a thunderstorm. Skills are as follows. Thunder. Attacks rival with thunder, sometimes causing it to fall into a paralyzed contest condition, 30% chance. Dragon Claw. Attack with a sharp giant claw / rival. Thunderfang. Bite rival with teeth that are fully charged with electricity, sometimes causing rival to flinch or fall into paralysis contest condition. 10% chance. Dragon breath. Blows a strong breath towards rival to attack. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into a paralyzed contest condition. 30% chance. Imprison. If rival has the same moves as you, then only rival cannot use the same moves. Fusion bolt. Releases a huge lightning bolt to attack rival. When affected by a huge flame, the power will be doubled. That is, this move will be doubled when affected by fusion flare. This move can only be used by Zekrom and Kyurem in dark form. Wild charge. Cover the entire body with electricity and crash into rival to attack. You will also receive a small amount of damage. Bolt strike. Covers the entire body with a powerful electric current. Take down attacks rival, sometimes causing rival to fall into a paralyzed contest condition. 20% chance. For the system, I choose Zekrom's Fusion Bolt. After looking at the skill bar, Xia Fan did not hesitate and directly skipped the exclusive skill of Bolt Strike to make the selection. The next second after he made the choice, his body began to transform, and the skill bar in his mind had the option of Fusion Bolt as he wished. After obtaining it, he first released Zekrom, then start piecing together to create Freeze Shock. It's the same way as the creation of the Extreme Cold Flame just now. He opened and closed his hands skillfully, using the Fusion Bolt to create a blue Electro Ball. When it grows to a certain size, he immediately mobilizes all the ice essence in his body and uses Glaciate. 2 seconds later, an Electro Ball that was a perfect combination of lightning and Glaciate was created. Without a second thought, Xia Fan threw it to Zekrom after making it. Then the skill Freeze Shock came to my mind. The system determined that his fusion was successful. Master, I have convinced him. At this time, Rayquaza brought Res Hiram to Xia Fan. Res Hiram looked at the frozen Zekrom and immediately thought of himself just now, and couldn't help showing a trace of sympathy. I never thought that after fighting with him from birth to now, we would end up crawling at the feet of the same human. Thank you for your hard work, Rayquaza. Xia Fan patted Rayquaza, then looked at Res Hiram. Now do you think I'm a human or a Pokémon? Human, Res Hiram telepathically said. Then he added another sentence in his mind. A perverted human being. He had learned everything about Xia Fan from Rayquaza, knowing that he can transform into various Pokémon and use their powers as he wishes. What's even more terrifying is that he has already taken Chengdu, Kanto, Fengyuan, Sinnoh, and even a legendary Pokémon from their Unova region. To prove what he said, Rayquaza also taught it to use the spiritual shared world, allowing it to connect with legends from other regions. After the contact, it really had to kneel down to Xia Fan. Those big guys have all obeyed, so there is no point for it to resist. It has no choice but to recognize its master. Seeing Reshiram surrender, Xia Fan nodded. He pointed at the frozen Zekrom, and the burning flamethrower shot out from between his fingers. Zekrom broke free from the ice and looked at Xia Fan in a ghostly manner. Clatter! Explain it. Snapping his fingers, Xia Fan signaled Kyurem to help him answer questions for Zekrom, who must be very confused now. After a while, Zekrom surrendered. What is worrying is not the scarcity, but the inequality. So many legendary Pokémon have lowered their heads, so it doesn't matter if it lowers a bit. Since you have become my partners, you will always listen to my arrangements. Now you two are free to go wherever you want, as long as you don't fight among yourselves. Xia Fan said as he snapped his fingers again, creating 2-dimensional holes, allowing Rayquaza and Kyurem, who had completed their mission, to return to their own territory. Zekrom and Res Hiram let them go on their own. But Zekrom turned back just as he was about to fly away, and said with a loyal look on his face, Master, I know where Victini is. Do you want me to bring it to you? Victini. Xia Fan's pupils shrank. Isn't that the same mythical beast as Mew? This Pokémon is known as the Pokémon that brings victory. As long as you bring its trainer, you will win any competition you participate in. Where is it? Xia Fan hurriedly asked. Zekrom looked around and found that Res Hiram saw that it didn't leave, so he stopped and leaned sideways to eavesdrop. Then he looked back. Xia Fan understood and coughed. Res Hiram, please go first. Zekrom and I have something to talk about. Res Hiram glared at Zekrom upon hearing this, secretly sighing that this guy must be trying to set a trap for him. The two of them have been fighting each other for thousands of years, and they know exactly what kind of guy the other is. Master, if I bring Victini back for you, can you let me be the boss of Res Hiram and make it obey my command from now on? After Res Hiram flew away, Zekrom said decisively, "Let Res Hiram obey your command." Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He felt that this was impossible. If he agreed, Zekrom would definitely use his name to bully Res Hiram every day. If he was Res Hiram, he would definitely fight to the death. After coughing twice, Xia Fan said, "Zekrom, I still say the same thing. I don't approve of internal fighting. It's best if you two have equal status." Seeing that Xia Fan disagreed, Zekrom had no choice but to change his strategy. "Master, if I bring Victini back, can you stand by me when Res Hiram and I have conflicts in the future?" Well. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and said, after he fell into deep thought, "I can't do big things, but it's okay to help you occasionally with small things, and you can't go too far." Hearing this answer, Zekrom was immediately delighted. As long as it could defeat Res Hiram, it will be enough. Victini is in the free courtyard on an island southwest of Unova. I'll go get it now. Zekrom was excited and was about to leave. "Okay, I'll wait for your good news." Xia Fan didn't stop him and said with a smile, "Instead of asking him to look for it, just help him bring back a legendary Pokémon. It would be hard not to be happy about such a good thing." After Zekrom left, only Xia Fan, Mew and Deoxys were left at the scene. "After you restore this place, let's go back," Xia Fan greeted. Deoxys used his psychic to restore the wasteland, which was in ruins due to the battle, to its state before he arrived. A few minutes later, Xia Fan returned to the White Ruins with Mew and Deoxys. At this time, Comrade Laozu has completely controlled this place. The members of the plasma group were also grabbed and thrown to the ground. "Mr. Xia Fan, where is Res Hiram?" As soon as they saw Xia Fan coming back, Ash and the others all rushed over and asked. "It's gone." Xia Fan instantly entered acting mode. "It's gone with Zekrom." Left with Zekrom. Everyone was shocked and looked in disbelief. Yes, just when Deoxys and Res Hiram were fighting fiercely, Zekrom suddenly appeared and squeezed Deoxys out of the battle. Xia Fan sighed. "To be honest, I didn't expect Zekrom to show up. After it showed up, I didn't dare let Deoxys fight, because it would be 2 against 1. I could only watch them fight and disappear from my sight." "What did you say?" Zekrom showed up too. At this time, Getsis, the leader of the plasma group who was controlled not far away, shouted excitedly, "Damn it, it's all your fault. They should have belonged to our plasma group." Getsis looked at Xia Fan with rage. "I wish I could skin the other person alive." If it weren't for Xia Fan's appearance, he believed that now not only Res Hiram would obey their plasma group, but Zekrom would also be under their command. By then, the plasma group will be blessed by 2 legends. It would be easy to rule the world. Bang! With a snap, the handsome Interpol man interrupted Getsis. "Be honest, you're already a prisoner, so stop dreaming." When the plasma group members came out before, he was accidentally captured and didn't even have the chance to reveal his identity. Now that the members of plasma group have been arrested, it is time for him to feel proud. "You!" Getsis glared at being hit. "What do you mean?" Mr. Handsome snorted and rolled his eyes, then walked towards Xia Fan. "Then Xia Fan, did you see which direction these 2 legends flew away?" asked the handsome guy. This question made everyone present stare at Xia Fan, especially N, who was eagerly waiting for Xia Fan's answer. It's hard to say, because the 2 of them flew into the clouds, and I can't judge where they will end up. If I have to say a direction, I feel that they seem to be flying toward the southwest. Xia Fan laughed decisively. "Is that so?" Everyone looked disappointed. N turned and left. "Mr. N, where are you going?" Ash asked hurriedly when he saw N was about to leave. "I'm going to find Res Hiram. I have to ask clearly, what are we humans in the eyes of these legends?" N said seriously, then disappeared from everyone's sight in 2 or 3 steps. "You won't be able to meet Res Hiram. If you can meet Zekrom, I'll consider you really lucky. Seeing In disappear, Xia Fan muttered in his heart. Half an hour later, Xia Fan, Ash, Iris, Cylon, who successfully stopped the Plasma Group's conspiracy, got on a zip car outside the White Ruins and said goodbye to Mr. Handsome and Professor Aurea Juniper. Since the matter was over and they had seen all the relics they wanted to witness, it was time for them to start their journey back. As for the members of Plasma Group, they will be escorted by Mr. Handsome and the police to the nearest Icera city for detention. Mr. Xia Fan, what are you doing? Seeing Xia Fan became silent after getting on the zip car, Iris was puzzled. Xia Fan did not respond. Iris pushed. What's wrong? Xia Fan came back to his senses immediately. Mr. Xia Fan, have you been in a daze since you got in the car? Iris asked. Ash and Cylon looked over. Oh, I was just thinking about Res Hiram and Zekrom. Xia Fan laughed. But in his heart, he continued to communicate with Nti, Ho-Oh, Lugia, and others through the spiritual shared world. In fact, before returning to the White Ruins, it summoned the members of the Pantheon along with Ho-Oh and the others. It was arranged 100 miles away. After waiting for him and Ash to leave, they would appear and take away the members of the Plasma Group and the machine developed by Professor Chroma of the Plasma Group. He wanted to include all those people and things in the Pantheon. An hour later, the Plasma Group members were escorted into several police buses, and under the escort of a dozen police officers, they set out from the White Ruins and headed towards Icera City. Just as they drove into a deserted forest, the sky suddenly darkened. Several giant Pokémon that blocked out the sun emerged from soaring in the sky. Their appearance caused all the police cars to stop. What is that? Legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh and the legendary Pokémon Lugia. Wait, there seems to be Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno. What's going on? Why did the legend of the Kanto region appear in our Unova region? The police officers and plasma team members looked up in shock. After a while, someone with sharp eyes noticed that there were two figures and a short creature standing on Moltres' back. Look, there's someone on Moltres' back, the man screamed. After the scream, soaring in the sky responded immediately. Two figures jumped off Moltres' back with a Pokémon. They chanted soaring in the sky. Since you asked, let me tell you our name. She has a beautiful face and a slim waist, and she is as beautiful as the moon. She is an evil beauty blooming in this ethereal world. Jesse, James, the evil messenger who rides on the clouds like a flying dragon, looks heroic and strikes back against the miserable world. You share life and death, joys and sorrows, and you are the evil star with golden light on your head for your friends, Meowth. The Temple of the Gods is here. With a whoosh, two figures landed on the ground and posed in a shining pose. A Meowth followed closely and shouted, Appearance Nyan. Everyone was petrified. He looked up at those high-end legends, then looked down at the two people and one cat who looked a bit cheap. Only Mr. Handsome reacted, remembering that the Temple of the Gods had appeared last time in the Sinnoh region. Almost all the benefits were taken away from them. Temple of the Gods, what are you doing here? Mr. Handsome hurried forward to question. Of course, take them away. James pointed casually at the plasma team members in the police car. I wish I could raise my head and look at people through my nostrils. They don't have many opportunities to show off so much wealth. Take this opportunity to pretend well. Novema Town, inside the Red Bean Tree Laboratory. What? The Pantheon kidnapped all the people from Plasma Group. Ash said in surprise as he watched the latest news report on TV. Yesterday, they flew back to Novema Town and rested for a night. Unexpectedly, they saw the news that the Plasma Group had been hijacked early the next morning. Why would they do this? Taking away all the members of the Plasma Group. What are they going to do? Iris was also very surprised when watching the news on TV. This is not a pleasant experience. Cylon frowned and said, if we don't hand over the Plasma team members, Interpol will classify them as an organization that undermines public order. But I feel like it has been determined. Interpol can't do anything to the Pantheon. Iris would say while watching TV and thinking deeply, look at the news reports on TV. The Pantheon used Ho-Oh, Lugia, Zapdos, Moltres, Articuno, and other legendary Pokémon from the Kanto region to kidnap the person. With such a powerful force, do you think Interpol can do anything to them? Sillin was silent. Ash spoke up. In fact, the Pantheon once appeared in the Sinnoh region. At that time, they led the legends of the Fengyuan region. Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Groudon appeared and stopped the Sinnoh region's twin gods of time and space, Dialga and Palkia. So their power is even stronger than what you just saw. Sillin was even more speechless and could only turn his head to look at Xia Fan, who remained silent. Xia Fan, what do you think? How do I see it? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He watched with a smile, or while lying down. Anyway, he never watched in a depressed mood. Who says the boss of the Pantheon is himself? Okay, everyone, come and have breakfast together. At this time, Professor Aurea Juniper appeared and interrupted the conversation. The four of them then sat at the dining table and had breakfast together. By the way, now that you're back from the White Ruins, what are your plans for the future? Professor Aurea Juniper asked at the dinner table. I plan to return to the Kanto region, Ash said with a smile. Back to Kanto? Iris turned her head in surprise. Yes, I want to report this trip to Professor Oak. Ash picked up a piece of bread and started eating, then looked at Xia Fan. Where is Mr. Xia Fan? I'll go back with you. It's boring anyway. Xia Fan shrugged. Believe in Master Ji and get the legend. Okay, let's go together. Ash took a sip of milk excitedly. But just as he finished drinking, he heard Iris slamming the table beside him and saying, I've decided. I'm going to Kanto with Ash and Mr. Xia Fan. Everyone looked over. Iris quickly added, I want to see dragon Pokémon from all over the place. As she said this, she looked towards Xia Fan and Ash expectantly. I guess so. Sure, Xia Fan and Ash said in unison. Iris cheered immediately. Really? She said it first. Sillin spread his hands helplessly. Ash looked at him suspiciously. Sillin, you? I want to go with you guys too. Sillin pointed at himself and said, As a Pokémon sommelier, I've always wanted to go somewhere else and take a closer look. In that case, we can all travel together again, right? Ash stood up excitedly. He had a lot of fun on this trip, so he was very happy to be able to continue traveling with this group of friends. If I remember correctly, Ash and Xia Fan, you two came here by airship. Professor Aurea Juniper looked at Ash and Xia Fan with a smile. In that case, how about you take a boat trip on the way back? There are passenger ships sailing in the harbor of Nuvema Town. The passenger ship route will pass through the Jekyll Islands and then go to Kanto. On the way, we will pass through many islands inhabited by Pokémon, some of which are very rare. Ash's eyes lit up when he heard the word rare. Really? Then I'm going to take that ship back to Kanto. An hour later, the four of them, driven by Professor Aurea Juniper, arrived at Nuvema Town Harbor and boarded a ship bound for the Kanto region. 7 days later, on the boat trip back to the Kanto region, Xia Fan and his party of four got off the boat and landed on an island called Oshima. They needed to walk to the other side of the big island and board a new ship to Kanto. At this moment, the four of them arrived at a desolate plain at sunset. Look, what's up with that rock over there? It's such a weird shape. Iris pointed at Rock, who was in a deep pit not far away, and asked in confusion. There are 6 sharp rocks there, as if they were wrapping something. But Xia Fan, Ash, and the others looked at Rock and didn't take him seriously. The sun is almost setting. Let's stay here tonight. Sillin looked up at the sky and suggested. Okay, everyone agreed and immediately took out their own simple tents from their backpacks and set them up. Then they took out food from the stomach of Jengar the ancestor in the other dimension. After eating some, the four of them fell asleep. Just sleep till late at night. In Xia Fan's mind, the divine beast perception suddenly fluctuated, and in a deep pit not far from him, a light suddenly appeared inside Rock, which had Iris's surprised and weird look before. The fluctuation of the divine beast perception made Xia Fan open his eyes. The result is that he stares into the eyes of Mew, who transformed into Pikachu. Master, look at that. Mew used telepathy to guide Xia Fan to follow it. Xia Fan immediately got up from the bed and looked towards the deep pit not far away. Then I saw a crystal-clear meteorite emitting dazzling blue light floating in the air. What legendary Pokémon is that? Xia Fan frowned slightly and suddenly couldn't think of any other legendary Pokémon that appeared in this way except Deoxys. Pika Pika, Axu Axu. At this time, Ash's Pikachu and Iris's Axu came to Xia Fan's feet and rushed into the deep pit. The dazzling light woke them up. Xia Fan was about to call them when the dazzling meteorite in the sky started to move. Countless Lucas began to scatter. It was like normal blue light rain. Pikachu and Axu were excited to be bathed in this light rain. After a while, the light rain dissipated. A small Pokémon with short arms and legs, a head that stretched out in a triangle shape, and a blue sticky note on each corner appeared. This is... Xia Fan's pupils shrank, full of shock. If he was not mistaken, this seemed to be the legendary mythical Pokémon, Jirachi, which was said to awaken only for 7 days every 1,000 years. It is said that he has the power to grant any wish. He never expected that this legendary mythical Pokémon would appear right before his eyes. Thinking of this, Xia Fan wanted to throw the ball. What Pokémon is that? Just as she placed her hands on her waist, she heard Silen's surprised voice next to her ear, followed closely by Iris. The two of them stared at soaring in the sky with great curiosity. Only Ash was still sleeping soundly. That's Jirachi, the legendary Pokémon. Seeing that Iris was about to take the Pokédex to scan, Xia Fan introduced it to her in advance and put the hand holding the Pokeball back. Jirachi, the legendary Pokémon. Iris was very excited when she heard this. At this time, Jirachi slightly opened his eyes in midair and floated from soaring in the sky to ground with a confused look on his face. The first thing I saw was Ash's Pikachu and Iris's Axu. When Jirachi first saw them, he was a little scared and wanted to run away, but he was conquered by Pikachu and Axu's enthusiastic and funny appearance, and then they started fighting. Mew, you go over there too and be friends with Jirachi. Xia Fan saw it and said telepathically, Good master. Mew then quickly came to Jirachi and prepared to play with him. But when Jirachi saw Mew for the first time, he was stunned. The cute little face turned embarrassed. He glanced at Ash's Pikachu with a confused look on his face, then looked at Mew, like thinking about what's wrong. That looks like Jirachi. Suddenly, Ash's voice was heard outside the pit, and he was finally awakened by the movement in the pit. After coming to the outside of the pit in a daze and seeing what was going on inside, he immediately rushed in. His enthusiasm frightened Jirachi, who turned around and flew away quickly. Really, Ash, why did you rush in? Axu, they finally became friends with Jirachi. Iris said angrily as Jirachi flew away. Is it like this? Ash still didn't understand what was going on, so he scratched his head and looked at Pikachu and Axu. Then he was severely rebuked by the two of them. Oh, sorry. Ash quickly bowed his head and apologized. It took a while to coax Axu and Pikachu into calming down. Xia Fan, where's your Xiaohuan? Only Silen noticed that Mew, who had just been standing next to him, had suddenly disappeared. It seems like he went after Jirachi. Xia Fan said that he had just used telepathy to let Mew chase after him. What? It chased after him. Everyone looked at Xia Fan. I'm not sure either. Looking at the direction Xiaohuan ran, it seemed like he was chasing after someone. Xia Fan scratched his head. Aren't you worried, Mr. Xia Fan? It's the middle of the night. Iris asked doubtfully. It should be fine. If my little Huan can't find the way, he should be back early tomorrow morning. Xia Fan shrugged, looking solation. The three of them saw this and said no more. Nothing happened the rest of the night, until the next morning. After Ash and the others woke up, they indeed saw Xia Fan's little Huan standing on his shoulder again. How's it going? Did Xiaohuan catch up with you? Ash asked urgently. No, when I came back, I asked it and it said it lost it. Xia Fan sighed. I don't know if we can meet again. He would never tell Ash and the others that the person on his shoulder was actually Mew's clone, and his real self was having a great time with Jirachi. Ash heard this and sighed. Ah, what a shame. I also want to be friends with Jirachi. It's all your fault. If you hadn't made any noise last night, and let Aksu and the others continue to be friends with Jirachi, maybe we could have let it help us realize our wish. Iris was still angry about what happened last night. It's exciting to think about a Mew Pokémon that can make wishes come true, Sillin said excitedly. But Sillin's words had just fallen. Behind the four people, Rock suddenly rushed out and a short-haired Stephanie appeared. Did you meet Jirachi? Did you meet Jirachi? When? Where? Short-haired Stephanie asked the four people excitedly. Last night, it was right here. Sillin pointed hesitantly at the ground. Where is it now? Tell me quickly. Stephanie asked. We're not sure about that. Ash pointed to a place, but it disappeared in that direction last night. As soon as she finished speaking, short-haired Stephanie climbed up the hill in the direction Ash pointed, shouting as she climbed. Jirachi, please show up soon. Even if he fell down halfway and broke his leg, he would still continue to climb desperately. Finally, Ash, Sillin, and the others couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to stop her, and only then did Stephanie stop. After Stephanie stopped, she looked at the four people deeply and invited them to her home nearby. Plot point. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Normal situations like this are often plot points. 10 minutes later, Iris and Ash helped Stephanie to a wooden house. Here, the four met Stephanie's mother and learned why Stephanie was so anxious to find Jirachi. It turns out that this barren plain was once a vibrant plain with green mountains and clear waters, and it was very beautiful. However, just a few years ago, due to the continued drought, the water source here dried up. Many residents who originally lived here began to leave their homes, resulting in the once bustling town being left with only little Stephanie's family. Now, if little Stephanie wants this place to regain its former vitality, she needs to make a wish to Jirachi. So, can you guys help me? After finishing her story, little Stephanie looked at the four people pleadingly. Of course, Jirachi only has 7 days and 1,000 years to awaken. We have to find it as soon as possible. Yes, we can't keep wasting time like this. Let's all help you find Jirachi and make a wish to restore the vitality of this place. That's right. The good-natured Ash, Iris, and Sillin agreed immediately. Then he looked at Xia Fan with sharp eyes. What do you think, Mr. Xia Fan? I, of course, am just like you, restoring the vitality of this place. Xia Fan said with a smile on his face, and then he and everyone left the cabin and went out to look for Jirachi. However, after going out, Xia Fan stood behind a few people and began to contact Sanyun God through the spiritual shared world. Since there's a shortage of water and drought here, there is nothing wrong with it calling the 3 cloud gods over. Let them come over to improve the environment here and fulfill the little saint's wish. This way, no one will compete with Jirachi. Half an hour later, a group of 5 people came to an ancestral temple where no one had worshipped for a long time. Is this the lake shrine you mentioned, little saint? Ash looked at the shrine in confusion. Yes, there's another mountain shrine on the top of that mountain. Stephanie pointed to a stone mountain not far away and said, according to the legend, if you want Jirachi to fulfill your wish, you must go there with it. But how can we find Jirachi in such a vast mountain? Sillin began to ponder upon hearing this. I think I know where to try to look. Xiaosheng said, there's a small oasis on the other side of the mountain. There are many wild Pokémon there. We could try to look there, she said as she began to lead the way. But she had only taken a few steps when Xia Fan behind her suddenly exclaimed, look, that looks like Landorus. Oh my god, there's Thundurus and Tornadus. Xia Fan pointed to the west with a look of horror, soaring in the sky. The 4 people in front immediately turned around. Then, the 3 cloud god was seen floating in the air with his arms crossed over his chest, looking very proud. It's really them. Why are they here? Sillin was stunned and shocked. Why are they here, and what are they doing here? Ash was confused. What is Mikumo God? Come with me to find Jirachi. Only short-haired Stephanie didn't understand what was going on. Xiaosheng, don't look for Jirachi. With them, you don't need to look for Jirachi, and you can restore life to your hometown, Xia Fan said. And then he saw the 3 cloud gods floating in the air in the presence of several people. They roared towards the sky. The clear sky soaring in the sky suddenly changed color. Dark clouds pressed down on everyone's heads, and soon heavy rain began to fall. Under this heavy rain, many withered trees came back to life. Countless saplings broke out of the soil. 10 minutes later, the heavy rain stopped, and the sun's rays began to shine differently than usual under the influence of Landoris. The sunlight made the saplings that had just grown grow rapidly, and they soon grew to maturity. It only took a dozen minutes. This dry wasteland has turned into a green land full of vitality. Xiaosheng was stunned. He glanced around and looked at the 3 cloud gods on soaring in the sky in disbelief. I couldn't believe that the scene I had dreamed of seeing had now come true. Hurry up and thank the 3 cloud gods, Xia Fan said beside. Upon hearing this, the little saint hurriedly began to thank the 3 cloud gods devoutly. As for Jirachi and whatnot, sorry, not familiar. A few minutes later, Mikumo God left. Xiaosheng went down the mountain with Ash and the others with a happy face. I really have no intention of finding Jirachi to make a wish. Xia Fan followed behind them, and when no one was paying attention to him, he decisively used the skill substitute obtained from Articuno, letting the substitute follow Ash and the others away, while he used teleport to disappear from the spot. And dozens of miles away, on the other side of the mountain, Mew, who had returned to his original appearance, was playing with Jirachi. The 2 cute little creatures circled each other in midair and played a water balloon throwing game with a wild Pokémon. A few seconds later, the playful Mew sensed something and turned his head to the northeast. After a while, a figure appeared on the branch of a tree. "Meow, master." When Mew saw the figure, he immediately dropped the water ball and floated over. The Pokémon present immediately looked over and saw Mew jumping into the arms of a human, enjoying being pampered. Kira. Jirachi also followed and stayed a few meters away. He was very nervous and surprised to see Mew being held by someone. I was nervous because of Xia Fan's human identity, and I was surprised that Mew actually took the initiative to throw himself into his arms. Meow. Mew broke free from Xia Fan's arms and began pointing at Xia Fan and yelling at Jirachi. Introduce Xia Fan's identity as the owner to Jirachi. Hearing this, Jirachi tilted his cute little head and looked at Xia Fan, wanting to see what was so special about the other person. But after looking for a long time, I couldn't figure out anything. Jirachi, will you be my partner? Finally, Xia Fan stretched out his hand and said, Kira. These words seemed to have touched Jirachi's rebellious nerve, and he immediately retreated several meters away. Mew rushed forward to persuade Jirachi that Xia Fan would not hurt it. But Jirachi's long-standing resistance to humans is not so easy to resolve. There's no other way. I'd better subdue it first, and then slowly let it accept me. Xia Fan narrowed his eyes and decided to tame it first, and then release it, letting it truly feel that he had no ill will towards it. Thinking of this, Fan took out a Pokeball, and a teleport flashed behind Jirachi. While the other party is still talking to Mew, throw the ball directly. A red light flashed, and Jirachi was taken into the ball with a look of surprise. Meow, master, what are you doing? Mew looked at Xia Fan in confusion. At the same time, the wild Pokemon below that were originally playing water polo with Jirachi began to become hostile to Xia Fan. Don't worry, I'll let it out right away. Looking at the expressions below and Mew, Xia Fan smiled. The next second, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Phantom Pokemon of Steel and Psychic types. Jirachi. Gender, none. Ability, T-on-N. When a Pokemon with this ability uses a skill with an additional effect, the chance of the additional effect appearing is doubled. This ability also doubles the effect of trigger items, such as King's Rock and Razor Fawn. Skills are as follows. Psychic sends a powerful confusion attack to rival. Sometimes it will reduce rival's special defense. Refresh. Let your body rest and heal the poison, paralysis, and burns on your body. Rest. Go into hibernation when seriously injured. When you wake up again, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed. Double Edge. Take down desperately and attack rival. You will also suffer considerable damage. Future Sight. Send out a ball of confusion, attacking the enemy at some point in the future. Healing Wish. Heal other injured Pokémon at the cost of your own frequent death. Gravity. For a period of time in the future, floating and flying-type Pokémon will be hit by ground-type moves, and moves that fly into the air will not be usable. Cosmic power. Absorb the mysterious power from the universe to improve your defense and special defense. Help. Help partner. The skill power of the Pokémon being helped will be increased by 50% in the future. Doom Desire. The user will stockpile in mid-air for a while, and will release countless beams of light to attack rival, with extremely powerful power. After reading the introduction of Jirachi's exclusive skill, Doom Desire, Xia Fan made the decision without even thinking about it. System: I choose Doom Desire. The next second, the skill Doom Desire appeared in the skill bar in his mind. Xia Fan then released Jirachi from the Pokeball. A red light flashed, and the released Jirachi looked at Xia Fan with a rage on his face. Kira kept shouting, but Xia Fan's words made it stop talking. Don't be angry, I will give you freedom. Jirachi was stunned when he heard this, looking at Xia Fan with surprise. They forced it into the Pokeball, and now they say they're giving it back freedom. What's going on? Xia Fan didn't want to say anything else, and immediately released the beautiful Cresselia from the Pokeball. Then have him explain his abilities with Mew. In order to make Jirachi believe him, he will not make a wish this time. Instead, let Jirachi continue to sleep. Because its so-called 1,000-year slumber, with only 7 days of awakening, is based on fulfilling other people's wishes and exhausting all its energy. As long as he didn't allow it now and didn't use up his energy, Jirachi could be awakened at any time. Then once the relationship is established, it will be convenient to make a wish. After listening to Cresselia and Mew's explanation, Jirachi felt telepathy in Xia Fan's mind. You want to give me my freedom? It still looked at Xia Fan in disbelief. Yes, I will give you freedom. Xia Fan nodded and decisively entered acting mode. I didn't subdue you because I wanted to use your abilities. I wanted to give you a home, protect you, and prevent you from being disturbed by other humans from now on. Give me a home? Protect me? Jirachi's eyes widened. It was the first time he heard the term taming oneself being spoken of in such a novel way. Mew and Cresselia turned their heads aside when they heard that. I really want to cover my ears. They understood that the shameless Yadawa was about to start using his power. Yes, I'll give you a home, Xia Fan said with a sincere look on his face. You heard what Cresselia and Mew said about me just now. I can instantly summon the Pokémon I captured to my side. You said that if you were in danger, you could contact me through the spiritual shared world, and I would be able to protect you. In order to prove his ability, Xia Fan used a teleport to a distance of more than 10 meters. With a snap of fingers, 2-dimensional holes emerged. One appeared above Jirachi's head and forcibly sucked him in. Another one appeared above Xia Fan's head. At the moment Jirachi was sucked in, his body fell from this dimensional hole at the same time and landed directly in Xia Fan's arms. What do you think? Whether I have lied to you or not, no matter how many miles apart we are, as long as you want, I can summon you to my side in an instant. Xia Fan said with a smile. Jirachi glanced at Xia Fan, who was holding it in his arms. He looked up at the 2-dimensional holes again. The cute little face became more and more shocked, but did not resist and jump out of Xia Fan's arms. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan and Jirachi say goodbye. Jirachi already believed what Xia Fan said, believing that the other party was protecting himself, not the kind of human being who wanted to exhaust all his strength to satisfy his own selfish wishes. When you wake up in the future, if you feel bored, you can contact me or other legends through the spirit shared world, so you won't feel lonely. When saying goodbye, Xia Fan touched Jirachi's little head. Jirachi nodded cutely, followed by Mew. It just asked Xia Fan to let Mew stay with it until it fell into a deep sleep. Xia Fan agreed. Since he could teleport, he could summon Mew to his side at any time. It would be the same if he brought Mew's substitute with him. Ash and the others wouldn't be able to tell anyway. Just like that, Xia Fan returned to Ash and the others a minute later. At this time, Ash and the others wanted to see Jirachi before leaving, so they went up the mountain to look for him again. But Xia Fan would definitely not let them fulfill their wish and would directly ask Jirachi to move to another play destination in advance. As a result, after searching for a long time, Ash and his friends had no choice but to continue their journey back to the Kanto region. 1 month later, after a long ship journey, Xia Fan, Ash and his party finally returned to Vermilion City, the harbor city in the Kanto region. Here, their ship journey back home will end. Iris, Sillin, where do you want to go next? Xia Fan asked casually in a cafe in Vermilion City. If you remember correctly, it seemed that now was the time for them and their friends from the Unova region to say goodbye. I plan to go to the Blackthorn Gym in Blackthorn City in the Chengdu region to meet Miss Claire, the Dragon Gym Master, and practice martial arts at the same time. Iris raised her fist excitedly. Everyone, I read a lot of introductions to Pokémon here on the way here. I always feel so excited that I can't help it. I really can't help it. I can't wait to set off right now. Ash felt a little disappointed when he heard Iris wanted to separate. He turned to look at Sillin. What about you, Sillin? Actually, I have the same idea as Iris. I want to embark on a new journey. Sillin smiled and said, in Dewford Town in the Hoenn region, there's an old man named Hatch who is going to host a Pokemon fishing competition in the Chengdu region. It's called the Broken Fishing Rod Competition. As a fisherman and wine poet, I certainly can't miss this event. Mr. Xia Fan, what about you? Ash looked at Xia Fan again. Me? Xia Fan picked up the coffee and took a sip. I haven't been back to Chengdu for a long time. I also want to go back to the Chengdu region and meet up with some friends. When Ash heard that Xia Fan was also going to separate from him today, his frustrated expression was immediately evident. But the next second, Xia Fan said again, but Ash, if you have a new journey, you can call me and I can go with you. Really? Ash asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Xia Fan shrugged. I'm also a person who likes to travel around like you. Okay then, I'll definitely contact you if I have a new trip. Ash clapped his hands and smiled. So, they found a restaurant in Vermilion City and had another meal together. Xia Fan, Iris, and Sillin boarded the train to Chengdu region. The four of them agreed at the station to meet again in the future. Chengdu region, Violet City. It's been a long time since I came here. Outside a beef restaurant, Xia Fan looked at the sign with a nostalgic expression. The restaurant in front of him was the place where he took Mew to eat beef noodles when he first came to this world and was about to challenge his first gym. After arriving in Chengdu region with Iris and Sillin, the three of them separated. Iris was the first to get off the bus and headed to Blackthorn City. He was the second one to get off the bus. He came here to return to his hometown and see the Pokémon he had captured that year. Sillin was going to get off at the terminal. Yes, master, let's go in quickly. I can't wait to eat the beef noodles here. Mew squatted on Xia Fan's shoulder, drooling with nostalgia. Haha, okay. A minute later, Xia Fan brought Mew into a box. After all the delicacies were served, there was a flash of white light, and Mew changed from Pikachu back to his original form. Meloetta, Cresselia, old ancestor, you guys come out too. A red light flashed, and Xia Fan released the three legends to taste the food. As for Deoxys, he continued to stay in the ball. There's nothing I can do about it. Others only love meteorite and don't like human food. Comrade Laozu, if you don't want to be despised by the two beauties forever, then watch your saliva. Shortly after releasing the three of them, Xia Fan said through the spiritual shared world with a frown. The reason was that after Jengar came out, he refused to eat and just drooled at Meloetta and Cresselia. He couldn't bear to see this typical old pervert anymore. Meloetta was picked up by him when he passed the last small island in Unova region by boat. Hadn't he previously agreed with Meloetta's guardian tribe that Meloetta would stay with him for a while every few months? So they sent her over. As a result, when he came back, his mind started to get restless. Comrade Lao Zhu chatted with him privately every day, asking him to give them a chance to have a tryst alone. He gave it to her, but it scared Meloetta so much that she hid back in the Pokeball. Oh, okay. After being scolded by Xia Fan, the old ancestor immediately came to his senses, wiped his saliva, and began to pretend to be well-mannered, eating the food very politely. It's just that no matter how politely it eats, it still seems quite rude to other Pokemon and Xia Fans. The meal ended up taking an hour and a half, and we left with the boss looking at us as if we were a rich guy, because Xia Fan spent almost 60,000 yuan. After eating and drinking their fill, they went to several supermarkets and bought out all the food there. Xia Fan wants to meet everyone in NEI Forest and see how they are doing. However, soon after he left Violet City and stepped onto Route 32, he began to encounter many people holding their Pokémon and anxiously running to the Pokémon Center. Xia Fan frowned slightly and began to quicken his pace out of curiosity. Then the next time he met a young man who was anxiously jogging towards Violet City with a Pokeball, he stopped him. "Brother, what happened to you? I saw many people running to the Pokémon Center with their Pokémon along the way. Are you humiliating me?" But the other party responded with an annoyed look, leaving Xia Fan and continuing to trot away. But after running a few steps, he cursed back. "Don't power trip, kid. Beat them if you have the guts." After saying that, he disappeared from Xia Fan's sight. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and continued to move forward. A few minutes later, he saw a strong man commanding a Steelix to fight a Breloom under a forest. There were also several guys standing around who were eager to try. As a result, within 3 or 4 rounds, Steelix was knocked down by Breloom's dynamic punch. But this was not the end, as another blonde-haired young man immediately joined him with laughter, first mocking the strong man, and then releasing his own Pokémon, Typhlosion. With a confident look on his face, he made a bold statement to Breloom, saying that he would tame it. However, in less than 3 rounds, Breloom used a sky uppercut, and Typhlosion fell to the ground. Breloom showed a mocking expression. After Typhlosion fell to the ground, another person immediately came up to fight with him. "Oh my goodness, is this Breloom so powerful?" Xia Fan was stunned. He felt that this Breloom was almost as powerful as a demigod. It was terrifyingly strong. But he was a little confused. Are people nowadays so polite when catching wild Pokémon? Didn't they fight in groups before? And then whoever was luckier in the end would be the one to be captured? Why do they like to fight in a round-robin manner now? Thinking of this, Xia Fan directly stopped the young man who had released Typhlosion and was beaten up and asked him about his doubts. "New here." As a result, the young man frowned at Xia Fan when he heard this. Xia Fan nodded. The young man then took Xia Fan to the woods not far away. Soon, Xia Fan saw dozens of Brelooms laughing and playing. "Tell me what the result of a group fight will be." The young man pointed at them and said unhappily, "Xia Fan will be beaten to death." "Master, they seem to be the group of Brelooms you tamed in the forest." In Xia Fan's mind, Mew's voice suddenly sounded. "I recognize it." Xia Fan's mouth twitched. When he saw a group of Brelooms squatting here, he thought of the group of wild Pokémon he had captured when he captured NTI. He let them rely on the power of the system to grow infinitely. No wonder the Breloom in front of me is so strong. It turns out it's his. At this time, the largest one in the Breloom group saw Xia Fan. I immediately recognized that Xia Fan was the one who put it into the Pokeball. Then he shouted loudly, "Hat!" The sound was so exciting that it attracted the attention of the other Brelooms, and they turned their heads to look. After a while, dozens of Brelooms that were playing rough in the dense forest suddenly rushed towards Xia Fan like crazy. The young man next to Xia Fan was instantly frightened by this scene. With a cry of F***K, he ran away. The trainers who were watching or fighting nearby were also attracted by the noise and turned their heads to look. When he saw a group of Brelooms rushing towards this side, he was immediately frightened. He decisively took his Pokémon and ran away without hesitation. They can't even beat a Breloom. Now a group of them rushed over. If you don't run, you will die. And who on the scene could have escaped? Of course there are Xia Fans. After seeing everyone running away in panic, he sighed helplessly. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. Because these people came here, obviously, to capture a Breloom. We can't beat them now. Maybe there will be a lucky guy who can beat them with great effort. When he threw the ball, he found out that it was owned by someone else. He thought the other person would be P************** D off. Hat! Xia Fan was surrounded by dozens of Brelooms, and they all rubbed against Xia Fan in a flattering manner. All right. Thank you for remembering me as your master. You can eat these things. Xia Fan threw out the Pokeball and released Jengar, letting it spit out some snacks it had bought from the supermarket from its alien stomach and give them to Breloom. Then sit with Breloom in the dense forest and enjoy it. In the middle, Xia Fan asked the Breloom chief about what happened just now. It turns out that after he left, as time went by, the Pokémon in their forest became stronger and began to encounter Trainer from time to time. After repeatedly beating Trainer, their reputation began to grow. A large number of trainers began to rush here one after another to fight with them. It disrupted the ecology here. NEI couldn't stand it anymore, so he stepped forward and made some rules with the humans. From now on, in their forest, a group of Pokémon will fight against the trainer every day. As long as they can beat them, they can capture a member of the group. Although the result will definitely be failure to capture the Pokémon. This is the only way to solve the problem of being disturbed by the trainer and at the same time improve the combat skills of the Pokémon in the forest. And today, it is the turn of the Breloom clan. Tomorrow, it will be the Vileplume clan that will come to fight the trainers again. After listening to Chief Breloom's words, Xia Fan nodded. After sitting with them for a while, he continued to move deeper into the forest with Mew and Meloetta, who occasionally hit herself. After that, almost every few hundred meters you move forward, you will see different Pokémon groups playing rough in the woods. When they saw Xia Fan coming, they immediately swarmed over and surrounded him enthusiastically, just like Breloom. Faced with their enthusiasm, Xia Fan generously let Jengar take out the delicious food from his stomach. He was like a boy distributing food. Every time he walked a distance, he would distribute a pile of food. When they finally arrived deep in the forest, the extra-dimensional space in Jengar's stomach had already deflated. The news that Xia Fan appeared in the forest had already spread to the depths of the forest. NEI received the news and waited at the intersection early in the morning. After seeing Xia Fan's figure, he jumped up decisively. "Owner." NTI bowed his head respectfully to Xia Fan. "Long time no see, NTI." Xia Fan stroked NTI's head with a smile, then sat on it. NEI did not resist and just carried Xia Fan into its cave. As soon as she arrived at the cave, Xia Fan was stunned because he saw a Snorlax. This Snorlax was enormous, almost twice the size of NEI. At this time, it was lying outside the cave, snoring, and several Bellisums, Hoppips, and Apalms were playing on its belly. This! Xia Fan was shocked and looked at NTI, who turned his head away in disbelief. "Master, it is the Munchlax you took away that day." NEI thought Xia Fan didn't recognize him and said telepathically. Xia Fan nodded with his mouth open. Of course, he recognized that this was the Munchlax he had taken out, but he didn't expect it to have grown to this extent. It's ridiculously large. A normal Snorlax is at most half its size. How did it get here? Wasn't it brought by Jesse and James? After being shocked, Xia Fan turned around and said, after it evolved, its size grew too fast for Jesse and James to take it on missions, and it didn't want to enter the Pokeball, so Jesse and James sent it here and said they would send someone to bring it food every once in a while. "Come to think of it, it's been about these few days," said NTI. At this moment, Snorlax seemed to sense something and opened its eyes drowsily in its sleep. Watching a familiar figure not far away gradually becoming clear, it's suddenly smelling salts. "Kirby!" Snorlax stood up in surprise and rushed towards Xia Fan. The noise was like an earthquake, and Xia Fan was so scared that he quickly shouted to stop it. He felt that if his small arms and legs were hugged, they would be turned into meat paste in an instant if he didn't use Recover. "Kirby!" Snorlax lowered his head in frustration, thinking that Xia Fan hated it. Xia Fan sighed and walked forward. "I don't dislike you, I just think it's good for you to be where you are." "Kirby!" Hearing that he was not disliked, Snorlax immediately raised his head and happily called Xia Fan Kirby nonstop. After Xia Fan finished translating what it said, he froze. Because Snorlax asked it to fulfill the promise it made to it. When they met again after separation, he let it eat as much as it wanted for a month. So Xia Fan couldn't help but look at Snorlax. "Now this body shape. How much of this do you need to eat?" An hour later, Xia Fan and Jengar returned from Violet City. returned to the forest with a city's worth of Pokémon snacks to fulfill the promise made to Snorlax. He spent more than 2 million on these snacks. After being released from Jengar's stomach, more than a dozen hills more than 10 meters high were piled up. Snorlax was so excited that he almost jumped up. When the ancestor was moving things out of his stomach, it almost couldn't help but drill into the ancestor's stomach and eat it directly. The ancestor was so frightened that he quickly used a dark pulse to send it flying. It couldn't help but feel a little panicked when such a fat guy entered its stomach. The key point is that this strength is basically between semi-celestic gods, so it probably won't take long. This Snorlax will become the first Snorlax to break through racial restrictions and possess the power of God. If such a Snorlax enters its stomach, it will be a time bomb. Just leave it here and let it eat slowly. After Jengar emptied his stomach, Xia Fan sighed and told everyone not to disturb Snorlax. That was the next morning. When Xia Fan walked out of the cave, he was stunned when he saw that the snack hills that originally piled up more than a dozen times were now only a few meters high. He originally thought that these things would be enough for Snorlax to eat for 4 or 5 days. As a result, it was gone in less than a day. Who can withstand this? No wonder Jesse James and the others sent Snorlax back. Anyone who sees this amount of food will have their legs trembling, unless you feed it special Snorlax energy blocks. But Snorlax doesn't like to eat this, so it's really a headache. Kirby, when Snorlax saw Xia Fan coming out, he immediately showed his silly smile. Then he continued to stuff cheeks with one hand and pointed to the small hill of snacks, which was only about 3 meters high with the other hand. The meaning is very clear. Master, I'm almost done eating. At this moment, the ancestor Jengar just floated out of the cave. Xia Fan released all the Pokémon he had with him last night. When Snorlax saw it, he immediately remembered his belly that looked like a treasure bag yesterday. Without saying a word, Kirby used Giga Impact on the ancestor, and his fat body instantly rushed towards Jengar like a blue ball. Boom, boom, boom. The earth and mountains within 100 meters began to shake. Fortunately, the ancestor reacted in time, and, just like yesterday, he used another dark pulse to trap Snorlax. Fatty, you really think I'm your snack bank, don't you? The old man shouted angrily and started to beat Snorlax violently. In the end, it was Xia Fan who spoke up, causing the silly Snorlax to suffer an even worse fate. You too, kid. If it still has food, I will naturally let it give it to you. How can you snatch it? Xia Fan scolded Snorlax like a child. The scarred Snorlax lowered its head in frustration. The short, fat white man had really heard it. Master, please stop scolding it. I think it may be about to break through to the realm of God and transcend the restrictions of race, so it eats so fast. Normally, Jesse James and the others don't eat as fast as they do now when they ask others to deliver the food. NTI's telepathy sounded in Xia Fan's mind. He turned his head and saw NTI slowly walking out of the cave. Break through to the realm of God. Xia Fan frowned and looked up at Snorlax, who was smacking his lips with a frustrated and aggrieved look on his face. Forget it, I don't blame you. You are greedy by nature. Since you are about to break through the realm of God, I will prepare your food for you and provide you with enough energy. Xia Fan patted Snorlax's belly and comforted him. Kirby, hearing Xia Fan say this, the silly Snorlax immediately became excited again. Return to the previous position and continue eating the unfinished food. Xia Fan sighed and couldn't help but feel sorry for his wallet. He felt that the amount he would have to spend to help Snorlax break through this time would probably be in the billions. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan took Mew and Meloetta to the next destination in Chengdu region, Yuanzhou City. Because the headquarters of their pantheon in the Chengdu region is located in the forest outside Yuanzhou City. He was going to go over to see how the situation was going and tell Jesse James and the others to arrange for someone to feed Snorlax in a timely manner and not stop as long as Snorlax needed it. By the way, he planned to take a few $100 million from him and give it to Jesse James and others. Otherwise, they would be directly bankrupted by Snorlax's feeding this time, causing financial problems for the entire Chengdu region. However, When Xia Fan just came out of the forest, his cell phone vibrated. Ash called him. Indicates that it has already thought of a new trip. Just go to Kalos region with Miss Alexa and ask Xia Fan if she wants to go with him tomorrow. Faced with this inquiry, Xia Fan naturally agreed. It means that they will take a flight to Chengdu region tomorrow, and the two will meet in Kalos region. After hanging up the phone, Xia Fan released Deoxys and let it use its speed form to take him to Yuanzhou City to meet Jesse James and others a few minutes later. Understand the power that the Pantheon currently controls in the Chengdu region. Early the next morning, after learning about the current development of the Pantheon and instructing Jesse James to take good care of Snorlax, Xia Fan boarded a flight to Kalos region in Goldenrod City. Then, after another 13 or 14 hours of long-distance flying, he arrived at Lumio City, a prosperous city in the Kalos region. It seems we should have arrived before Ash. After getting off the plane, Xia Fan asked Mew to help use Psychic to sense it, and sighed when he found that there was no trace of Ash. Forget it, let's have a cup of coffee while waiting up there, and have some dessert to fill our stomach. We found a cafe in the airport terminal, and Xia Fan, Mew, and the invisible Meloetta started stuffed cheeks inside. When they were almost enjoying the delicious food, Mew frowned, and his voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. Master, Ash and the others are here. Oh, are you here? Xia Fan, who was drinking coffee, paused, put down his coffee, walked to the windowsill, looked down, and then saw a large airplane standing below and slowly stopping. About a minute later, a boy wearing a hat walked out, opened his arms, and shouted loudly with the Pikachu on his shoulders. Hey, Kalos Place. Ash from Pallet Town is here. Pikachu. Looking at the excited boy below, Xia Fan smiled. All right, Xiaowan, Meloetta, we should go down and meet up with Ash. We can always have the chance to eat these desserts again. Good master. Although he was reluctant to leave, Mew still took a piece of cake from the table and flew to Xia Fan's shoulder. With a flash of white light, he turned from Mew back into Pikachu. Meloetta took a piece of cake and entered the invisible contest condition. After a while, Xia Fan saw Ash, who looked very excited, and a beautiful lady, Miss Alexa, following behind him at the exit of the terminal. But when Ash saw Xia Fan, he was surprised. Surprised. Mr. Xia Fan, how come you arrived before us? I remember you told me that your takeoff time was an hour later than ours. Xia Fan smiled and explained, because... But after he said 2 words, Miss Alexa on the opposite side took over the conversation and explained for him. Although we took off earlier, the Chengdu region is still closer to Kalos than the Kanto region, so it is normal for him to arrive earlier than us. After saying that, Alexa extended her hand enthusiastically to Xia Fan. Hello again, Mr. Double Champion Xia Fan. Hello, Miss Alexa. Xia Fan also smiled kindly and started chatting with the other party. When he was still in the Unova region, he and Ash Iris-Sillen became good friends with each other during their travels. We chatted for a while. Finally, Ash couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, Hey, stop chatting, I want to go to the gym battle right now. Alexa, who was interrupted from chatting, looked at Ash with a headache. But where are you going to go for the gym battle? Ash clenched his fists and said with full fighting spirit, What do you mean where to go? Didn't we agree to go to your sister Miss Alexa's gym to challenge her? I'm sorry to have you so motivated. Alexa spread her hands helplessly. But my sister's gym is not in Lumio City. Her gym is in Sanolin City. What? Ash's fighting spirit instantly disappeared. Alexa could only say, Well, I'm going to call my sister. You guys wait for me in the lobby outside. After saying that, he waved to Xia Fan and trotted towards the phone booth. Ash ran towards the hall and told Xia Fan to catch up with him. He couldn't wait to see the Pokémon that were unique to the Kalos region. However, just as he ran to the hall outside, a human figure suddenly passed over his head. Ash looked at Ground Shadow, then looked up and immediately saw a fiery red humanoid Pokémon flash by. Mega Evolution's Blaziken, right? Xia Fan, who was following behind him, also stopped and looked in the direction where the Pokémon disappeared, muttering. He still had some impression of the plot in Kalos region. As soon as Xia arrived here, a mega evolution Blaziken left a strong impression in his mind. Mr. Xia Fan, did you see that just now? Ash hurried over to Xia Fan and said excitedly. I see. Xia Fan nodded. Did you recognize what Pokémon that was? Xia Fan shook his head. He was too lazy to explain that this was Blaziken's mega evolution, because someone would naturally introduce it to him when the time came. That's a shame. No, I have to share what I just saw with Miss Alexa. Ash then went back and ran toward Alexa. Ah, you are worthy of being my Master Xi, who will never grow up. Looking at the other persons running back, Xia Fan sighed helplessly and followed him back. When they got there, Alexa told Ash apologetically that her sister was not in the gym at the moment. She had gone out for special training and would not be back for a long time. So, if Ash must challenge a gym, he can only challenge others. In that case, then use this enthusiasm to challenge the gym in Lumio City directly. Ash's frustrated expression instantly faded when he heard Alexa say that there was a gym in this city as well. So there are gyms in this city too? Yes. Alexa nodded and took Ash and Xia Fan to a large screen showing a map. The Lumiose gym is in the center of this city, inside the Symphony Crystal Tower. Alexa pointed at the map. Haha, okay, then Mr. Xia Fan, let's go to the Lumiose gym to challenge him. Ash looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan nodded and was immediately dragged by Ash to run out of the airport. Say goodbye to Alexa at the same time. Half an hour later, Ash and Xia Fan, looking very excited, appeared under a beautiful tower. It's finally about to begin, Mr. Xia Fan. I'm going in first to challenge you. Facing the tower, Ash rushed in after getting excited. Well, but Xia Fan sighed as he looked at his hurried back. If he remembered the plot correctly, it seemed that Ash's challenge was not successful, because the gym in Lumio City requires at least 4 badges. And Ash has just arrived here and doesn't even have a badge yet. How could I be allowed to challenge? That's how Xia Fan waited outside for less than 2 minutes. Then a scream was heard from the sky. Ash and Pikachu are then seen being thrown out of a window in the tower by a robotic tentacle. Just as he was about to go forward to catch them, Xia Fan saw a bespectacled boy with a little Stephanie in his arms make a move before him. The other person threw out his backpack, which landed where Ash and Pikachu were about to land and exploded. An airbag caught Ash and Pikachu safely. Are you okay? The boy with glasses brought little Stephanie forward and asked Ash worriedly. Thank you for your help. Thank you. Ash quickly stood up and thanked him. The two began a friendly conversation. Master, what's wrong with you? Not far away. Mew was puzzled as Xia Fan suddenly stopped and stared at the boy with glasses and little Stephanie. Nothing. I just thought they looked familiar. Xia Fan smiled. A boy with glasses and a little Stephanie with twin ponytails. Both of them are blonde. Aren't these two people Ash's future plot partners in the Kalos region? Mr. Xia Fan, what are you doing standing there? At this time, Ash shouted to Xia Fan. Hello. Thank you so much for what I did just now. My name is Xia Fan. Xia Fan then walked forward and greeted him with a smile. My name is Clement, and she's my sister Eureka. The boy with glasses pointed at himself and then at little Stephanie and introduced himself. Please give me your advice. Little Stephanie agreed and then excitedly pointed at Mew on Xia Fan's shoulder. Wow, you have a Pikachu just like Ash. It seems that you both have a good relationship. I saw in the information that if the relationship is not good, Pikachu will not want to climb on the owner's head. Yes, because like Ash, I have been with my Pikachu for a long time. Xia Fan smiled and nodded. By the way, Clement, Eureka, do you two want to challenge the gym as well? Ash interrupted at this time. After saying this, Clement suddenly felt a little embarrassed. On the contrary, her younger sister Yulijia said carelessly. In fact, we are just getting ready to start now. Brothers and sisters traveling together? Ash looked surprised. I'm so envious, but it's a pity that I don't have any brothers or sisters. But you have a Pikachu that you are very close to. Eureka said enviously. I don't even have a Pokémon to keep me company right now, and my brother only recently captured a Pokémon. The three of them continued chatting, and Xia Fan, listened quietly beside them. But after a while, there was a noise above their heads. He looked up. A Froakie was spotted flashing by, jumping from tree to tree and hiding. Xia Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, is it Satoshi's frog god that will be able to transform with him in the future? If you remembered correctly, in the original plot, the frog god chose Ash to be its master because of the relationship between Jesse, James, Meowth, and the others. But now those three guys have already followed him and will not come out to cause trouble at all. How can the frog god witness Ash's difference and recognize him as his master? At this time, Ash and Clement next to him expressed their desire to have a battle and see each other's Pokémon. Then the two of them pulled Xia Fan and Yu Li Jia to the battlefield not far away. Ash naturally sent out Pikachu, while Clement released a Bunnelby. The two men began to fight. The battle was so intense that Xia Fan wondered if Xia's Pikachu, who was clearly at the maximum level, was playing a fake game. However, halfway through the battle, the accident that Xia Fan had been waiting for a long time occurred. Several guys in blue combat uniforms appeared. One of the guys wearing special glasses commanded a Heliolisk to send a thunderbolt towards the big tree where Xia Fan was standing. Then a Froakie fell from the tree with wounds. When he was about to land, he swiftly supported himself with one hand. "Froakie, be my Pokémon," the man shouted excitedly. Quack! But Froakie didn't want to pay any attention to that person and spit out his skill bubble at him. Delphox Flamethrower. A red light flashed, and another person in a blue battle suit released Delphox, the final form of Fennekin, one of the three great families in the Kalos region. As soon as Delphox came out, he used a flamethrower to cover Froakie's bubble and severely injured Froakie, causing him to crash heavily into a tree. "Who are you? If you want to subdue it, you should fight alone, not two of you attacking it alone." Ash, who was full of justice, couldn't stand it anymore and spoke out decisively. But as soon as he said this, he was confronted by the trainer of the other side, Heliolisk. "Shut up, Ash. You have nothing to do here. The reason you are here is to help us identify which Froakie we want." Ash's eyes widened, and he was very surprised that the other party could call out his name. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and confirmed that these guys he had never seen before were players. Now he probably wants to capture this Froakie with great potential before the Frog God is captured by Ash. "Who are you? Why do you know my name?" Ash shouted. The man ignored Ash and looked towards Froakie, who was lying under the tree, and stretched out his right hand, revealing a catapult device. With a slight flick of his fingers, a thick net rope shot out and trapped Froakie. Then his Heliolisk made a quick attack and appeared in front of the net rope, dragging Froakie away. "Wait, where are you taking it?" Clement also stood up. He felt something was wrong and thought that if the other party really wanted to capture this Froakie, he should throw a Pokeball. They should not be caught using a net or rope. At this moment, Xia Fan, who was standing not far away and watching, suddenly threw the ball. Throw it directly towards Froakie in the net rope. But when the Pokeball hit Froakie's head, the Pokeball did not open. Seeing this scene, Ash, Clement's pupil shrank, because it means that this Pokemon has been captured. You're trying to take away an owned Pokemon by force. Ash Rage said, and then decisively gave an order to the Pikachu on his shoulder. "Pikachu Iron Tail." Pikachu then jumped up, did a 360-degree spin in midair, and its tail flashed a silver light before slashing towards the net rope. Heliolisk Thunder Punch. But the guy on the other side was not a fool, and he quickly gave orders. Then Pikachu's Iron Tail and Heliolisk's Thunder Punch met in midair. However, in this battle with outsiders, Pikachu did not act as an actor. Instead, relying on its rich combat experience, it used the force of the collision between Iron Tail and Thunder Punch to bounce to the side of Heliolisk, and then continued to use Iron Tail to split the net rope, allowing Froakie to regain his freedom. Ash, Clement, you guys are really going to make trouble for our Wuji society, right? The three guys in blue and green uniforms on the opposite side were immediately furious. They don't want to interfere with Xia's journey, but they're determined to get the Froakie with great potential. I'm telling you, Ash, no matter if you're the protagonist of this world or not, our Wuji society is determined to get this Froakie. Heliolisk's trainer said angrily. His words left Ash confused, not understanding what they meant. Just when I was about to question him, I saw that guy commanding his Heliolisk to attack Pikachu. The other person's Delphox went towards Clement's Bunnelby. Obviously, he wanted to kill the protagonists one-on-one. Similarly, a Pokémon appeared in front of Xia Fan. Blastoise, the last of the three, threw a Pokémon. Faced with this situation, Xia Fan shrugged. Ash, Clement, take Froakie away. Its injuries need immediate treatment. I'll take care of these guys. As soon as the voice fell, Clement, who was about to command Bunnelby to fight, was stunned. Mr. Xia Fan, you... Ash looked down at Froakie, nodded to Xia Fan, and ran away with him in his arms. Boy, you were so arrogant. The three opposing teams were furious when they heard this. They cursed and ordered their Pokémon to attack. Blastoise Aqua Tail, Heliolisk Thunder, Delphox Mystical Fire. Among them, Blastoise's Aqua Tail was directed towards Xia Fan. However, just as his skill was being performed, Xia Fan threw out a Pokeball. A red light flashed, and Deoxys appeared. Then just one Psycho Boost made Blastoise, Heliolisk, and Delphox all fall to the ground. The strength was so strong that the trio froze in place. How could it be possible? That's Deoxys. How could you catch it? Heliolisk trainer was shocked and couldn't accept it at all. Nothing is impossible. Just release whatever Pokémon you have. Xia Fan shrugged with a relaxed expression and looked at Clement, who did not leave with Ash. Do you believe now that I have the ability to stop them? Clement nodded stiffly, then turned around and grabbed his sister Eureka. Chasing in a trance in the direction, Ash ran away. Stop! Heliolisk's master shouted anxiously when he saw Clement, Eureka, and Ash all running away. But as soon as he finished shouting, he and his companions were controlled by Deoxys using confusion and floated up. You three don't take me seriously. Or do you not take Deoxys seriously? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and walked up to them, crossed his arms, and looked up and said jokingly. The feeling of powerlessness coming from confusion made the three of them extremely uncomfortable. The owner of the lightning lizard asked painfully, Who are you? Why do you have Deoxys? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others? Xia Fan said with a smile. Demon Fire. At this moment, Delphox, who had fallen down not far away, suddenly stood up and spit out a gorgeous flame towards Deoxys. It's mystical fire. However, just as the flames were spit out, Delphox was knocked down again by Deoxys' Psycho Boost and smashed into a boulder, bleeding and motionless. Although Delphox is a dual attribute Pokémon of Fire and Psychic, and has the ability to have damage to Psychic-type skills, even if it is halved, cannot withstand the two Psycho Boosts of the powerful Deoxys. When Delphox's owner saw this scene, his eyes instantly turned red and he shouted excitedly. But at this time, Deoxys seemed to have gained spiritual sharing from someone, and the confusion was slightly strengthened. The three of them suddenly felt suffocated and screamed in pain. This pain lasted for 10 seconds. Xia Fan looked at the three guys on the verge of collapse and smiled. Could you please introduce yourself? He was very curious. What exactly was the Wuji Society they were talking about just now? An organization similar to the Blue and White Society, the Mutwo team, and the Divine Beast team? Abel, the owner of Heliolisk, said slowly, as if he was about to die. Tell Xia Fan everything he wants to know. Just as Xia Fan guessed, Wuji Society is indeed a player organization, but it is different from the Blue and White Society and the Mutwo team. In the Kalos region, there are many player organizations like Wuji Society, and they are a mixed bag. Currently, no organization has a dominant performance like the Blue and White Society and the Mutwo team. So in this case, the competition for Mega Evolution Stones in the Kalos region is very fierce. As long as a Mega Evolution Stone comes out, a large number of players will compete for it. Because of this situation, their Wuji Society set their sights on Ash's Froakie. I hope that, like Ash in the plot, someone in the club can complete the Bond Evolution with Froakie. This way, you can save a Mega Evolution Stone and still have a powerful Pokémon with unlimited potential. You guys have a nice idea. After hearing this, Xia Fan laughed out loud. As for Bond Evolution, He didn't think anyone other than Ash, the innocent protagonist, could do it. The reason why Ash in the plot was able to trigger a bond evolution with Froake's ultimate form, Greninja, was entirely because of the true friendship between them. This is something that none of these players, including him, can do. Therefore, he would not have the idea of taming Froakie. What belongs to Ash must belong to Ash. Having been with Ash for so long, he has captured so many legendary Pokémon. As for the Kalos region champion, he should also help the other party to get it. Put them down. Xia Fan waved his hand, signaling Deoxys to resolve the confusion. Then the next second, the three were released by Deoxys. Delphox's owner immediately took out a Pokeball and put Delphox into the ball, intending to send him to a Pokemon Center for treatment. But just as he took back Delphox, he was stopped by Xia Fan. Wait a minute, I didn't say I'd let you go. I've already told you everything you wanted to know. Delphox's owner panicked. Yes, I know everything you want to know. Xia Fan suddenly showed a cunning smile. But sorry, I have a gluttonous Pokemon recently, and it ate me up so much that I was broke, so the battle between us just now can be regarded as a bounty battle. If you lose, just give me the money. The three of them stared in amazement. They never expected Xia Fan to make such a request. Why no? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Deoxys on the side cooperated by stretching out his hands, and the transparent meteorite on his chest was also glowing. The meaning is very clear. If you three don't give it to me, I will kill you. Under such intimidation, the three handed over their mobile phones and transferred the money to Xia Fan. 1 minute later, after receiving the money, Xia Fan patted their shoulders with satisfaction and signaled that they could leave. Okay, I look forward to our next meeting. The three of them together have about 1.2 million, which is considered quite a bit of money. He was also reasonable and left them 100 as he had done before. After all, we should always leave some room for each other so that we can meet again in the future. After the three left, Xia Fan jumped on Deoxys' back and let it take him to find Ash and the others. If I remember correctly, according to the plot development, Ash seemed to have followed Clement's advice and brought the injured Froakie to the Professor Laboratory in the Kalos region. Muttering to himself, Xia Fan picked up his phone and looked at the map and saw a laboratory sign not far to the northwest. He looked in the direction and immediately saw ground in the distance. Ash holding Froakie and coming to the laboratory entrance, followed by Clement and Eureka. Deoxys, go there. Xia Fan pointed towards the laboratory. The next second, he and Deoxys disappeared from midair. When he appeared again, he was in front of Ash and the others. It scared a few people. Gah! Pushing open the door of the laboratory, Ash anxiously rushed in holding Froakie. Looking at the empty lobby of the laboratory, Ash shouted, "Excuse me, Professor Buratano, are you here?" "Here it comes." After a while, a bearded man wearing yawn and a white scientific research suit came out from passage on the right side of the lobby. "Are you Professor?" Ash saw the man and hurriedly said, "Yes, I am Professor Buratano." Professor Bratano said sleepily, and then looked into Ash's arms. The next second, Yawn's expression immediately faded, and he rushed up with a look of shock on his face. "Froakie, Professor, do you know this Froakie?" Ash wondered when he saw that the other person seemed more worried than he was. "Of course I know it. It was taken away from me," Professor Bratano said casually, turning his head and shouting toward the passage he had just walked out of. "Sophie, come here quickly." After shouting, Professor Bratano took Froakie from Ash's arms. "I'm really worried about you. Your trainer contacted me before." Professor Bratano touched Froakie's head and then handed him over to his assistant Sophie for treatment. "Excuse me, you said you had contacted Froakie's trainer. Are you planning on coming here?" Ash said after Froakie was led away. "No." Professor Bratano shook his head. "He contacted me because he wanted to give up Froakie." "Give up Froakie?" Ash's eyes widened. "Yes." Professor Bratano sighed. "Because this child has a strange personality. He doesn't like to obey the trainer's orders. He will abandon the trainer and run away from the trainer. We were supposed to embark on the journey together, but several trainers came back here and returned Froakie to me. Several times." Ash, Clement, and Euligia all exclaimed at the same time. "Maybe Froakie has his considerations." Professor Brattano shrugged helplessly and then invited a few people to sit in the laboratory. What is this? Professor Brattano suddenly saw Deoxys next to Xia Fan and was stunned. His name is Deoxys, a Pokémon from outer space. Xia Fan then began to introduce. Pokémon from space. Professor Brattano's eyes widened. Then he invited everyone to come in and take a closer look at Deoxys, while asking Xia Fan for some information about Deoxys. In this way, everyone began to have some basic understanding of the laboratory. Ash was also relieved after seeing that Froka received good treatment. Professor, what did you say your laboratory is researching? Ash asked the professor at the Pokemon Park in the laboratory. When we were chatting just now, the professor said that the main research goal of their laboratory is evolution, but what kind of evolution it is, they need to come to the Pokemon Park to discuss in detail. If someone told you that Pokemon had another stage of evolution, would you believe it? For example, the Garchomp you just saw here. The professor put his hands in his trouser pockets and smiled. Evolve again? Ash swallowed in shock. Professor, are you saying that your Garchomp can still evolve? Clemont on the side was also shocked and at a loss. Yes, several Pokemon have shown this phenomenon. Professor Brattano nodded. Among researchers, we call it Mega Evolution. Mega Evolution? Ash muttered. But there are still many unsolved mysteries about the cause of Mega Evolution, such as the special stones needed for evolution and the bond between the trainer and Pokemon, which is also believed to be an important factor. By the way, even if a Pokemon undergoes Mega Evolution, it will eventually return to its original state. At this point, Professor Brattano looked at everyone and found that Xia Fan was the only one who was not surprised or shocked. Mr. Xia Fan, do you know Mega Evolution? Professor Brattano asked tentatively. When they were chatting just now, Professor Brattano learned that Deoxys had the power to fight against legends, so he used the honorific title for Xia Fan. I know a little bit. I once fought against a trainer like this. Xia Fan said with a smile. I remembered the Chengdu region and the scene when I captured the Phoenix. The boss of the Blue and White Society used the Mega Evolution Stone to Mega evolve Charizard. Fought against each other? Ash turned around and looked at Xia Fan in disbelief. I hadn't met you at that time. Xia Fan shrugged. In the Chengdu region, that guy used the Mega Evolution Stone to make his Charizard evolve again, but he's still lost to me. I see. Professor Brattano nodded, not really curious about how Xia Fan was defeated, but just assumed that the Mega Evolution Charizard was defeated by the powerful Deoxys. By the way, Professor, regarding Mega Evolution, I would like to ask you for a favor. Xia Fan thought of something at this time and said quickly. You said? Professor Brattano raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Xia Fan would also ask him. If you have any news about the Gengar Mega Evolution Stone, please let me know. Gengar's Mega Evolution Stone? No problem. I'll contact you as soon as I have any relevant information. Professor Brattano was stunned at first, but when he thought of Xia Fan's strength, he immediately agreed. Thanks. Xia Fan smiled and nodded. Now that he's in Kalos, he has to let his lineup try Mega Evolution. But after thinking about it, the only one who can Mega Evolution here is the old man Gengar. As for the other legends, they can only rely on themselves. After talking about Mega Evolution, Professor Brattano took everyone to visit some Pokemon unique to the Kalos region in the laboratory. Xia Fan had no interest in these things. After following for a while, he sat alone in the laboratory lounge and drank coffee. Hit your head. Without Jesse James causing trouble, I don't know if Froakie will still choose Ash. Through the glass window in the lounge, Xia Fan looked at Ash and the others in the park with a headache. It suddenly occurred to him that according to the original plot, if Froakie wanted to choose Ash as his master, he should go through another ordeal. Let Froakie know that Ash is different from his previous masters. He is a master who has the courage to face death and is trustworthy. And the most important thing is, Ash's childhood sweetheart Serena also learned about Ash's arrival in Kalos because of that ordeal and chose to leave home to find Ash to travel together. How about letting me play the villain this time and stir things up? Xia Fan frowned slightly. He felt that the way to conquer the legend was better to follow the plot. Even if the plot was going to split, he had to put it back together. Let Xia win the championship in Kalo's region. He and Serena must be a good pair. Just consider it as satisfying my long-cherished wish as a former Pokémon fan. Thinking of this, Xia Fan smiled and drank the coffee in his hand. 5 minutes later, Xia Fan said hello to Ash and the others and left the laboratory, saying that he was going out shopping. An hour later, a mad Hydreigon broke into the laboratory. As soon as he came in, he let out a dragon breath, which blew up the laboratory lobby. The noise woke up everyone in the laboratory, and the nearest researchers rushed to the scene with Garchomp and Froakie, who had just recovered. Order Garchomp to stop Hydreigon. However, Garchomp, Professor Britanno's favorite pet, was knocked down by Hydreigon's Dragon Pulse before the fight even started. At this time, Ash and his friends finally arrived. The Hydreigon took a look, then turned around, flapped its wings, grabbed the incapable Garchomp, and flew away from the laboratory, while condensing Dragon Breath in its mouth again. 2 seconds later, Dragon Breath shot towards the city's buildings. The building collapsed instantly. Roar! Hydreigon let out a deafening dragon roar in midair, flew into the center of the city, and wreaked havoc. Xiaohuan, is Ash bringing Froakie with you? At the same time, a telepathic message came from the Hydreigon. Come out and follow right behind your master. Okay, you guys just continue to follow Ash and the others. On a tree outside the laboratory, comrades Mew and Meloetta were swinging their short legs out of boredom. Xia Fan's tone of reply was full of resentment, because now that Hydreigon is Xia Fan. Mew originally thought that Xia Fan's plan was to let it come out and do some bad things to stretch its muscles. But the result was that it acted as a real-time monitor while he himself went out to do bad things. This makes it a little bit uncomfortable. What is wrong with this world? Why would there be trainers who like to steal their Pokemon's jobs? Half an hour later, in the Symphony Crystal Tower, Xia Fan's transformed Hydreigon stood on the top floor, with Garchomp lying at his feet. And in the air around him, there was a helicopter flying. A camera inside was facing him, and a beautiful female reporter was reporting excitedly. Xia Fan ignored him and stood on the top floor, continuously using the destructive death ray to sweep the city. About 20 minutes later, a familiar figure finally appeared in Xia Fan's eyes. Ash finally found him with Pikachu and Froakie. In response, Xia Fan smiled. As expected of Master Xi, countless people are avoiding him now, and no one dares to stand up to stop him. Only Ash appears in front of him resolutely. This courage is worthy of his status as the protagonist. Hydreigon, what's wrong with you? Calm down. There are no enemies here. Please stop attacking. As soon as he came up, Ash hurried to calm Xia Fan down. But what he was greeted with was naturally Xia Fan's roar, and Dragon Breath began to condense in his mouth, which scared Ash so much that he decisively ordered Pikachu and Froakie to fight back. And the effect of their counterattack was unexpected. Hydreigon, who was able to defeat Garchomp, failed to release Dragon Breath due to the counterattack of Ash's Pikachu and Froakie. And the subsequent battles were actually fought in an orderly manner. This surprised the anchor on the helicopter and the audience behind the TV. In fact, it's not that no one tried to stop the Hydreigon, but that the Pokemon of those people were instantly killed by Hydreigon. And such a powerful Hydreigon is now fighting back and forth with a Pikachu and Froakie. Vanderbilt Town. Inside a room, a beautiful girl with flaxen curly hair is taking a bottle of mineral water out of the refrigerator. At this moment, the voice of an intellectual and gentle woman came from the living room. Hey, Serena, come and see. Something terrible seems to have happened. Something terrible has happened to my face, too. Serena got the mineral water and pointed at her cheek, which was injured from riding the armored rhinoceros today, and said angrily as she walked towards the living room. Coming to the TV in the living room, Serena looked at the TV screen where a Pikachu and a Froakie were fighting with a Hydreigon. She was surprised and asked, "What is this? A movie?" No, this is a live broadcast happening in Lumio City. Serena's mother, Saki, waved her hand and explained. At this moment, the scene changed and Ash's appearance was shown on TV. He was calmly and bravely commanding 2 Pokemon to fight Hydreigon, while constantly persuading them to calm down. This child, could it be? Looking at Ash, Serena was stunned and immediately fell into deep thought. When I came to my senses again, I was woken up by my mother Sachi. Serena, what's wrong with you? Oh, I suddenly saw a friend I haven't seen for a long time. Serena smiled with reminiscence. Friends? Who? Saki looked curious. Serena smiled, then said with a determined look, I've decided. Tomorrow I'm going to Lumio City to find a professor to get my rookie Pokémon. After that, Serena continued to look at the TV and found that the live broadcast had ended and Ash and Hydreigon were nowhere to be seen. Well, what about the live broadcast? Serena asked confusedly. The live broadcast ended a long time ago. Didn't you watch it carefully just now? Sage suddenly perked up and praised Ash's courage and wit in front of Serena. He actually commanded Pikachu and Froakie to fight Hydreigon on equal terms, although they did not defeat the opponent in the end. But Ash used his mouth to really calm Hydreigon down, and after returning Garchomp to Professor Brattano, he flapped his wings and flew away. This move stunned her. She said frankly that the boy who claimed to be from Pallet Town during the TV interview would definitely be an outstanding trainer in the future, and Serena needed to learn more from him. When Serena heard the word Pallet Town, she was stunned again. Then she rushed back to the room and packed her luggage for the trip. Lumiose City. After the crisis in Hydreigon was resolved, Ash was surrounded by the crowd and told to report. Finally, with great effort, I escaped with the help of Professor Brattano and returned to the laboratory. When they returned to the laboratory, they saw Xia Fan. He was standing outside the laboratory door with a puzzled look on his face, looking at the messy laboratory. What's going on? Why is a laboratory like this? Well, I just came back. I saw that some buildings on the roadside seemed to be destroyed for unknown reasons. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Xia Fan asked in confusion. Everyone looked at each other, unable to believe that Xia Fan knew nothing. Ash asked in surprise, Mr. Xia Fan, don't you know what happened? Have no idea. Xia Fan shook her head as if she really didn't know what happened. I was strolling around Lumio City and found a foot massage shop, so I went in for a foot massage. Later, I fell asleep during the massage. When I woke up, there was no one in the shop, so I came back. I just returned to the laboratory and saw you guys. Everyone. Looking at Xia Fan, I suddenly didn't know what to say. Ash smacked his lips, chose to believe what Xia Fan said, and then told him everything he had experienced. After hearing this, Xia Fan clapped his hands and said with great sorrow, Oh, it's my fault, it's my fault. If I hadn't gone out, maybe I could have prevented this disaster from happening earlier and saved Garchomp and this city from being attacked. Seeing him like that, Ash and the others softened their hearts. They had no doubts about Xia Fan's strength. After all, Deoxys had already shown it. But Xia Fan can still take the blame on himself, which makes people feel good about him. With such a responsibility, he deserves to be the one who can capture legendary Pokémon. It's okay, Mr. Xia Fan. This has nothing to do with you. We believe in your ability and your sense of responsibility. Yeah, you don't have to blame yourself. Now that Ash has put an end to this matter, it can be considered a good outcome. This is just an accident for you. Don't take it to heart. Everyone talked to each other and finally calmed Xia Fan down. Looking at this scene, Mew on Xia Fan's left shoulder was speechless. It really doesn't know what to say. I can only complain to everyone through a shared spiritual world. I asked the brothers in the Pokeball if they saw it and what they thought about it. Deoxys, a bit shameless. Cresselia, how shameless. Jengar Patriarch, this shameless thing still has the face. Xia Fan, hey, the spirit-sharing world is my world. I can hear everything you say. Am I hypocritical? Everything I did just now was to fulfill Ash and Froakies' friendship and Ash's love. Mew, Deoxys, Cresselia, Jengar Patriarch. May I ask my beloved master, when will you fulfill my love? The next morning, after enjoying breakfast, Xia Fan, Ash, Clement, and Yuli Jia were escorted to the outside of the laboratory by Professor Buratano. When saying goodbye, Professor Buratano said apologetically, Did everyone sleep well? I'm really sorry about the accident that happened yesterday. Ash laughed. It's okay, Professor. I had a good rest last night. I slept soundly, too. I'm sorry to trouble you. Clement and Eulogia also said they didn't care. As for Xia Fan, he just smiled and shrugged, indicating that it was okay. Seeing everyone's answer, Professor Bratano breathed a sigh of relief, then patted Ash on the shoulder and took out 2 Pokédex from his pocket. Xia Fan, Ash, this is your first time in the Kalos region. Is there a Pokémon Pokédex here? No. Ash shook his head. Then please take these 2 Pokédex. I hope they can help you in your next adventure. Professor Bratano brought 2 brand new Pokédex to Xia Fan, Ash. Thanks. Xia Fan and Ash thanked him and prepared to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, Ash was hit by a tiny bubble. Froakie appeared behind him at some point. Froakie, wiping the bubble off his face, Ash looked at Froakie in confusion. Quack! Froakie took out a red Pokeball and poked it towards Ash's with his mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone understood instantly. Froakie, you want to travel with him, right? Professor Bratano said with relief. Froakie actually chose Trainer himself. It means he likes you a lot, Ash. Clement and Eulogia were also relieved. Ash picked up the Pokeball and looked back at everyone, still a little incredulous. Is this true? It couldn't be more true. Xia Fan smiled and patted Ash on the shoulder. Just kidding, he acted for so long yesterday, just for this moment. If Ash doesn't want to tame it today, he will have to tame it. The point is, in this world, who else but Satoshi can best capture Pokemon that others have captured? How about being the world's #1 bargain hunter? Charmander, Snivy, Tepig. Except for Snivy, who did not evolve to the final form to become the first-generation trump card, the other 3 are pretty awesome, especially the first 2, who are extremely awesome. Of course, in Xia Fan's opinion, the most powerful one in the future will be the Froakie in front of him. In the future, he will be spotted by the first-level god Zygarde and chosen as a guardian. Maybe his strength is still lacking, but his status can be said to be comparable to NEI and others. Quack! Just then, Froakie saw Ash dithering there, so he jumped slightly and slapped the Pokeball that Ash was holding with his paw. A red light flashed. Froakie self-subjugated to Ash. Seeing this, Ash confirmed that Froakie really wanted to follow him. He stood up excitedly, raised his Pokeball, and shouted to everyone, I've conquered Froakie. Xia Fan looked at Ash's happy expression and nodded with satisfaction. His hard work yesterday was worth it. A few minutes later, the group of 4 officially said goodbye to the laboratory and headed toward the Pokémon Center. After yesterday's experience, Clement and Eulogia expressed their desire to travel with Ash Xia Fan last night. So, the 4 of them left together early in the morning. At the same time, Ash and Xia Fan needed to register their identities in the Kalos region, so Clement acted as a guide and took them to the Pokémon Center. About half an hour later, the 4 arrived at the Pokémon Center. With the help of Nurse Joy, Xia Fan, and Ash completed the identity registration of Kalos. After that was done, Clement thoughtfully sorted out the first gym for Ash to challenge. Santalin City Gym, and prepare a route forward. Just like that, after resting at the Pokémon Center, the 4 of them headed towards Santalin City. Shortly after the 4 left Lumio City, a beautiful girl named Serena came into Professor Buratano's laboratory, following Ash's footsteps. 2 days later, Xia Fan Ash and his group rushed to Santalin City. As soon as he entered the city, Ash was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, rushing forward to challenge the gym. He didn't care about the other people behind him at all. Hey, wait a minute, Ash. After running a few hundred meters, Clement shouted as if he was about to die. But Ash didn't care and turned around to shout, Clement, run faster. How can you, at such a young age, be unable to run such a short distance? Clement gasped and said desperately, Ash, I actually have a question I want to ask you right now. Do you know where the Santalin Gym is located? Where is it? Ash frowned, then clenched his fists and said excitedly, Of course I don't know. After saying that, he stepped on a stone bench and continued, But I know that as long as I keep running, I will definitely find the way. If I keep moving forward, I will reach my destination. This is the style of me and Pikachu. After hearing this, Clement was immediately confused. He looked at Xia Fan, hoping that Xia Fan could dissuade Ash, this overly excited psychopath. But suddenly I woke up and realized that Xia Fan was also a pervert. He ran such a long distance, but his face wasn't red, he wasn't out of breath, and he just stood there as if nothing had happened. At least Ash still has sweat on his face. Don't you feel tired? Clement asked Xia Fan with a look of astonishment on his face. Tired? Not bad. Xia Fan shrugged, looking elation. Are you kidding? With his current physical condition, if he would feel tired after running a few hundred meters, he might as well die and bring shame to the system and all the gods and beasts. He is where he is today, thanks to them. You call this okay? You are not a human being. Clement heard this and immediately started to complain in his mind. Crack! Just then, a faint light flashed in the distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw a beautiful blonde girl in a white short-sleeved shirt, holding an SLR camera in her hand. Thank you for the beautiful photos. Seeing everyone's attention on him, the pretty girl smiled and walked forward to explain and finally stopped in front of Ash and Pikachu. You two seem like great partners. You were in such a good spirit just now that I took a picture of it. Thank you. Pikachu is my good friend. Pikachu. When Ash and Pikachu heard someone praising them, they immediately responded happily. By the way, I just heard you say you wanted to go to the Santalun gym, so you just need to turn right at the intersection ahead. The pretty girl said again. Really? Thank you. Ash's eyes lit up, and he quickly thanked him, then shouted to Clement, Eulogia, and Xia Fan to leave quickly. Thank you, Miss Violet. When Xia Fan passed by the pretty girl, he smiled faintly. If he remembered correctly, this guy was the Santalun gym leader that Ash wanted to challenge. Afterwards, adhering to the principle of pretending to be cool and running away, Xia Fan didn't even wait for the pretty girl to ask why she knew her identity. He followed Ash and disappeared. 5 minutes later, the four of them arrived at their destination, the Santalun gym. Ash looked at the gym gate excitedly and shouted, "Hello, please fight with me." The next second, the door opened and a yellow lizard suddenly rushed out and into Ash's arms. Charm. Helioptile, Ash said in surprise as he looked at this familiar Pokémon. Then a familiar voice came from the other side. Welcome, Ash, Mr. Xia Fan. You two look very energetic, don't you? Xia Fan and Ash looked over at the sound and saw that it was Ms. Alexa, the Pokémon reporter and the sister of the Santalun City gym leader. Then he started talking to the other party enthusiastically. After the conversation, Xia Fan and Ash introduced Clement and Eulogia to each other. Ms. Alexa, is your sister back yet? I need to have a gym battle with her. Ash said urgently after the introduction. Alexa frowned and pointed behind everyone. Isn't she right behind you? Everyone turned around. They found out that it was the pretty girl who had just shown them the way. I was stunned for a moment. Thank you for what happened just now, Violet said with a smile, and then came to Xia Fan, frowned slightly, and said, I just followed you all the way, but I can't remember where we have met before. Yes, but you can see the information of any gym leader in the Pokémon Center, and it says that you're not only an excellent gym leader, but also an excellent photographer. Xia Fan shrugged, smiled, and made up an excuse, but of course he would not tell the other party that he knew the plot. Violet was speechless after hearing this answer. He waved his hand and invited Xia Fan and his group to come in. As soon as they entered the gym, the first thing they saw was the exquisite photos hanging on both sides of the gym. These are all moments when Pokémon get close to nature. Looking at these photos, Eulogia couldn't help herself. He shouted to Violet excitedly. I made up my mind. Miss Violet, I want. Please accept my brother. The scene became silent for a moment. Take it? Violet asked in surprise. Yes, my brother is not reliable at all. So I would feel at ease if he had a wife as reliable as you, Eulogia said seriously. But as soon as she finished her words, her brother Clement covered her mouth and grabbed her and dragged her out of the gym. Everyone watching the siblings was speechless for a moment, except Xia Fan, who couldn't help but take out his cell phone and open his calculator. 66,666. In order to ease the embarrassment, Violet said, Then Ash, let's start the battle. Okay, Pika. Ash and Pikachu responded at the same time. After a while, the group arrived at the battle arena at the innermost part of the gym. The battle between the two began. Ash released Pikachu, while Violet sent out Surskit. And on the other side, Serena arrived in Sandalwood City. She was skipping down a flight of stairs with a look of love on her face, muttering something to herself. He would be very surprised if we met unexpectedly. What expression will he make when he sees me? I'm really looking forward to it. 10 minutes later, Serena rushed to the Sandalwood gym. At this time, Ash had just finished his first battle. Pikachu, who had the reverse attribute, lost to Surskit with the forward attribute, and then sent out Fletchling, the home bird that he had just captured in the forest a few days ago. Oh wow, my favorite couple is finally coming together. Seeing Serena coming, Xia Fan smiled. Who are you? Alexa asked in confusion when she saw Serena suddenly barging into the gym. Excuse me, can I observe here? Seeing someone asking, Serena said nervously. Of course you're welcome, come on in. Alexa smiled when she heard that they were here to watch. The battle is going on now. Please come here. I'm nervous right now. Clement and Euligia welcomed them warmly. Thank you very much. Serena thanked, then walked towards the audience and stood with everyone else, looking at Ash with a worried look on her face. At this time, the second battle between Ash and Violet has begun. Fletchling and Surskit were fighting fiercely. Looking at Stephanie beside her, whose eyes were full of Ash, Xia Fan smiled and shook her head. Master G, you're such a blockhead. When he was following the anime, he was really P**********D off to death by G. Yeah. Would you like a cold drink? Xia Fan took out a bottle of cold drink and handed it to Serena with a smile on her face. Serena looked up at the strange man in front of her, a little hesitant. At this time, Xia Fan said, This is what Ash bought for us viewers. There just happened to be one extra cup. When Serena heard that it was Ash who bought it, and there was an extra cup, she was stunned. She thought that Ash knew she would come, so she immediately felt happy and took it. Thanks. Xia Fan smiled, but said nothing. But when he turned around, he saw Clement and Euligia's puzzled eyes. Because the drink in Xia Fan's hand was clearly taken from the stomach of the Jengar when he released it earlier. Ash bought it? How is that possible? During this time together, Ash, a blockhead with zero emotional intelligence, has never taken the initiative to buy anything, let alone treat me to a meal. Little kids, the important thing is to watch the game. Xia Fan stretched out his hand and forced the two little heads to turn towards the battlefield. When he was acting as a wingman, he didn't need anyone else to watch. Then he continued to talk to Serena, who looked worried about Ash's victory or defeat. Trust Ash. With his strength, he will command Fletchling to defeat Surskit. Yeah. Serena nodded repeatedly, and for a moment she didn't realize how Xia Fan knew that she cared about Ash. At this moment, the battle that had just been evenly matched suddenly changed. Ash loudly ordered Fletchling to unleash the whirlwind power and defeat Surskit with one blow. Very good. Seeing Ash win, Serena and Clement Eureka shouted excitedly. Sir, you are awesome. Serena looked at Xia Fan. Ash's strength is not weak to begin with. Xia Fan thought for a while and replied. They wanted to brag even more about Ash, but he held back when he thought that according to the plot, Ash would lose the next battle. Just at this time, the third battle began. Violet released the Kalos region-exclusive Pokémon Vivillon, and this battle was just as Xia Fan remembered. Less than 10 seconds into the fight, Vivillon won with a sunshine flame. Ash failed in his challenge to the gym. After being defeated, Ash reluctantly picked up Fletchling from the battlefield. Before heading to the Pokémon Center, he turned around and said, I lost today, but when I become stronger, please let me challenge you again. After that, Ash hugged Fletchling and ran out, shouting to Xia Fan and the others. Let's go. When passing by Serena, Serena wanted to say hello to him, but Ash ignored her and ran away, leaving her standing there awkwardly. It seems that I, the wingman, still need help. Xia Fan watched this scene and deliberately dropped the backpack that Ash had given him before the battle in front of Serena. Hey! When Serena saw the backpack fall, she quickly picked it up and tried to call Xia Fan, but as soon as she picked up the backpack, Xia Fan ran away. Helpless, I could only chase after him holding my backpack. And when she rushed to the Pokémon Center. But I saw Ash sitting outside with a lost look on his face, and Xia Fan was accompanying him. That. Serena stepped forward with a nervous look on her face. Is this backpack yours? Ash raised his head and saw the familiar backpack in the hands of a strange Stephanie, and immediately looked at Xia Fan in confusion. Mr. Xia Fan, what happened to my backpack? Oh shit! Xia Fan screamed and quickly pretended that he had just realized that his bag was lost. I'm sorry, this bag is his. Thank you for finding it and sending it to me immediately. After explaining, Xia Fan immediately left. He left the venue to Serena and Ash, and at the same time stopped Clement and Euligia, who suddenly wanted to join in the fun, and took them to the cafe about 10 meters away to have coffee. What are they talking about? As soon as they sat in the cafe, Xia Fan contacted Mew through mind sharing, because Mew was left next to Ash just now. Hearing Xia Fan's question, Mew directly used visual sharing to share the scene in front of him with Xia Fan. Then Xia Fan saw Serena introducing herself to Ash with great enthusiasm. But Ash nodded lamely and replied that his name was Ash and he was from Pallet Town. Serena didn't care and continued. Do you still remember me? Remember you? Ash looked Serena up and down. Think about it. We've met before. Seeing this, Serena's tone became a little urgent. One day during summer camp in Pallet Town. Summer camp? Ash was still confused. It's the Pokémon summer camp held by Professor Oak. Oh, I remember. I did go there. Right. I also participated in that summer camp. Are you participating too? Are you participating too? Ash's words, like a magic sound, instantly hurt Serena's heart. He lowered his head with a look of helplessness and frustration. Why is this happening? I'm sorry. I really can't remember it. Ash apologized, but I will try my best to think about it. Okay then. Serena nodded helplessly. In the coffee shop, Xia Fan was speechless. He also admired Master Yi. He is indeed the originator of straight male cancer. At this moment, a pleasant bell sounded from the Pokémon Center. It is used to inform the waiting trainer that your Pokémon has been healed. Come and claim it. Ash, who heard the voice, immediately apologized to Serena and ran into the Pokémon Center. Euligia and Clement also ran over after hearing it. Only Xia Fan, when passing by Serena, saw that she wanted to follow Ash but didn't dare to, and smiled and said, "Let's go in and see Pikachu and Fletchling together." After saying that, he ran in. Serena looked at Xia Fan's back and finally followed him in. As soon as we entered the Pokémon Center, we saw Ash excitedly receiving Pikachu and Fletchling from Nurse Joy. Xia Fan then walked up to him, touched Ash with his hand, and signaled Serena, who was following behind with her eyes. When Ash saw this, he immediately smiled and introduced Serena to Pikachu and Fletchling. Pikachu, Fletchling, this is Serena. She just came to watch our fight. Pika Pika. Chirp. Pikachu and Fletchling greeted each other politely. Seeing that Ash was willing to introduce himself, Serena immediately smiled. Hello, I'm Serena. Nice to meet you. Thank you for your guidance. Then he turned his gaze to Clement, Euligia, and Xia Fan, who had always helped him, as if to say, I want to be friends with you too. Xia Fan saw it first and spoke first. Clement and Euligia followed closely behind. After introducing himself, Xia Fan took the opportunity to invite everyone to sit next to him. Let everyone release their own Pokémon and discuss Pokémon. After more than 10 minutes of this, everyone started to become familiar with each other, until Miss Alexa suddenly appeared and interrupted it. Alexa asked Ash if he needed her help and gave him special training so that his Pokémon would have the strength to fight against her sister. Ash naturally wanted this very much and agreed immediately. Then everyone appeared on the battlefield of the Pokémon Center. Alexa gives Ash a special training while the others watch. Then, when Ash kept failing, only Serena came forward to encourage him. She explained to him that it was Ash who told her to never give up until the very end at the summer camp, which was why she persevered to the end. Those words were like a beacon normal, instantly awakening the somewhat discouraged Ash, who was immersed in watching Serena for a moment. After coming to his senses, Ash burst into laughter and regained his fighting spirit. After expressing his gratitude to Serena, he stood up and continued the special training match with Alexa. And this time's special training battle may be helped by the wife's buff. Ash prevailed, leaving Pikachu and Fletchling to take control of the trick against Violet's bug-type Pokémon. The next day, the group once again arrived at the Santalun Gym in Violet. This time it was due to yesterday's special training. Ash successfully commanded Pikachu to defeat Violet's Surskit and Vivillon, obtain the Santalun City Gym badge, set out on the road to the second gym. By the way, Serena, what are your plans from now on? After leaving the Santalun City Gym, Xia Fan suddenly spoke. Serena was stunned when she heard that. She stayed where she was, but her eyes were wandering towards Ash. Young man, you need to be sensible. Xia Fan screamed wildly in his heart. Fortunately, Ash finally came to his senses and took the initiative to extend the invitation. Serena, since you're a rookie trainer, why don't you travel with us? We can all look out for each other. Yulika is also a perfect wingman, and she quickly stepped forward and grabbed Serena's hand. That is, let's travel together. At this time, Ash said, thanks to your encouragement, Serena, I was able to get the Santalun City Gym badge. If we travel together in the future... Ash blushed when he said this and scratched his face shyly. If we travel together, I'm sure you'll be able to help a lot. After saying that, Ash looked at Serena expectantly. That expression almost made Xia Fan burst into tears. My dear Xia, you have finally grown up. I have the courage to break free from the shackles of straight men. We CP party feel comfortable. At the same time, Serena heard Ash's sincere invitation, also showing a playful smile. Well, it must be really nice to travel with you guys. Great, Ash said excitedly. That's what makes it fun. Clemon agreed. Xia Fan waved his hand and said, come on, come on. I'm very happy today. Before I leave Santalun City, I'll pay for a big meal for you guys. Really, Mr. Xia Fan, Ash said excitedly. Really, Ash, I never break my promise. I'm doing this for the Santalun medal. Long live Mr. Xia Fan. Serena, let me tell you, Mr. Xia Fan is very rich. You can take the expensive ones later. Really? Ahem, Ash, please don't describe me as a sucker. Time passed, and several months later, Xia Fan and his group arrived at Geosenj Town, which was surrounded by ancient ruins and rich in various evolution stones. Looking at the town in the distance, a group of people exclaimed, is this Geosenj Town? Ash asked, what a cute town. Serena, Deden, we're here. Eureka! Ash turned around and shouted to a beautiful girl with long golden hair behind him. Corny, will there be a Mega Evolution Stone here? The girl did not reply, but lowered her head and trembled all over. Seeing her like this, everyone was confused. What's wrong with you? How are you? Does it hurt? The girl still ignored him. Instead, after a while, he excitedly pulled Lucario, who was standing beside him, and shouted loudly, Lucario, I'm finally here. After saying that, the girl ran directly towards the town below. Seeing her like this, Ash and the others were speechless and followed her. Xia Fan shrugged helplessly. The girl is Corny, a gym trainer in Sala City, and the Lucario she is holding is her Pokémon. I met them a day ago. After Ash lost the battle against her, he learned that she was a gym trainer from Sala City and was looking for a Mega Evolution Stone for his Lucario, so he immediately said he would follow her. He expressed his desire to witness Lucario's Mega Evolution. Therefore, they arrived at Geosenj Town at this moment. Corny, we know you're anxious to find the Lucario Mega Evolution Stone. But do you know where to find the Mega Evolution Stone? After entering the town, Xia Fan looked at the girl who was panting but still in high spirits, and couldn't help but say, I don't know. The girl said as a matter of course. If you don't know, how are you going to find out? Serena asked puzzledly. Grandpa once told me that if I came to Geosenj Town, I would know where Lucario's Mega Evolution Stone is. So I should find it soon. Corny said seriously. Xia Fan was speechless after hearing his remarks. Doesn't that mean you don't know where the stone is? He knew that, according to the plot, good things would never be given to you directly. At this time, Corny looked at the shops around her selling evolution stones and immediately suggested that they act separately. So the group separated after a while. Look for the Lucario Mega Evolution Stone in Geosenge Town. After asking in all the shops in the town, the group arrived at the ruins of the stone pillar in the center of the town. Oh my, where is the Mega Evolution Stone? After a long period of fruitlessness, Corny went from being very excited at the beginning to looking exhausted now. Xia Fan, who was standing by, saw the depressed Corny and smiled without saying anything. Instead, look up at the sky, waiting for an opportunity. After waiting for about a minute, I heard a shout in my ear. Young men and ladies over there, welcome to Geosenge Town. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound, and immediately saw an old man with a white beard holding a camera. The old man shouted to everyone enthusiastically, I'm Matt Kidda, who runs a photo studio. Would you like to take a photo with me as a souvenir of your trip? Everyone looked at each other, knowing that this was an operation that would cost money. Xia Fan sighed and took the initiative to reach out. Go ahead, old man, I'll pay. In this way, the group took a travel photo under the old man's camera. When taking pictures, Xia Fan saw Serena leaning towards Ash, so she used a confusion technique and made Serena fall into Ash's arms just before the shutter was pressed. Although the situation was a bit awkward at first, the wingman behavior was successfully accomplished. Excuse me, do you know where I can collect evolution stones? Xia Fan said casually when paying. If you want to collect evolution stones. The old man pondered for a while, then pointed in a direction to everyone. You can go to the deep mountain cave over there. That's where you will find them. What about Lucario's evolution stone? Xia Fan said again. Lucario's evolution stone? The old man thought deeply, then shook his head. I don't think I've heard of this stone. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and immediately transferred another 10,000 yuan to the old man. Please think about it carefully. Okay, I'll think about it. Looking at the extra 10,000, the old man scratched his beard and thought again. After a while, he let out a cry of ouch. I remember now. I once heard that there was a cave where you could collect special stones. I wonder if it's the kind of evolution stone you're looking for. Where is it then? Xia Fan entered another 10,000 on the transfer interface. The old man decisively took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket. It's there a little further away from the cave I just mentioned. It is said that there is a small cave there. If you're not in a hurry, I will draw a map for you. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a small cave. On the way forward, the group saw a huge excavation site. Several machines were engaged in the excavation work. Looking at this scene, everyone couldn't help but marvel. This must be the excavation site for the evolutionary stones. Wish I could visit this place. At this time, Ash said, I would also like to visit, but I think we should find a Lucarionite first. That's true. Clement took out the map the old man had drawn earlier. It says that the cave seems to be a little further inside. After saying that, Clement put away the map and continued on his way with everyone else. Mr. Xia Fan, what's wrong with you? Serena, who had walked to the end, found Xia Fan still standing there and hurriedly shouted, It's okay. I'll take another look and catch up with you soon. Xia Fan said with a smile. After Serena left, he took out his cell phone and took a few photos of the excavation site. If we control this land under the control of our pantheon, we should be able to make a lot of money. Xia Fan muttered while taking pictures. The photos were then sent to the executives of the pantheon, signaling them to send people over to take control of the place using reasonable means. After everything was arranged, Xia Fan Solation took a few steps forward. Several teleports came back behind Ash and the others, and continued to search for the cave marked on the map. When they were about to reach their destination, Corny's Lucario suddenly froze, looking into the distance with a serious face. What's wrong, Lucario? Lucario did not reply, but hurried in the direction he was staring at. Everyone followed behind it. After a while, I saw a small cave hidden behind the rock. It was pitch black inside, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Is this the place? It's so dark, Serena said a little nervously. Leave it to me. I'll show you how my Clement engine starts up. Clement laughed and reached out to press his backpack. After a while, a robotic arm emerged from the backpack. A dazzling light shone out from it. The small cave, which was originally pitch dark, immediately became dark. Then, everyone headed towards the cave under Clement's light. 20 minutes later, a group of 5 people arrived at the bottom of the cave. There I saw an old wooden door. Corny excitedly stepped forward and pushed it open. As the door was pushed open, a blue world appeared before everyone's eyes. There's a straight road running through the entrance, with blue river water and stone pillars on both sides. As they looked towards the end of the avenue, they saw a small pyramid standing there with an amber crystal on top and unique ripples emanating from it. It's Lucarianite. Looking at the amber crystal, Corny said excitedly, "Is that it? Pika? Wow, it's so beautiful." As expected, this means Lucarianite is calling Lucario. That's great, Corny. Now we can Mega Evolution. Ash and the others were also surprised when they saw the crystal. Well, thank you everyone. Lucario, let's go. Corny rushed to the end of the road with her Lucario. However, just when Cornelia and Lucario were about to reach the end of the road, a man wrapped in Blaziken suddenly appeared from the darkness and kicked Lucario back. Why is Blaziken here? It seems very angry. How terrifying. Blaziken's sudden appearance startled Eureka. No, don't worry. I can sense that it has no ill intentions. It is just guarding this Mega Evolution Stone. Only if we defeat it can Lucario and I get the Mega Evolution Stone. Corny said, commanding her Lucario and Blaziken to fight fiercely. In response, Ash and the others were excited, but Xia Fan only wanted to beat Yon. If he remembered the plot correctly, this Blaziken was Corny's grandfather's Pokémon. It was placed here specifically to train his granddaughter. Just when Xia Fan was getting bored with the fight, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that there seemed to be a map not far from my feet. He then stepped forward, pick up the map. After a while, his face looked strange. He didn't know whether he was lucky or what. From what is shown above, he actually picked up a map of the Jengar Mega Evolution Stone. It is really true that after searching for a long time, you can finally find it without any effort. He picked up a random map, and it happened to be the Jengar Mega Evolution Stone map he needed. What's wrong, Mr. Xia Fan? At this time, Serena saw Xia Fan standing aside and trying to suppress her laughter, and asked in confusion, Nothing, let's talk about it outside. Let's just watch Corny. She looks like she's going to win." Xia Fan quickly shook his head. This was Corny's home court, so it would be better for him not to steal the limelight. The key map doesn't seem to exist in the original plot. As a result, he has picked it up now. If it is proved that the picture is fake later, he will be embarrassed if he tells others about it now. Oh. Seeing that Xia Fan didn't want to talk, Serena stopped asking and turned back to watch the fight. At this time, the battle ended and Lucario won with a hard-fought power-up punch. At the same time, in the next second of victory, a voice was heard from behind the small pyramid, and an old man walked out. "You win this battle, Corny." Looking at the old man, Corny exclaimed immediately, "Grandfather!" Ash and the others immediately widened their eyes upon hearing this, and exclaimed as well, "Grandfather? Mega Evolution Uncle Kokoball, that's me." The old man pointed at himself and introduced himself with a smile. Ash and the other 3 were confused. Mega Evolution Uncle? Corny's grandfather? Why did he come to this place? Kokoball didn't say anything, but pointed a pokeball at the fallen Blaziken. "Come back, Blaziken." There was a flash of red light, and Blaziken was taken in. "What's going on, Grandpa?" Corny asked in confusion. "Is this Blaziken your Pokémon?" "That's right." Kokoball shrugged. "I thought you would come to this place to complete your training, so I plan to conduct the last trial here in person. And you, Corny, beautifully won my trial. You did a great job. And Lucario, you were also amazing." Kokoball came up to Corny and praised her. Then he pointed to the pyramid behind him. "Okay, go get Lucario's evolution stone." "Okay, thank you for the test," Corny said excitedly, and then rushed to the pyramid with Lucario and picked up the amber crystal. After she successfully obtained the crystal, Because the cave was too small, Kokobble suggested to Corny that she take the Mega Evolution Stone to the outside world and then evolve Lucario. In response, Corny couldn't wait to pick up the crystal and rush outside. Ash, Serena, Euligia, and Clement followed closely behind. Only Xia Fan and Kekable made it to the end. Mr. Kokobble, may I ask if this map is real or fake? As he walked, Xia Fan took out the map of the Jengar Mega Evolution Stone that he had picked up on the ground not long ago from his pocket. He just remembered that the other party was Uncle Sure from Mega Evolution, who might be able to help him determine whether it was real or fake. Otherwise, he would have to go there and conduct the experiment himself according to the map above. When Kokobble saw the map, he looked at Xia Fan in surprise and said, "That's good, young man. You picked up this map." Xia Fan was puzzled. Kokobble continued, "I just casually threw this Mega Evolution stone map of Jengar into the cave. It was up to some lucky guy to pick it up. I didn't expect you to pick it up. So what's marked here is real?" Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. "Of course it's real. I got it by accident, but since I don't cultivate Jengar, it's useless to me, so I just left it there." Kokobble said with a smile, "Why, young man? Do you have a Jengar?" "There happens to be one." Xia Fan nodded. "Then you'd better go look for it early. Mega Evolution Stone is very rare, and this map is not the only one. If you look for it too late, someone else may have taken it first." Kokobble said. Xia Fan was stunned when he heard this, and felt that what Kokobble said made sense. He now encountered a side quest by accident. In the original anime plot, there is no information about the existence of this map, so anything can happen. If you go too late, it might be taken away by someone else. Thinking of this, Xia Fan trotted over to Ash and the others. Inform Jengar of the Mega Evolution Stone and that he will be away for a while and they can reunite over the phone later. "Okay, then Mr. Xia Fan, once you get the Mega Evolution Stone, be sure to contact us in a timely manner." Ash and the others felt a little disappointed when they heard this, but they didn't stop it. "Okay, I'll be right back after I get the Mega Evolution Stone." Xia Fan smiled and nodded, then released his Deoxys and let it take him away. But as soon as he left, he heard Ash Eureka sigh with his sensitive ears. "Alas, without Mr. Xia Fan and Old Man Jengar here, I feel that the quality of our food and drink will be greatly reduced in the future. Yeah, only Mr. Xia Fan's wallet can support us ordering expensive food for every meal, okay?" Xia Fan almost lost his grip and fell off Deoxys' back. I could only look back and glare in annoyance. What the hell is going on? In your eyes, my greatest use is to pay for meals? That's too heartbreaking. But Xia Fan wasn't really angry. After flying a little further away, he asked Mew to create a clone and quietly follow Ash and the others together with Meloetta. Although he knew that the future storyline was not very important, he didn't want to wait until he returned and found that there were a few more players in their group. After Mew's clone and Meloetta left, Xia Fan took the map and showed Deoxys the destination. Onistar City. The map says that Jengar's Mega Evolution Stone is nearby. Half an hour later, in Deoxys speed form, Xia Fan arrived at Onistar City, a city with a sundial, meteorite. And this thing called meteorite comes from the universe, deeply connected to the Mega Evolution Stone. Following the map, Xia Fan arrived here. The map also says that every night at 8 o'clock the sundial meteorite will guide countless flash points to fall. The direction where most flash points fall is the location of the Jengar Mega Evolution Stone. But that place is only open for 10 minutes every day and will close after 10 minutes. In this way, Xia Fan stayed in Onistar City, waiting for the night to come. During this time, I naturally took the cute little Mew out to eat everywhere. Time passes when the sun sets. After eating and drinking, Xia Fan brought Mew to the sundial meteorite. The sundial meteorite is a meteorite that resembles a giant pink crystal. Landed at the harbor in Onistar City. It is washed by water every moment. When Xia Fan came near the sundial, he noticed that there were some men and women there. They gathered in twos and threes, looking at the people around them very vigilantly. "Are you here for the Jengar Mega Evolution Stone as well?" Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, remembering what Kokable said that the map was not the only one. "Kid, get out of here." When a group of people saw that Xia Fan was alone, they went up to him and scolded him. Xia Fan frowned slightly when he heard this. His eyes suddenly turned cold and stared at the other person. "Are you kidding? The only person in this world who dares to make him take a step back is Big Daddy Arceus. All other people, or Pokémon, should kneel down to him." The young man who had scolded was instantly stunned by Xia Fan's gaze and stood still without moving. It was only when his friends pushed and pulled him that he reacted. "Kid, don't force us to fight." The young man scolded, and then he threw a pokeball. A red light flashed. A Gudra appeared in front of Xia Fan, making a ferocious expression. Xia Fan sighed. As expected, wherever the child of destiny arrives, there will always be people rushing to offer themselves to fight him. Since you insist on doing this, it would be disrespectful for him to refuse. He took out a pokeball from his waist. "Comrade Laozu, today is the day you enter Mega Evolution. I don't need to tell you how to behave." A red light flashed, and Comrade Laozu made a stunning appearance with an overwhelming amount of haze. As soon as he came out, he let out a shrill laugh that echoed throughout the Sundial Square. "This is this Jengar?" Everyone in the square was shocked and filled with disbelief when they saw the iconic fat face and big mouth that only Jengar had hidden in haze. "That's right, ancestor. I am the god of the Jengar clan." Jengar laughed and moved haze to form a line of text. At the same time, haze in midair pressed towards ground. Many trainers saw this and quickly released their Pokémon. But facing the ancestor Jengar, their Pokémon are somewhat weak. When the haze attacked the ground, both Pokémon and humans were frozen in place and unable to move, and no one was spared. "Brother, it has nothing to do with us. It was that group of people who provoked you." Some of the guys who were immobilized shouted to Xia Fan with sorrowful looks on their faces. "MD, they are completely innocent victims. I didn't do anything and didn't say anything, but I got beaten." But Xia Fan didn't care about all that. He asked Comrade Xiao Huan to accompany him to rob them all before the strange phenomenon appeared on the sundial meteorite. Just like that, half an hour later, Xia Fan not only had a fatter wallet, but also had an extra Mega Evolution key in his hand. The money was also robbed from another person. As a reward, Xia Fan gave that person 1,000 yuan less. And 10 minutes after the looting, at 8 o'clock, the sundial meteorite gave off a strange sign. First, the rings on the sundial began to rotate one by one. Then there was soaring in the sky, with countless points of light suddenly falling. They all fall towards the sea water in the northwest direction of the sundial. "Let's go. If we don't leave in 10 minutes, the deadline will pass, and we'll have to wait until tomorrow." Xia Fan shouted to the old man, who was still teasing the trainer. Upon hearing this, the ancestor immediately flashed to Xia Fan's side, then used haze to pull Xia Fan towards the light spot. After a while, they arrived at the location where the light fell. "Rush into the water." Then we saw a huge shipwreck. The sunken ship shone brightly under the light that fell into the sea. If there had been no light to illuminate it, it might not have been discovered. "Walk," Xia Fan said softly, and then a teleport rushed in first. As soon as Xia Fan entered the shipwreck, his eyelids jumped, and he was almost scared, because what caught my eye was an oversized Gorgiast, and we looked at each other in bewilderment. And after that Gorgiast, there are countless ghosts and grass-type Pumpkaboo and Trevenant. They all stared at Xia Fan seriously. He looked like he was about to chase someone away. But this posture didn't last for a second. After Jengar swept the entire shipwreck with his haze, the powerful sense of oppression immediately made them dare not move. At the same time, the moment Jengar came in, he sensed the location of the Mega Evolution Stone in the shipwreck.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.